In the rear mountains of the illustrious Mingyu Prefecture, within the Chen family estate, snowflakes pirouette in the biting wind's lament. A sallow-faced youth stood resolute against the gale, his voice resonating as he unfurled a set of markedly archaic boxing techniques. His movements were expansive and resolute, imbued with a palpable momentum. Abruptly, the youth halted, his frame convulsing as a fit of violent coughing seized him, punctuated by crimson droplets at the corner of his lips. His posture slumped, his right hand rhythmically patting his chest until the paroxysm subsided. A wry smile touched his lips as he muttered to himself, Chen Yan, Chen Yan, what deeds have you wrought to render yourself so frail? Chen Yan, as the pallid youth was known, hailed from distinguished lineage, a direct descendant of the Chen family, one of the three preeminent clans of Mingyu Prefecture. The patriarch of the Chen family, his paternal uncle, held the mantle of leadership. Yet within the eyes of his kin, he was deemed a superfluous living cadaver, even branded as an ill-omened lone star. This perception stemmed not only from his delicate constitution, but also from his enigmatic father, a figure scarcely known to him. Chen Yan's father had once been the most prodigious talent in Mingyu Prefecture, ascending to awe-inspiring heights within a mere decade, elevating the Chen family to the zenith of the three clans. However, fate intervened, and the martial prowess of this luminary, the architect of the Chen family's ascendance, was tragically nullified. In the realm of Xiantian, strength reigned supreme. Those devoid of martial prowess are regarded as lesser beings, scarcely better than beggars, for at least a beggar can strive to alter their fate. However, matters grew dire when Chen Yan's mother fell victim to a treacherous scheme, her abdomen pierced by a malevolent force, inflicting grievous injury and resulting in her unborn child, Chen Yan, suffering from congenital afflictions. Shortly after his birth, his wounded mother succumbed to her injuries. At the tender age of 3, his father, whose cultivation had been shattered, succumbed to despair and passed away. By the age of 6, Chen Yan was diagnosed with severe cardiac and pulmonary deficiencies, with a prognosis that foretold he would not live beyond 18. Tragically, at 9, the loyal old servant who had cared for him also succumbed to illness. These harrowing events rendered Chen Yan a pariah within his clan, feared and shunned by all, despite his father's former glory leading the Chen family to prominence. Yet, rather than wallowing in despair, Chen Yan resolved to toil even harder than his peers. He harbored a simple, yet profoundly earnest dream: to live well. The sole path to realizing this dream lay in cultivation. Only through diligent practice could he transcend the limits of life, shatter the chains of his predetermined fate, and seize control of his destiny. In the solitude of his chamber, Chen Yan gently caressed an object in his hand. It was a jet-black sword sheath, adorned on the front with 2 indistinct characters. On the reverse, delicate lines sketched an exquisite pattern, vaguely resembling a mythical beast entwined with a tortoise and a serpent. The sword sheath was a relic left behind by Chen Yan's mother. It originally bore no patterns or characters, merely a rather antiquated and ordinary scabbard. By a stroke of fate, when Chen Yan's blood dripped onto the sheath, a layer of indistinct patterns emerged. From that moment onward, he discovered that each time his blood touched the scabbard, the designs and inscriptions would become increasingly vivid. According to his calculations, today marked the moment when the patterns on the sheath would become entirely clear. I hope this is a treasure, he thought, and without further hesitation, Chen Yan bit into his fingertip, smearing his blood upon the scabbard. Yet, no miracle occurred. The blood was not absorbed by the sheath. Impossible. I refuse to believe this is worthless. Chen Yan's eyes suddenly turned crimson, his expression contorted with rage, a glint of ferocity crossing his face. He resolved to take a gamble. With nothing to lose, he was prepared to risk it all. Life is but a fleeting moment. If he could not achieve a breakthrough in martial arts within a short span, he would be doomed to perish in 2 years, filled with regret. Conversely, Should he win this gamble, he might seize an opportunity to transcend his fate. Let's do this. With a swift bite of his tongue, Chen Yan's face turned pale as he unleashed a precious stream of vital blood, essential for a martial artist, directly onto the scabbard. For reasons unknown, as his vital blood fell upon the sheath, it was swiftly absorbed, and a blinding black light enveloped Chen Yan's vision. With a resounding thud, Chen Yan seemed to lose his very soul, collapsing to the ground. In a world shrouded in a gray haze, Chen Yan's figure emerged, curiously surveying the peculiar object before him. It resembled neither a sword nor a seal, standing approximately 3 feet tall, its exterior shimmering with a jade-like luster, exuding an extraordinary vitality. Truly a treasure. Chen Yan's heart surged with immense delight. He had won the gamble. This was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. The inheritor of the great emperor, you have finally arrived. An ancient voice sighed deeply. A familiar yet foreign sensation blossomed within him, prompting Chen Yan to inquire, "Who are you? Who am I? For the past few years, you have nourished me with your own blood each month. Do you not know who I am?" After a prolonged silence, Chen Yan spoke with unwavering resolve. "Since you are an artifact left behind by my mother, I trust you will not harm me. Moreover, having accompanied me day and night, you must be aware of my aspirations. Can you assist me in realizing my dreams?" The owner of the ancient voice was well aware of Chen Yan's ambitions and the hidden responsibilities he bore. "Fear not, I shall aid you." However, at this juncture, the ancient voice abruptly ceased, yet Chen Yan's expression remained unperturbed as he patiently awaited the continuation of the discourse. "However, all of this still requires your own diligence, otherwise it would merely amount to naught." The satisfactory response elicited a slight smile from Chen Yan, a glimmer of joy gracing his lips. From the moment of his birth until now, a span of 16 years has elapsed, and he has never felt such joy as he does at this moment. "Young one, place your hand upon the sword imprint and prepare to receive the inheritance." Following the elder's instructions, Chen Yan placed his right hand upon the jade sword imprint before him, and an inheritance was inscribed upon his heart. The true martial Xintian art can only be cultivated by those of the true martial bloodline. True mastery is reserved for those with a true martial heart, and the path of true martial cannot be perfected without adherence. Forbidden, unattainable, impermissible. These 6 words of taboo caused Chen Yan to draw in a sharp breath. Yet since the elder had not elaborated, it seemed he too could cultivate this art. "Thank you, Elder Sword." With both hands clasped, Chen Yan solemnly bowed before the jade sword imprint. "There is no need for gratitude. Given your current circumstances, to cultivate this art, you must first seek a certain item." The elder appeared unusually courteous. "What item?" "That shall be discussed outside." As the words fell, the world transformed. Stepping out of the courtyard, Chen Yan gazed skyward and murmured softly, "From this day forth, my destiny is mine to command, not dictated by heaven." Chapter 2. The Gamble of Elixirs. Mingyu City, a bustling hub within the Yumingdao, derives its name from the abundant yellow jade found in the surrounding rivers, which frequently draws merchants from far and wide. As Chen Yan traversed the vibrant streets, he paid little heed to his surroundings, resolutely heading northward towards the city outskirts. Although the northern part of the city lacked the renowned yellow jade, it housed something even more captivating: a dueling arena. This arena, a battlefield for men and a haven for gamblers, epitomizes a realm where death and wealth converge. Upon observing the myriad of stalls laden with various elixirs surrounding the dueling arena, Chen Yan pressed forward, hoping to locate the rejuvenating elixir mentioned by Elder Jian. Currently, Chen Yan suffered from a depletion of vital essence, which hindered his martial cultivation. Thus, Elder Jian had urged him to seek out this elixir to expedite his recovery. The reason for his presence at the dueling arena was quite simple. Chen Yan found himself in dire financial straits, akin to one stripped bare, left only with his undergarments. To procure the rejuvenating elixir, he had but one recourse: to gamble on elixirs. The vastness of the world is replete with wonders. And due to the confinement of elixir energy within, the methods employed to seal these potions often render their true nature indiscernible. Consequently, once the outer layer of sealing is removed, one might unveil a miraculous elixir that could enhance one's cultivation, or alternatively, encounter nothing more than the most mundane spirit pill. At times, one might even stumble upon a peculiar concoction fashioned from an unknown substance, a mere lump of clay. This ingenious sealing technique, conceived by ancient practitioners, has led to the rampant popularity of elixir gambling among contemporary practitioners. Young brother, a voice interjected, I see your pallid complexion and trembling limbs. You must have engaged in an all-night battle. I have for sale a miraculous elixir known as the Dragon Essence and Tiger Might Pill. Would you care to purchase one, young brother, to give it a try? Behind the stall where Chen Yan stood, a burly man with a bushy beard wore a grin that evoked an understanding between men. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, glancing up, Chen Yan noticed a crooked wooden sign at the stall, inscribed with a dozen or so words, Dragon Essence and Tiger Might Pill, made fresh daily. Battle 7 times in one night, no longer a dream. How utterly embarrassing. I am still but a child. Clearing his throat softly, he gestured towards the neatly arranged array of pills beside him and said, Sir, I am here to gamble for pills. Sir? The burly man chuckled, his eyes twitching slightly before he nodded and replied, 1 pill for a gold coin. Honest dealings for both young and old. How many would you like, young brother? 1 gold coin. What a swindler. Internally wincing at the price, Chen Yan maintained a calm demeanor and said, Very well, I shall take 1. As he reached for his coin, a sudden voice with a distinctive, quacking tone interrupted him. Ah, look here. Is that not our esteemed young master of the Chen family? What brings the young master to gamble for pills? A youth clad in fine robes, with a donkey-like visage, brandished a folding fan and strutted forward, surrounded by a group of admirers, exuding an air of arrogance. Chen Yan was unfamiliar with this individual and furrowed his brow. Who are you? At this, the donkey-faced youth's expression shifted, and he snapped his fan shut, revealing an exaggerated look of disappointment. Alas, dear cousin Chen Yan, I am your elder brother. How could you not recognize me? It truly saddens me. Understanding that this individual was merely seeking trouble, Chen Yan felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter. With a cold demeanor, he nodded slightly and stated plainly, If you have something to say, then say it. If you have grievances, express them. Do not disturb others who are conducting business. He gestured towards the burly man behind the stall. The young man with a donkey-like face changed his expression, his eyes revealing a deep-seated resentment. Curse be it. He had initially intended to put on an act in front of this useless fellow, only to end up appearing a fool instead. Does the young master Chen Yan wish to gamble on pills? I, Chen Luren, shall indulge you. With a cold chuckle, the youth, identifying himself as Chen Luren, displayed a hint of mockery, his arrogance swelling. Chen Luren indeed possessed the credentials for such pride. His cultivation at the 3rd layer of body refinement was commendable among his peers. Additionally, his inherited knowledge of medicinal herbs from his father further fueled envy. Rumors circulated that his father intended to pass on the management of the family's largest apothecary to him. Let us first see how you fare, he declared, tossing a gleaming gold coin onto the stall. A faint white light emanated from his right hand as he sifted through the offerings, ultimately selecting a pill. With a shift of his gaze, he directed a scornful look towards the young man in simple clothing beside him. And what of the young master Chen? Have you forgotten your funds? Unfazed by the taunt, Chen Yan maintained his composure. He lifted his right leg and rummaged through his shoe, retrieving a fragrant gold coin. The burly man cast a disdainful glance at the coin, yet Chen Yan paid him no mind, as a voice within him urged him onward. Directly grasping a pill from the assortment, this act prompted those who had gathered to witness the spectacle to burst into laughter. This fellow has surely never gambled on it before. That Chen Luren is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about herbs among the younger generation of the Chen family. This lad is in for a tough time. Just wait and see. The sycophants surrounding Chen Luren could hardly contain their laughter. Our young master Luren possesses an understanding of elixirs and potions that surpasses even the likes of Bian Ke and Hua Ta. Alas, It seems that fate has destined our young Master Luren's name to resound once more throughout the Mingyu city. Young Master Luren navigates through challenges with unmatched prowess, seeking victory against all odds. The solitary Chen Yan, undeterred, boldly declared, "According to the rules, the loser must gift their concocted elixir to the winner. Let us commence." "Humph, you shall have a delightful show to witness." Chen Luren lifted the elixir with his left hand, while with his right, he carefully scraped a piece of jade, revealing a pale yellow pill. It was a body-refining pill, valued at 10 gold coins. A burly man shouted loudly, then turned his gaze towards Chen Yan. This body-refining pill is considered one of the finer elixirs available at his stall, suitable for those in the body refinement realm. Sensing the attention of the crowd, Chen Yan tightened his grip slightly, and a lustrous, jade-like elixir appeared before everyone's eyes. "This is a pulse-quenching pill." A collective gasp erupted from the onlookers. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Luren felt as though he had been struck across the face twice. His cheeks flushed crimson. The folding fan in his hand clattered to the ground as he murmured, "How can this be? How can this be?" The spectacle was truly astounding. It is often said, refining the body is easy, but tempering the meridians is challenging. Indeed, the process of honing the physical body is relatively straightforward. One can achieve this through diligent practice of common martial arts, even in the absence of elixirs. However, when it comes to refining the meridians within, aside from a few rare techniques, only a handful of elixirs can accomplish this feat. Among these, the meridian refinement pill stands out. In terms of monetary value, the price of a single meridian refinement pill far exceeds that of dozens of body refinement pills, and it belongs to the category of precious commodities that are rarely available. Regarding their respective realms, the body refinement pill is utilized within the realm of body refinement, while the meridian refinement pill is essential for advancing to the next significant realm, the qi condensation realm. The distinction between the two is stark and clear. Chapter 3, A Man's Resolve. "Humph, we shall see," Chen Luren declared defiantly, before departing in a flurry with his entourage. Meanwhile, Chen Yan turned his attention to the pale yellow pill in his hand. This body refinement pill had just been wagered to him by Chen Luren, perfectly suited for his current cultivation level. 3 purple gold coins. "Along with 3 pills, do you desire them?" Chen Yan inquired, lifting the precious meridian refinement pill before the burly man. "Yes, yes, yes," the burly man swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. How could he possibly refuse such a rare and valuable elixir now presented before him? In a moment of rummaging through the pocket on his chest, the robust man extracted 3 coins gleaming with a purplish gold hue, unmistakably the coveted purple gold coins. Each of these coins held the value equivalent to 100 gold coins or 10,000 silver coins. In but a fleeting moment, he had stumbled upon such a modest fortune, and even the typically stoic Chen Yan could not suppress a hint of a smile upon his face. Meanwhile, Chen Luren, who had departed in a state of disarray, found his anger intensifying with each passing thought. How could it be that Chen Yan, merely a half-dead individual, had the audacity to trample upon his dignity in front of so many? The affront was unbearable for one who prided himself on his reputation. However, Chen Yan was, after all, a direct descendant of the family and the nephew of the Chun clan's patriarch, a figure not easily dismissed. "If I cannot deal with you directly, I shall seek out someone you cannot contend with." With this resolution, Chen Luren's eyes sparkled with cunning as he strode towards a location embedded in his memory. The Miaoan Pavilion, the foremost den of indulgence in Mingyu City, offered an array of women of diverse styles, each possessing exceptional skills. It was precisely these attributes that attracted many self-assured young men to seek merriment within its walls. At that moment, within the confines of the pavilion, was Chun Ming, the youngest son of the Chen family elder. "Second Master, Chen Luren requests an audience," announced a young man clad in black as he entered the room, addressing Chen Ming, who sat regally in the center. "Chen Luren? Allow him entry," Chen Ming replied, gesturing for all unrelated parties to withdraw. "Second Master, you must stand up for me," was the plea that echoed even before the man himself arrived. Soon, a familiar face, that of the youth with a donkey-like visage, appeared in the room. It was none other than Chen Luren. At this moment, the arrogance that had characterized him earlier had vanished. Upon seeing Chen Ming seated with authority, he rushed forward, a mournful expression etched upon his face, exclaiming, "Second master, you must avenge me for the grievances I have suffered." Although displeased, Chen Ming, possessing considerable composure, retorted with feigned fury, "Who dares to bully a disciple of the Chen family? Luren, simply provide me with the name of the perpetrator, and I shall command Chen Rang to eliminate him." As he spoke, the previously mentioned youth clad in black stepped forward, sword at the ready, awaiting orders. Upon hearing this, Chen Luren's expression shifted, and he lamented, "Second master, that person is none other than the waste of our clan, Chen Yan." "Chen Yan? A mere wastrel dares to torment my brother Luren? Enough, enough. Once I have addressed matters here, I shall undoubtedly stand up for you, Luren." Upon receiving this satisfactory assurance, a flicker of joy illuminated Chen Luren's eyes. "Thank you, second master." Following a brief exchange of bravado, Chen Luren took his leave. No sooner had Chen Luren departed than Chen Rang in black approached, whispering, "Second master, that man's eyes were shifty. He may be lying." Chen Ming, astute and discerning, was well aware of this. He shook his head and replied, "Chen Rang, you are mistaken. While Chen Luren is indeed duplicitous, he possesses a profound understanding of the art of spiritual medicine, and he is, in his own right, quite a talent. Moreover, his father, Chen Yang, oversees the family's numerous pharmacies and holds significant influence among the collateral branches. Should my father aspire to ascend to the position of clan leader, he would undoubtedly require the support of this individual." Upon hearing this, Chen Rang understood the implications and couldn't help but display a look of admiration. Observing this scene, Chen Ming chuckled inwardly and continued, "Very well, let us leave Chen Luren to stew for a few days. When he grows anxious and seeks my assistance, we shall act together to eliminate Chen Yan. At that juncture, the grave sin of slaying a direct descendant will weigh heavily upon me. Yet I am confident in my ability to bear it. However, I am uncertain if the Chen Yuyang family can withstand such a burden." With that, Chen Ming erupted into hearty laughter. He had initially contemplated how to draw the Chen Yuyang family onto his side, but unexpectedly, they had come to him, akin to a pillow being offered just as one drifts into slumber. "Chen Yan, for the sake of my father's grand ambitions, it seems you must meet your demise first. Indeed, many covet Chen Yan's life, including the individual currently obstructing the path. Brat, surrender the pills and purple gold coins on your person, otherwise." His fist clenched tightly, a sound akin to popping beans echoed forth, and the burly man's eyes brimmed with menace. He had witnessed the earlier exchange at the duel venue with clarity. The youth before him not only possessed 3 purple gold coins, but also held exceedingly valuable pills. Should he acquire these treasures, they would sustain him for several months. As he contemplated the enchanting figures awaiting his conquest in the Miaoyin Pavilion, a palpable greed intensified upon the countenance of the burly man, whose demeanor was now tinged with a hint of murderous intent. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. Silence, it seemed, was an invitation to death. In the presence of the imposing figure before him, a flicker of anger ignited on Chen Yan's face. The notion of death, for someone whose lifespan was dwindling to a mere 2 years, was a subject best left unspoken, a veritable taboo. "Seeking death," he bellowed, unleashing his right fist with tremendous force. The robust man scarcely had a moment to react before a fist, imbued with formidable strength, filled his vision. Though the fist appeared diminutive, almost delicate, more akin to that of a young girl, the burly man understood that this blow could very well extinguish his life. With a thunderous impact, the man was propelled backward, his body soaring like a sandbag, landing several yards away. A deep imprint marked his chest, a stark indication of the now still crimson heart within. Gazing at the lifeless form amidst the pool of blood, Chen Yan clutched his chest, succumbing to a fit of violent coughs. At that moment, the voice of the old sword master resonated in his mind. "Alas, to remedy the afflictions of your body, there remains but one option, to join a sect. If fortune permits." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Yan murmured, "Join a sect?" An epiphany sparked within him, and a glimmer of determination illuminated his eyes as he nodded. "Very well, then. I shall join a sect." Chapter 4. The third realm of body refinement, experiencing the act of taking a life for the first time. Even a person of sound mind would inevitably feel a sense of discomfort. With a sudden chill piercing through his heart, the discomfort he had felt moments ago vanished entirely, revitalizing his spirit. Seizing this opportunity to restore his vitality, he retrieved 3 elixirs from his sleeve, carefully selected with the aid of the Sword Elder before his departure, among which was the precious elixir he required for replenishing his essence. With a firm grasp, he produced a shimmering crimson pill. Swallowing it whole, Chen Yan, bare-chested, commenced his training in the courtyard. The technique he practiced was known as the body tempering fist, a common martial art devoid of any grade. And when compared to the esteemed Jinyue fist, a superior technique of the Chen family, it was as if comparing the heavens to the earth. Yet, precisely because of its simplicity, the body tempering fist was more accessible than graded techniques, exuding an ancient and grandiose essence, penetrating to its very core. As he unleashed a punch, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, imbued with even greater ferocity than before. As he moved gracefully, the formidable force cultivated within him began to stir, his vital energy coursing and surging, continuously refining the elixir's potency. Gradually, the pallor of his face began to recede, regaining some color. After half an hour, with his body sufficiently warmed up, he turned his attention to the technique passed down by the Sword Elder. Chen Yan was filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the profound mysteries behind this technique, which bore the ominous prohibitions of cannot, must not, and forbidden. In the realm of Xiantian, where martial arts reign supreme, the classification of cultivation techniques and martial skills is inherently rigorous. The hierarchy of these techniques mirrors that of martial skills, typically divided into 3 tiers and 9 grades. The 3 tiers are designated as Xian, Di, and Tian, with each tier further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades, culminating in a total of 9 grades. The lower grade of the Xian tier represents the most rudimentary level, while the upper grade of the Tian tier signifies the pinnacle of achievement. It is essential to recognize that higher-tier cultivation techniques not only facilitate rapid advancement in one's martial prowess but also lay a robust foundation. When engaging in combat utilizing martial skills, their potency is considerably amplified. Such techniques are precisely what Chen Yan aspires to acquire. With a desire to join his sect, he must not only surpass all the young disciples of the Chen family, but also secure a commendable position in the upcoming selection tournament in Mingyu City 6 months hence. Only through these accomplishments can he attract the attention of the sect-seeking disciples. Moreover, with merely 2 years of life remaining, extending this critical timeline cannot solely rely on the yet unknown method of bodily restoration. He must continuously strive to break through his cultivation levels to ensure his survival. With eyes gently closed, he suppressed the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, as the cultivation method of true martial Xiantian incessantly flickered in his mind. The power of a dragon? How could this be possible? Within the true martial Xiantian, merely achieving the perfected realm of body refinement grants one the strength of a dragon, a feat that could easily surpass the majority of other techniques. From Chen Yan's recollection, all the techniques he had encountered indicated that upon reaching the perfected state of body refinement, one would possess at most the strength of 9 bulls. The term bull referring to the mighty demon bulls renowned for their divine power among the demon race. It is said that when the mighty demonic bull goes berserk, it possesses the capability to slay a peak body refinement martial artist with a single blow. Moreover, when the strength of 9 bulls is unleashed, it can inflict harm upon even higher-tier martial artists in the chi condensation realm. But what of the strength of a dragon? The power of a single dragon can deliver a fatal strike to a newly ascended chi condensation martial artist with but a single punch. Take note, a punch. A chi condensation martial artist. Killed. Although the demonic bull possesses divine strength, how could it possibly compare to the noble power of a dragon among beasts? Therefore, upon realizing this, Chen Yan resolved to diligently cultivate this technique. Young man, you do possess a modicum of discernment, the elder sword remarked with a hint of disdain. This true martial Xiantian art far surpasses those so-called divine arts found in the streets by 1,000-fold, if not more. As your cultivation deepens, you shall naturally comprehend its profound mysteries. The elder sword, who had remained silent until now, sensed Chen Yan's determination and continued, consume that body refinement pill, and I shall assist you in channeling your energy to break through to the inner soft realm. With the keen insight of the Elder Sword, he had already discerned that Chen Yan had lingered at the third level of body refinement for quite some time. This was the perfect opportunity to leverage the power of the true martial Xiantian art for a cultivation breakthrough. Yes, Elder Sword, Chen Yan replied, accepting the guidance without hesitation. He swallowed the body refinement pill, and a gentle force suddenly surged from behind him, harmonizing with the rigid strength he had cultivated, following the prescribed method of the art. As the technique circulated through one cycle, then three, it was only upon reaching the ninth cycle that Chen Yan finally experienced a minor breakthrough in his cultivation. A trace of feminine dark energy manifested within the previously overwhelmingly masculine force in his body, marking the emergence of the second minor realm of the body refinement stage, inner soft. The body refinement realm, regarded as the foundational stage of martial arts, is imbued with myriad mysteries, including various divisions within the realm itself. The body refinement realm is categorized into 3 subrealms, comprising a total of 9 levels. The initial phase, known as the external rigid realm, consists of 3 levels, focusing on the cultivation of one's inherent strength. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this rigid strength, a subtle softness emerges, transitioning the practitioner into the intermediate internal soft realm, which is similarly divided into 3 levels. In the advanced stage of the body refinement realm, rigidity and softness converge. With a single punch, both forces begin to merge, unleashing a more formidable power, which is also divided into 3 levels. At this juncture, Chen Yan has attained the 4th level of the internal soft realm, also referred to as the intermediate stage of body refinement, bringing him one step closer to his goal. As he sensed the minuscule dark energy within him, akin to the size of a cow's hair, a smile graced Chen Yan's face. The distinction between this dark energy and the rigid strength was as clear as the boundary between the Chu River and the Han border, remaining entirely unentangled with the rigid strength. Young man, given your current realm, further practice of the body-tempering fist will likely yield minimal results, remarked Sword Elder, a sentiment Chen Yan fully understood. To master the body refinement realm, one requires not only a potent technique but also a unique martial art to complement it. Only then can one swiftly achieve the harmonious integration of rigidity and softness. At this moment, Chen Yan possessed the necessary technique. But what he needed was an appropriate martial skill suited for the body refinement realm. Ah, I seem to recall a martial skill that should be quite fitting for your cultivation, the elder continued. As his words fell, a piece of information was transmitted into Chen Yan's mind. Turtle snake dispersion, a high-grade martial skill of the profound rank. The intricate interplay of the tortoise and the serpent reveals the profound mysteries of movement and stillness, illuminating the principles of yin and yang, hardness and softness. As the tortoise and serpent entwine, the harmony of yin and yang culminates in a grand synthesis. Chapter 5. Kill, kill, kill in the early morning. A cold mist envelopes the surroundings like a vast sea. Within a small courtyard, a frail figure commences his training after warming up. With each motion of his fists and palms, he resembles a mystical tortoise bearing armor, yet also embodies a white serpent flicking its tongue. As the 2 distinct styles of martial arts seamlessly intertwine, creating an eerie sensation. With a thunderous exhalation, Chen Yan blocks with his left arm, a formidable aura coalescing around him, imparting an impression of a movability akin to a mountain. As he steps forward, his right arm strikes out in an unconventional manner, akin to a serpent's bite, releasing a subtle yet profound dark energy that travels several paces before striking a tree trunk. With a resounding boom, the trunk, roughly the size of a bowl, shatters explosively. Having entered the realm of internal softness, he finds it markedly different from the external hardness he once knew. In the past, Chen Yan was only aware of the might of external strength and remained oblivious to the intricate subtleties of this internal realm, which had hindered his progress. However, under the guidance of Master Jian, he successfully transcended into the state of internal softness, fully harnessing the marvels of dark energy through the technique of tortoise and serpent dispersal. This revelation prompts Chen Yan to reflect on the immense value of guidance. Just as he contemplates, the tightly shut courtyard door is violently kicked open. With a resounding crash, The force obliterates the worn doors, scattering them like fireworks, sending countless splinters and dust swirling through the air. Unfazed, Chen Yan's expression remained steady. Yet a surge of anger brews within him. Clenching his right fist, the bones and sinews resonate, and he unleashes a straightforward punch. A sound reminiscent of a mighty bull's roar reverberated through the void, unleashing an unyielding force that surged toward the gate of the courtyard. Upon hearing this thunderous bellow, the visitor's countenance shifted dramatically. With a series of sharp retreats, he evaded the formidable energy, stepping back 9 paces just in time. As defeat loomed imminent, a glimmer of cold light flashed beside him. With a swift motion, the overwhelming force was effortlessly severed, dissipating into nothingness. Such audacity to act with impunity before the second master. Chen Yan, his expression devoid of emotion, regarded the young man clad in black, whose face bore an air of arrogance, a flicker of inscrutable intrigue glimmering in his eyes. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my abode?" he inquired, casting a perplexed glance at the 2 individuals flanking the black-clad youth, his demeanor innocent yet questioning. The black-clad youth's eyes glinted with menace, poised to retort, when one of his companions interjected, "I did not expect that after several years, Yan has acquired such strength. Surely, he is preparing to participate in the grand competition in the capital city 6 months hence." The speaker, adorned in resplendent attire, emanated an air of superiority that set him apart from the mundane. Though his words were speculative, the certainty in his tone was unmistakable. It was none other than Chen Ming, the elder brother. Surprised that his younger sibling's intentions were so easily discerned by Ming, Chen Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, noticing the incredulous expression on Chen Yan's face, Chen Ming smirked inwardly. This worthless being, who can hardly sustain life for a few more years, dares to aspire to join his sect. What a farce! Though Chen Ming felt disdain in his heart, he maintained an exceptionally sincere facade, clapping his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Yan, you are indeed a worthy heir of the Chen family, the direct nephew of the clan leader, truly an ambitious individual." Upon hearing such praise, Chen Yan beamed with delight, his eyes glimmering with a hint of pride, which only made Chen Ming chuckle inwardly. Clearing his throat, Chen Ming began, "Ahem. I have come today to discuss a matter with you, Yan." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yan abruptly raised his hand to interrupt him. "Hold on. Brother Ming, I too have a matter to inquire about." Chen Ming, feeling displeased at being interrupted, feigned confusion and asked, "What is it, Yan? Speak freely." Hearing these words, Chen Yan smirked inwardly and boldly stated, "May I ask, Brother Ming, who was it that destroyed the gate of our residence?" As he spoke, he pointed to the scattered wood shavings and dust on the ground. Chen Ming was taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, momentarily rendered speechless. Was it said that Chen Yan typically endured bullying and remained silent? How curious that he seemed different today. However, before Chen Ming could respond, a young man in black could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, laughing heartily. "It was I who did it." "What? Does young master Yan wish to teach me a lesson?" His arrogance and disdain were palpable, showing no semblance of respect towards the direct heir. Yet, Chen Yan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to inquire, "May I ask who you are?" As the young man in black spoke, his disdain was palpable. How could anyone in the Chen family be unaware of the renowned name of Chen Rang? This statement held a grain of truth. Within the Chen clan, the family of the Grand Elder possessed the greatest strength and influence. Even the clan leader merely held the title of righteousness, barely managing to suppress the Grand Elder's authority in public. Chen Ming, the youngest son of the Grand Elder, wielded his power with arrogance and tyranny within the clan, leaving no one daring enough to challenge him. Chen Rang, serving as Chen Ming's personal guardian and possessing considerable cultivation, naturally ascended to an elevated status within the Chen family, garnering the flattery and favor of even some direct descendants. The individual before him was merely a halfwit of the Chen family. Yet he had the audacity to intervene in matters concerning Chen Ming, a flagrant act of rebellion. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yan seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up in realization. "Ah, it is you. I remember now. You are the one who once saved second brother Ming and later received the surname Chen from the Grand Elder." Seeing Chen Yan's reaction, Chen Rang felt a swell of pride, silently reveling in the fact that this seemingly insignificant individual had heard of his illustrious reputation. However, the subsequent remarks caused his expression to shift dramatically. It turned out he was merely a servant, audaciously overstepping his bounds by daring to ascend to the stature of second brother Ming. The master had yet to speak. Yet this insignificant servant had the audacity to gesticulate and dictate, utterly disregarding family rules and the law. Should this incident become public knowledge? How would the other two prominent families in the capital perceive the Chen clan? What would the lord of the city think of my Chen family? Such a reckless individual has infiltrated our household and even become the personal guard of my second brother Ming. Could it be that he has conspired with outsiders, intending to bring harm to my second brother's life? There are laws of the state and rules within the family. Those who are disloyal and unjust shall be executed. Those who collude with outsiders shall be executed. Those who rebel against authority shall be executed. Kill, kill, kill. The three commands of execution echoed with an overwhelming celestial authority, striking fear into Chen Rang's heart. Even Chen Ming, standing beside him, changed countenance, ready to speak, when Chen Yan had already taken action. With a sweep of his right fist, a strange bellow akin to that of a bull resonated through the air. The fierce, masculine force of his punch was unstoppable, crashing through the atmosphere like thunder. Then came a resounding thud as the flustered Chen Rang was sent flying from the courtyard, landing heavily on the ground, devoid of breath. Flecks of blood drifted through the air, falling to the earth. After completing this act, Chen Yan turned to Chen Ming, a smile gracing his face, and said, "The family traitor has been eliminated. I hope my second brother will exercise caution in the future. I must return to my training now, so I won't see you off." Chapter 6. Silence is golden. Chen Ming was at a loss as to how he had exited the scene. Yet he was acutely aware that his expression must have been exceedingly grim. "Chen Yan, you worthless fool, how dare you kill my personal guard?" Gazing upon the lifeless body ahead, Chen Ming gritted his teeth in rage, wishing he could tear Chen Yan apart. Although Chen Rang possessed a flawed character, his martial arts talent was undeniably extraordinary. It is unknown how many elixirs and treasures he expended to elevate his cultivation to the 6th level of body refinement, reaching the pinnacle of inner softness, merely a hair's breadth away from the realm of harmonizing hardness and softness. Yet, at this moment, he met his demise at the hands of a disabled man with but 2 years left to live. Such humiliation was not meant for outsiders to comprehend. "Chen Yan, do you not wish to join the sect? Then let us engage in a life-and-death duel, severing your path and rendering you incapable of even being a waste." A glint of determination sparkled in Chen Ming's eyes as he devised a plan. He would first borrow the mysterious weapon from that young man, Li Lingxian, and then witness how Chen Yan would defend against it. Although his own cultivation was also at the 6th level of body refinement, on par with Chen Rang, he found Chen Yan rather unpredictable at this juncture. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to procure a powerful mystical weapon, for its efficacy was no less than that of a formidable martial technique. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Ming promptly exited the Chen residence, making his way towards the Miaoying Pavilion. In the courtyard, Chen Yan regarded the remaining individual with a hint of amusement. This person was none other than Chen Luren, the donkey-faced youth who had come with Chen Ming and others to provoke trouble. At this moment, Chen Luren's face was ashen, trembling in fear as he gazed at the yellow-faced youth before him with the eyes of one confronting a demon. Who would dare to slay another's personal guard right in front of them? Who would kill another's guard and still wear a faade of concern as if acting in their best interest? Yet all of this transpired before him, witnessed by his own eyes. Even more terrifying was the realization that he had become an adversary to such a formidable individual, and had even summoned others to eliminate this powerhouse. Reflecting upon Chen Yan's notorious reputation as a harbinger of doom, Chen Luren's body weakened, and he fell to his knees. "Young Master Chen Yan, I was mistaken. You possess great magnanimity. Please spare my life. My father is Chen Yang, who oversees all the pharmacies of the Chen family. I am willing to grant you anything you desire. My father relies on me to continue our lineage. I implore you, do not take my life. Please, do not kill me." After uttering these words, Chen Luren was overwhelmed by sorrow, collapsing onto the ground as he wept uncontrollably. If there truly existed a remedy for regret, he would willingly pay any price to acquire it. Chen Luren was consumed by hatred for himself for provoking this harbinger of doom, and for his lack of foresight even after suffering consequences, returning to court disaster. All of this was his own doing. He truly deserved a reprimand. Observing Chen Luren on the ground, Chen Yan maintained a stoic expression, yet internally engaged in a dialogue with Sword Elder. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Tell me, if Chen Rang were to perish, would Chen Ming hold you accountable? I have heard that Chen Rang had a significant chance of becoming a true gang expert." "Oh, a true gang expert could ascend to the status of a family elder, a formidable presence even within the confines of Mingyu City. Yet, it is precisely due to your instigation that such a potential powerhouse now lies dead. Alas, it seems that fate is indeed envious of exceptional talent." Chen Yan gazed at the heavens, sighing alone, while Chen Luren, prostrated on the ground, could not suppress a shiver, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. A faint dampness had even emerged between his legs. He swore that he had never experienced such terror since the day of his birth. "Indeed, you are right. Chen Ming will undoubtedly not let me off. You must save me." The memory of Chen Ming's gaze upon his departure filled Chen Luren with despair, leaving his heart in utter disarray. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of light appeared in Chen Yan's eyes as he bent down and patted Chen Luren on the shoulder. "Fear not. I do not require you to undertake any arduous tasks. You simply need to convey a message to Chen Ming." "Such a modest request?" A look of wild joy flashed across Chen Luren's face, and he hastily nodded, saying, "Please, speak. I shall fulfill it without fail." Then, Chen Luren heard an unexpected proclamation. "You shall tell Chen Ming that, 1 month hence, in the dueling arena, we shall engage in a life-and-death battle. And we shall not part until it is settled." "What? You intend to confront Chen Ming in a fight to the death?" Chen Luren could not help but lift his gaze to the youth before him, his face betraying shock, nearly voicing his thoughts aloud. "You wish to duel Chen Ming? Are you courting death?" Yet, upon witnessing Chen Yan's serene and unperturbed countenance, all doubt within Chen Luren inexplicably vanished. Subsequently, without a hint of hesitation, he nodded vigorously, declaring, "Yes, I shall certainly see it through." Upon receiving Chen Luren's agreement to this matter, Chen Yan continued, "As for your life?" Chen Yan had long been acquainted with this individual, who, despite being a distant relative, wielded control over all the pharmacies of the Chen family. It was only after Chen Yan's reminder that Chen Luren recalled his father, which momentarily eased his anxiety. However, Chen Yan's ability to foresee this matter clearly indicated the depth of his cunning. "Indeed, I am grateful for your guidance, young Master Chen Yan." With this thought, Chen Luren's trepidation intensified, and he dared not exhibit the slightest disrespect. "If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Observing Chen Luren's expression, Chen Yan discerned that the other party comprehended his intent. He placed his left hand behind his back and gestured with his right. Upon witnessing this, Chen Luren felt a sense of relief and promptly bowed before the youth before turning to exit. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, a faint voice echoed, causing Chen Luren's heart to race. "Remember to remove the body at the entrance, and have someone repair the door." Taking a deep breath, Chen Luren quickly nodded in acknowledgement of these instructions. Once outside the courtyard, gazing at Chen Rang's lifeless form, a widely circulated phrase from the Xiantian continent suddenly came to his mind. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When meeting wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Suppressing that thought, he shook his head and proceeded to carry away Chen Rang's body. Meanwhile, Chen Yan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards, murmuring to himself. To gain entry into the sect, one must first emerge from the Chen family, thus securing the opportunity to participate in the grand competition of Mingyu City. To rise within the Chen family, one must contend not only with their peers, but also with the faction led by the esteemed elder. Thus, let us begin with you, Chen Ming. As the ancient adage states, when silence is broken, it is astonishing. Chapter 7. An astonishing revelation within the enchanting confines of the Miaoying Pavilion in the esteemed Tianzi room. Several elegantly dressed young gentlemen sat across from one another, engaged in animated discourse. This brash young man is utterly audacious. Upon perusing the letter in his hand, Chen Ming's expression darkened with fury. He forcefully slammed his palm upon the table, rising with an air of formidable menace enveloping him. Intruded upon in their gathering, a strikingly handsome young man with a tall, graceful stature could not help but inquire, "Chen Ming, what has transpired to incite such wrath?" "Indeed, Chen brother, what has happened? Do you require our assistance?" Others echoed his sentiments. Casting a disdainful glance at the expressions of those around him, Chen Ming scoffed and replied, "Humph. Someone has challenged me to a life-and-death duel a month hence." "What? Someone dares to challenge Chen brother to a duel to the death? Who is unaware that Chen brother is a peak master of the 6th level of body refinement? This is tantamount to courting death. Precisely which family's offspring possesses such audacity?" The previously tranquil room erupted in chaos, as all present were eager to discern the identity of the individual bold enough to challenge Chen Ming. "Alas, it is indeed a misfortune for our family. This individual is named Chen Yan, a direct descendant of the Chen lineage. And it is truly unexpected that such an incident would arise." Chen Ming's face bore a sorrowful expression, seemingly enveloped in profound anguish, which incited indignation among the onlookers, though they secretly scoffed. Indeed, who was unaware of Chen Ming's notorious arrogance at home? Why, then, did he feign benevolence here? Even the youthful figure, resembling jade, flickered with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by Chen Ming's audacity. However, soon their attention shifted to the name that had just been mentioned, Chen Yan. It sounded vaguely familiar. Ah, wasn't there a good-for-nothing in the Chen family by that name? Could this be the very same individual? The assembly, all scions of noble families, were somewhat acquainted with the dynamics within the Mingyu prefecture, although Chen Yan had not made a name for himself. The reputation of his father had drawn some interest from the prominent families, only to be abandoned once they learned that Chen Yan would not survive to adulthood. Now, this seemingly feeble individual dared to challenge Chen Ming? Surely he had lost his senses. While such thoughts crossed their minds, no one voiced them. Instead, they inquired, "Will Brother Chen honor the challenge?" With a cold smile, Chen Ming responded icily, "Since this little wretch dares to provoke me, he mustn't expect mercy." As he spoke, he seized the brush and ink beside him, and with swift strokes, he crafted a declaration of challenge. "Someone, deliver this letter to that little wretch." A servant promptly entered the room, took the letter, and departed from Yaoyin Pavilion. After completing his task, Chen Ming turned to the jade-like youth and asked, "Brother Li, what of the matter my younger brother mentioned earlier?" Brother Li nodded emphatically and declared in a clear voice, "Very well, I shall promise you." Upon receiving this satisfactory response, Chen Ming's previously sullen expression began to lift. "Chen Yan, you good-for-nothing, I will ensure that you and your father are reunited in a month." Within the Chun family estate, in a tranquil courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments gazed anxiously at the white-haired elder across from him and inquired, "Father, has it still ended in failure?" The elder, however, remained composed, shaking his head as he replied, "In the realm of martial cultivation, each level represents a significant hurdle. It is not easily surmountable. Do not worry excessively. Although I am aging and my vitality wanes, I still have at least a decade left in me." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression softened, and he continued, "Regarding Yan's challenge to that Chen Ming, what are your thoughts, father?" It is important to note that Chen Ming has already attained the 6th level of body refinement, practicing the formidable Taishan technique, and with the guidance of the Grand Elder, he is not someone I can hope to defeat. The middle-aged man harbored doubts about this matter and wished to find a way to intervene. Upon mentioning Yan, the white-haired elder's face softened with paternal affection, only to be replaced by a bittersweet expression as he sighed, "Let Yan proceed. Should any danger arise, I will intervene personally." The middle-aged man shuddered slightly, then comprehended the elder's intent, nodding earnestly, "Rest assured, father. Although my cultivation is somewhat lacking as the head of our clan, I will not neglect this matter." At this moment, a sigh escaped my heart. Within Chen Yan's courtyard, Chun Lurin stood beside him, casting a sympathetic glance toward the haughty youth across from them. "Chen Yan, this is a challenge from my young master. You should hurry over to accept it." Unfazed, Chen Yan did not even glance at the individual, responding coolly, "How dare a mere servant presume to dictate to his master?" It appears the Chen family has truly lost its discipline. However, as a legitimate descendant of the Chen family, I cannot allow anyone to act recklessly within our domain. Luren, break his hand and dispose of him. At these words, Chen Luren shivered slightly, then stepped forward, a menacing expression on his face as he approached the oblivious intruder. "What are you doing?" "I am a servant of young Master Ming." The sound of a bone crunching echoed. Ack. A chilling scream erupted from the courtyard, startling those who had gathered in secret to witness the spectacle. They soon beheld the man who had entered moments earlier being unceremoniously thrown out like a ragged dog. Such audacity was remarkable, after all. He was a servant of the esteemed elder. Not only was it audacious, but it was utterly lawless. Nevertheless, the servant's fate was a result of his own folly. Indeed, a lowly servant, merely relying on the elder's influence, dared to act defiantly toward the disciples of the Chen family. "Silence! You dare speak ill of the elder? Don't let it come back to haunt you." In an instant, the Chen family disciples fell silent, their hearts pondering. Alas, although Chen Yan's actions resonate with the public, as long as the Grand Elder remains, the clan leader will never hold sway. In the minds of the Chen disciples, the title of Grand Elder looms like an imposing mountain, a domineering force that leaves everyone gasping for breath. This reverence stems from the belief that in the Xintian continent, strength reigns supreme. If one's power is formidable enough, they become akin to the heavens, the earth, and the mythos that governs truth. In the courtyard, Chen Yan observed the subservient demeanor of Chen Luren, yet his heart grew increasingly perplexed. Ever since he had instructed Chen Luren to issue a challenge, the latter had remained by his side, assuming the role of a loyal subordinate. Although Chen Yan harbored doubts about the ulterior motives of Chen Luren, he could not bring himself to believe that some innate charm had compelled him to submit. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yan spoke. "Luren, your family oversees the various apothecaries of the Chen clan, so you must possess some knowledge regarding the conditions in the Monghuang mountain range. Do you know where one might find the elusive butian fruit?" Upon hearing the name of the butian fruit, Chen Luren's heart jolted, and his expression shifted dramatically. Just the mention of it revealed the precious nature of this spiritual herb. The butian fruit is famed for its ability to extend life, a rare treasure that no one in the Mingyu city had claimed to possess. Yet, Chen Luren had indeed heard of it, and had even witnessed it with his own eyes. Without concealing anything from young Master Yan, "I must confess that my father possesses a celestial fruit within his collection." Understanding Chen Yan's physical condition, Chen Luren naturally comprehends the reason behind his inquiry regarding this spiritual fruit. Therefore, despite a tinge of reluctance in his heart, Chen Luren spoke earnestly. After all, at this juncture, he had already offended the faction of the Grand Elder, and with his father's guidance, he had long since resolved to follow Chen Yan unwaveringly. However, to his surprise, upon hearing this, Chen Yan shook his head with a smile and remarked, "Luren, there is no need for concern. I merely inquired about this spiritual fruit because I have heard it possesses the ability to extend one's lifespan. Moreover, even if I, Chen Yan, wish to prolong my life, all I need to do is break through to the Qi condensation realm swiftly. There is no necessity for external assistance." As he spoke, Chen Yan wore a radiant smile, exuding an air of confidence that was remarkably persuasive. Even Chen Luren, upon sensing that aura of self-assurance, felt an innate sense that this was indeed the way it should be. Young Master Yin was truly exceptional. After finishing his words, Chen Yan turned to Chen Luren and said, "I plan to engage in combat at the duel arena in the coming days. If you have no matters to attend to, you may remain home to cultivate. Once I confront Chen Ming, I believe he will no longer pose a threat to you." Regarding Chen Yan's arrangement, Chen Luren had no reason to dissent. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a blue ring from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Yan. "Young Master Yan, this is an extra storage spirit ring I possess, containing several bottles of healing elixirs. I kindly request you to accept it." Gazing at the storage spirit ring in his hand, Chen Yan felt a slight sense of solace and nodded, saying, "Thank you. I truly require this item. Also, Lu Ren, you may call me Yin D from now on." Lu Ren's body trembled, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two exchanged a few more words before the sky gradually darkened, prompting Lu Ren to take his leave. Chen Yan then let a drop of blood fall, refining the storage spirit ring, and sat in his room, cultivating and meditating with closed eyes. The following day, draped in a cloak and wearing a lion-headed mask, Chen Yan arrived outside the dueling arena in the north of the city. After casting a glance at the entrance of the arena, he stepped forward, intending to register for a life-and-death duel. Although he now possessed 2 lives, he often found himself falling victim to his opponent's negligence, succumbing to a single punch, and thus lacked substantial combat experience. Hence, the Sword Elder had suggested that he participate in the life-and-death battles within the arena, which would not only hone his martial skills, but also enhance his experience in confronting adversaries. Lost in thought, Chen Yan inadvertently became somewhat distracted, failing to notice someone approaching him until it was too late. "I've got you." An eerie surge of energy emanated from his right arm, directly sealing his cultivation. Startled, he looked up to find an unfamiliar woman before him. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her face as radiant as a peach blossom, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating cunning. Her flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, occasionally swaying in the breeze, creating a picturesque scene against the backdrop of her violet gown. Such beauty is not something that mere mortals possess. Even the fabled fairies pale in comparison. Upon gazing at that enchanting visage, Chen Yan felt his breath stilled, while his heart raced with an intensity that seemed as though it would burst forth from his chest. "Fairy sister, what are you up to?" The term fairy sister instantly transformed his irritation into a light-hearted chuckle. In that moment, Chen Yan perceived that the radiant moon in the sky could not rival her smile. Even the morning sun felt diminished in its presence. As if aware of her own uncharacteristic demeanor, the young woman in purple cleared her throat with a deliberate cough, adopting a facade of seriousness. "You must be Chen Yan. Although you wear a mask, you cannot conceal your identity from my discerning eyes. Tell me, are you up to no good in that attire?" With a huff, she brandished her delicate fist, striking a pose that proclaimed her impressive prowess. For reasons unknown, the anger that had simmered within Chen Yan, arising from a previous betrayal, dissipated in an instant, and a faint blush crept across the features obscured by his mask. I have not committed any wrongdoing," he stammered, mustering all his courage to utter those words. "Ah, so you dare to lie?" Her melodious voice rang out once more, rendering Chen Yan speechless. "Fairy sister, if you do not believe me, feel free to inquire with anyone on the street. I truly have done no wrong." Upon hearing this suggestion, the young woman in purple nodded in acknowledgement, then seized the temporarily incapacitated Chen Yan and led him to a nearby stall. Looking up, he saw, "Oh, what a familiar face we have here. Young lady, the potent elixirs I offer are intended for men, not for young maidens." The burly man, adorned with a thick beard, remarked upon noticing the exquisite young girl accompanied by an oddly dressed individual. "Uncle, I am not here to purchase medicine. I seek to inquire about certain matters." The maiden replied, her voice like a gentle spring breeze, bringing a smile to the man's face as he nodded in agreement. "Speak, dear lady. I shall share all that I know." The girl in the purple attire tilted her head in contemplation before directly asking, "Do you know Chen Yan? Is he truly a nefarious villain?" To this, the bearded man sprang to his feet at the mention of the name. "Chen Yan? Who is not aware of that good-for-nothing? Does he dare to consider himself a villain? Huh. Look at his pale complexion and withered spirit. One must wonder if he is even capable." A raucous laughter erupted from the burly man, unabashedly revealing his contempt. "That cannot be right. Li Lingwei did not portray him in such a light. I must inquire further." With a heavy heart, the girl resolutely approached several passers-by, only to receive the same disheartening response. Dejected, she turned to leave, her spirits mirroring that of Chen Yan, who was similarly disheartened. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily pursued her. "Fair maiden, please do not depart just yet. Why not accompany me and observe whether I might engage in any wrongdoing? Should I truly contemplate malevolence, you could intervene." Chapter 9. The Roaring Lion's first battle outside the gate of the dueling arena. Chen Yi reclined on a chair, basking in the gentle morning sunlight, and yawned in boredom. His uncle, a general of the city lord's mansion, had secured a position as a registrar through this connection, and was later assigned to the dueling arena as a witness for the signing of life-and-death duels. After all, the arena was situated within the city, governed by the city lord's office. Allowing the casual signing of fatal contracts would indeed be a slight to the imperial authority. As he contemplated the menu for lunch, two figures approached, casting shadows that obscured the warm sun. "Greetings, I am here to participate in the life-and-death duel," announced the individual on the right, adorned with a lion-headed mask, first clasping his fists in a respectful bow before speaking in a clear voice. Hearing the youthful tone, Chen Yan pondered. What could compel such a young soul to court death? The courteous demeanor of the stranger dissipated the anger brewing within him, prompting a sigh from Chen Yan as he replied, "Please present your identity token. I need to make a record." Upon noticing the mask worn by the visitor, Chen Yan continued, "Rest assured, your identity will remain confidential, as I represent the city lord's office." The hint of pride in his voice momentarily startled Chen Yan, who then retrieved his identity token. Taking the token, Chen Yan promptly produced a radiant ledger from his storage ring and began to record the details. Chen Yan. A rather fine name. A direct descendant of the Chen family? Goodness, are you not too idle? As he linked the name with the identity information, a prominent figure from Mingyu City surfaced in Chen Yan's mind. So it is he. Recording the information, Chen Yan cast a glance filled with a hint of pity at the figure before him, then spoke. "Choose a code name for yourself, preferably something imposing." Chen Yan, lacking any aptitude for naming, was instead met with a bright voice from a cloaked companion beside him. Since you wear a lion-headed mask, how about Fierce Lion? Quite powerful, isn't it?" With no objections to offer, Chen Yan conceded under Chen Yan's astonished gaze. "Let it be Fierce Lion." As he documented the information, Chen Yan retrieved a black iron token, pointed his right finger, and inscribed the words Fierce Lion. "Go now, your companions may enter the audience area." Accepting the token, Chen Yan and his cloaked companion stepped through the gates of the arena, where a nauseating blend of blood and sweat permeated the air. Yet, the ensuing roars and cheers quickly overshadowed these grim sensations. "Miss Mingwei, you should head to the audience. I must prepare for the duel." Chen Yan gently indicated the left passage. "Yes, Chen Yan, you must be careful," she stammered, and with that, the cloaked woman in purple, Luo Mingwei, departed. Venturing down the right passage, Chen Yan was soon approached by a middle-aged man clad in black. "Are you here to participate in the duel? Hand me the token, and follow me for a cultivation assessment." Unfazed by the man's frigid demeanor, Chen Yan relinquished the token and followed closely behind. As they traversed through a series of closed rooms, the echo of wailing filled the air, casting an ominous atmosphere throughout the corridor. Upon entering a secluded square, Chen Yan was met with the sight of numerous bare-chested men, their bodies marred with scars, alongside a few fiercely spirited women. This spectacle was indeed an eye-opener for Chen Yan, who was experiencing the dueling arena for the first time. "Ah, is that not Mr. Mo? What brings you here with a fledgling to partake in a life-and-death struggle? I wonder if this one can withstand the blows. TSK, should this one perish, your commission will vanish, and your son may even succumb to illness," remarked a similarly clad man in black, blocking Chen Yan's path. He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yan before turning to address the middle-aged man before him with a smile. "Li Kuei, my affairs are none of your concern. Step aside, for I must lead others to test their cultivation," the middle-aged man replied, his eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. "Why be so hasty? For the sake of our past camaraderie, why not allow this individual you brought to compete against my subordinate, the Blood Tiger? Should he triumph, this purple coin shall be yours, providing you with funds for your son's treatment," the man in black proposed, revealing a purple coin in his right hand. His tone laced with temptation. Though the middle-aged man was indeed in need of funds, he could not possibly allow this evidently novice participant to face the Blood Tiger in battle. Such a reckless endeavor was out of the question for him. "Li Kuei, we are merely agents of the dueling arena. We possess no authority to compel others to duel. Please step aside." However, to his astonishment, upon hearing these words, Li Kuei's expression shifted dramatically as he declared fiercely, Emotion, let me tell you, whether you wish to compete or not, today you shall compete." With that, he hurled the purple gold coin in his hand towards the silent Chen Yan. The sharp clang of metal striking metal drew the attention of those nearby, and Chen Yan seized the purple gold coin that had collided with his mask, responding with a light chuckle. "Very well. If you wish to compete, then I shall oblige." At this, Li Kuei burst into hearty laughter. What a lad! Indeed, the young are fearless in the face of danger. "Blood Tiger, come forth. This young man is yours to handle." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted from the dark corner of the plaza, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift dramatically. The air thickened with a nauseating scent of blood, and heavy footsteps reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged before them, a giant standing 3 zhang tall, his sinewy muscles resembling that of a coiled dragon, his chest adorned with numerous scars, each a testament to his prowess and a symbol of bloodshed. "I shall tear you apart." Before Chen Yan could utter a word, the monstrous figure before him unfurled a hand as large as a grinding wheel, reaching towards him. The howling wind accompanied the ferocious aura, striking fear into the hearts of the spectators. Excellent! Witnessing this, Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement rather than fear. His inner energy surged, channeling all his strength into his right fist, unleashing a roar akin to that of a raging bull that reverberated through the air. With a thunderous crash, the clash of power ensued. As fists clashed, a tempestuous wave of energy swept through, stirring the dust from the ground and sending it spiraling in all directions, leaving fine cracks upon the earth. Those spectators who found themselves within proximity were forced to retreat several paces, barely managing to dissipate the overwhelming force. As the dust settled, one could see the figure adorned with a lion's mask standing resolutely in place, while the imposing man across from him, resembling a mythical tiger, surprisingly, knelt on one knee. A spurt of crimson erupted from the giant's mouth, and as Chen Yan moved, the black-clad man behind him fell victim to the chaos. In that instant, the once brazen black-clad man was stripped of all arrogance, replaced by an overwhelming dread as he muttered, "Impossible, impossible, this cannot be." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who had accompanied Chen Yan displayed a countenance of elation, exclaiming loudly, "Mad lion, mad lion, mad lion." The stunned crowd erupted in astonishment, raising their fists in unison, chanting, "Mad lion, mad lion, mad lion." Chapter 10. The offspring of man and demon, who is the Blood Tiger? Few within the arena remain unaware of his notoriety. Although the Blood Tiger has not ascended to the realm of inner softness due to his bloodline, it is precisely this lineage that renders even the most formidable practitioners of both gentleness and ferocity powerless against him. For no one has ever endured even a single strike from the Blood Tiger's immense and untamed strength. This has been the foundation of Li Kuei's confidence. Yet, at this moment, the very scourge who reigns supreme in the arena through sheer force has been wounded by a single punch. The assembled crowd was engulfed in a surreal sensation as disbelief washed over them. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Chen Yan felt the surging vitality within him, and his heart was filled with immense astonishment. Ever since he had cultivated the true martial Xiantian divine skill, his physical prowess had grown exponentially, to the extent that even a formidable opponent like Chun Rang, a master at the pinnacle of inner softness, was vanquished by a single punch. Yet, before him stood a man who, despite merely possessing external strength, could withstand his full-force blow without succumbing to death. While the man's strength was commendable, he lacked finesse. He may intimidate for a fleeting moment, but against a true expert, he would inevitably face defeat. Chen Yan, now acutely aware of his own shortcomings, felt an intensified anticipation for this duel. To withstand my punch and remain unscathed, truly, you are remarkable. Gazing upon the imposing figure before him, Chen Yan expressed his admiration. He then approached the middle-aged man known as Emotion, offering the purple gold coin he held, saying, "This is what you have rightfully earned, esteemed sir. Please accept it." He further requested, "I would also appreciate your assistance in assessing my cultivation." However, upon encountering the man's unwavering gaze, he sincerely expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Lord Mad Lion. Please lead me to the testing of my cultivation. Seeing this, Chen Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he had no intention of intervening in the earlier matter. But the resemblance of Mo Wuxing to his father stirred something within him, and the excessive bullying by Li Kuei compelled him to act. With that, Chen Yan strode towards the obsidian stone tablet at the center of the square, under the watchful eyes of the crowd filled with awe. Simply place your hand upon the palm imprint, Mo Wuxing instructed. Following his guidance, Chen Yan placed his hand upon the towering stone tablet before him. With a resonant hum, the air trembled, and a brilliant light burst forth, revealing an inscription upon the stone tablet. The fourth layer of the body refinement realm. A sharp intake of breath escaped Mo Wuxing as he marveled at the revelation. It was astonishing that one could injure the blood tiger with merely the fourth layer of this realm. As the guide, the stronger the individuals he led, the more victories they achieved, resulting in greater commissions for him. Contemplating this, Mo Wuxing's expression grew increasingly respectful as he addressed, Lord Mad Lion, given your cultivation level, your initial opponent should be of a comparable strength. If you have no further requests, I shall arrange for your opponent forthwith. However, Chen Yan had no desire to face an adversary of equal standing. Yet, it was likely that the duel arena would not consent to a foe of higher cultivation. After some contemplation, Chen Yan responded, an opponent of equal rank will suffice, yet they must possess considerable combat experience. A beast of the same tier would also be acceptable. At this juncture, Chen Yan paused, a wild gleam igniting in his eyes. The demon race inherently possessed formidable physical strength and often bore other terrifying talents, rendering them capable of overwhelming their human counterparts of the same level. Nevertheless, this was precisely Chen Yan's intention. How could he unleash his potential without being pushed to the brink? If he did not place himself in perilous situations, how could he hope to evolve? If his journey required merely a methodical approach to cultivation, how could he expect to advance in power and make a name for himself within the Chen family, or even among the youth of the entire Mingyu city? To achieve success, one must endure what ordinary individuals cannot. The resolute tone elicited a bittersweet smile from Mo Wuxing. Yet the young man before him was indeed the one participating in the duel. Thus, he could only respect the other's choice without interference. Indeed, Lord Mad Lion, I shall approach the boss for approval, Mo Wuxing replied, subsequently departing from the square to arrange for Chen Yan's upcoming battle. Observing the situation around him, Chen Yan made his way towards a corner, the very spot where the man known as Blood Tiger had been stationed. As he traversed the area, others engaged in their exercises swiftly cleared a path, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. In the Xintian continent, strength reigns supreme, particularly in this arena where prowess dictates the rules. How's your injury? Chen Yan inquired, gazing at the burly figure hunched before him. A glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. The giant began, only to be interrupted by a cough that drew blood from the corner of his mouth, indicating the severity of his wounds. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yan retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and offered it to the imposing figure. This is a healing elixir. Please use it to mend your injuries. However, the giant rejected Chen Yan's goodwill, his eyes clouded with despair as he shook his head repeatedly. I have lost. To lose means death. I can only die. Chen Yan had not anticipated such a proclamation from the giant. At that moment, Sword Elder, who had remained silent for a long while, finally spoke. This individual possesses the bloodline of the demon race. He is a fusion of human and demon. Despite his imposing physique at this moment, his actual age is likely younger than yours. His intelligence has yet to fully develop. How can you expect him to comprehend your words? Upon hearing this, Chen Yan began to understand. Unfortunately, the towering man had already been abandoned by Li Kuei after his defeat, no longer cared for by anyone regarding his fate. Contemplating this, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a tinge of compassion. Rest assured, I am here. I shall not allow you to perish. First, take this elixir to heal your wounds. His gentle tone seemed to carry a certain enchantment, causing the burly man to grow quiet. Within a lavishly adorned chamber, Mo Wuxing stood with deference, his expression respectful as he spoke to the individual seated above him. Oh, A fourth-tier body refinement stage can actually injure a blood tiger with a single punch? And he is merely a youth? Upon hearing this, the figure adorned with a silver fox mask became intrigued. Bring me the information on this individual. As soon as the words left his lips, someone in the shadows acknowledged the command. Moments later, a woman clad in form-fitting black attire entered, presenting a booklet to the masked figure. My lord, here is the information on that person. The silver fox masked individual gazed at the details within the booklet, exclaiming in surprise. So it is him. The black-clad woman was taken aback. Her master had never displayed such a loss of composure before. Chapter 11. The duel with the slaughterer. Whatever demands he may have, do your utmost to fulfill them. Should there be matters beyond your capability, simply come to me directly. Since entering the arena, he had never witnessed that esteemed individual speak in such a gentle tone, although the reason remained elusive. This only solidified Mo Wuxing's resolve to cultivate a favorable relationship with the newly arrived Beastmaster, not merely for his own future, but also for his financial prospects. Upon noticing a figure in the corner, Mo Wuxing approached and respectfully stated, Beastmaster, your opponent has been arranged, and here are the details. He produced the meticulously prepared documents. Chen Yan glanced at them, a fierce battle spirit igniting within his eyes. Tu Kuang, a practitioner of the 4th level of body refinement, had formerly served as a squad leader in the Imperial Dynasty's Songlong army, renowned for his mastery of the 7-kill fist. He had participated in 31 life and death duels without a single defeat. The Songlong army was the imperial force that suppressed the northwestern borders, and only those who were at least at the 3rd level of body refinement could enlist. Tu Kuang's ascension to squad leader was a testament to his extraordinary prowess. As for the 7-kill fist, it was a martial technique within the military, classified as a mid-tier skill of the Xian grade. Excellent, he is the one. When shall we begin? Chen Yan inquired impatiently. This seasoned warrior, forged in the crucible of battle, would undoubtedly facilitate his growth. We can commence immediately. Please follow me. Mo Wuxing replied, leading Chen Yan to the arena. The duel arena was a grand circular plaza, encircled by spectator stands, with a colossal square platform at its center. As Chen Yan ascended the platform, a cacophony of murmurs erupted from the audience. This lad is unfamiliar. He seems to be a novice. Look at his frail appearance. He can't be very old. With a sigh of concern, one could only hope he would manage to preserve his life. At that moment, the host of the duel began to speak. In this life and death confrontation, the ferocious lion faces the ruthless slayer. Now, let us welcome the slayer to the arena. The mere mention of the slayer's name sent the atmosphere into a fervent crescendo. Who could possibly be unaware of the slayer's identity? He is an undefeated warrior, a formidable force. Any opponent who has dared to face the slayer has met with a grim fate, typically one marked by excruciating suffering. The thought that this duel would be a tapestry woven with blood and anguished cries quickened the pulses of the battle-hungry spectators, who erupted into hoarse cheers. Slayer! 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 Be cautious, murmured Lu Mingyu, her lips barely moving, and Chen Yan understood her meaning. Nodding in acknowledgement, he turned to behold the slayer emerging amidst the roaring applause. Towering at a striking height of 2 zhang, his body bore scars resembling a spider's web, and his crimson eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood. As if sensing the gaze of his adversary, the slayer smirked arrogantly and made a gesture as if to slit his throat, his eyes brimming with provocation. Witnessing this brazen display, the audience erupted once more into deafening roars. Slayer! 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 With arms outstretched, he pressed downwards, and the cacophony of sounds ceased abruptly. The slayer raised his head, surveying the audience with a maniacal laugh. Ha ha! This time, I shall tear apart that boy's mask and shatter all his limbs, crush his 2 precious jewels. I shall forge my path to supremacy with his blood. In stark contrast, the frail Chen Yan appears woefully inadequate, seemingly destined to be nothing more than a stepping stone on the path of the beast slayer. Witnessing this scene, the moonlit falling, though vociferously calling out the name Beast Slayer, remains drowned in the cacophony of thunderous roars that soar to the heavens, barely stirring a ripple. Prepare, the announcer bellows, and the 2 contenders take their positions in the arena. Chen Yan removes his tightly wrapped cloak, revealing a physique adorned with exquisite and robust muscles, exuding an extraordinary aesthetic. His bronze skin, unmarred by scars or wounds, radiates a sheen of power, embodying vitality and the warmth of the sun. Haha, this lad is not too shabby. I hope he can endure a while longer under the Beast Slayer's onslaught. Only then will this life and death duel hold any intrigue. Meanwhile, a figure clad in a silver fox mask stands aloft, observing the unfolding drama. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this clash? Upon hearing this, a woman in black pondered briefly before responding. Though I am unsure why you hold that young man in such esteem, I still believe the Beast Slayer will triumph. After all, he was somewhat renowned in the Song Wolf army in his day, and with that 7-kill fist being a mid-tier technique of the Xian rank. What can that young man possibly counter with? The black-clad woman's assertion is indeed grounded in reason. To understand, this 7-kill fist is a martial art of the military, specializing in lethal techniques, surpassing the might of typical high-grade mystical martial arts. Though that young lad's origins remain a mystery, he appears to be a mere youth, likely having only mastered high-grade mystical techniques. How could he possibly contend with the ferocious slaughterer? In response, the figure behind the silver fox mask chuckled softly and proposed a wager. How about we place a bet? If that lad triumphs, you shall accompany me tonight. The woman in black felt a flush creep across her cheeks, yet she remained confident of her victory, blushing as she agreed. Since you wish to gamble, I am more than willing. If you lose, you must gift me that spirit silkworm armor. What say you? The silver-masked figure clapped his hands and declared, it is settled. He then entrusted his storage ring and garments to Mo Wuxing, while Chen Yan positioned his feet in a stance, hands raised before him, awaiting the signal to commence. Begin. As the words fell, Tu Kuang let out a thunderous roar, his footwork swift as a tiger and wolf, charging directly at Chen Yan. His fist swung forth, imbued with a potent bloodlust, reminiscent of a Shura emerging from a sea of blood, leaving those nearby feeling lightheaded. Come at me. Chen Yan's expression remained unfazed as he swung his fists, a surge of azure energy coursing through him. His feet melded with the earth, forming a defensive stance akin to an ancient tortoise bearing its armor, steadfast in its defense. The ancient tortoise bears its shell. Boom. Upon the exchange, Tu Kuang immediately sensed the immovable and formidable aura emanating from his opponent, whose absolute defense rendered his punch ineffective. Quite impressive. With a sneer, Tu Kuang transformed his fist into a claw, radiating a chilling crimson light, and aimed for the opponent's Adam's apple. Should he succeed, Chen Yan would surely sustain grave injuries, if not succumb entirely. Chapter 12. The battle for renown. Though Chen Yan endeavored to evade, this being his inaugural encounter, he was caught off guard and received several lacerations upon his neck. Excellent. As he felt the subtle sting of the wounds, rather than dismay, Chen Yan experienced a surge of exhilaration. His opponent, undoubtedly seasoned, executed swift and unpredictable strikes, adeptly identifying the most advantageous point of attack. Retreating several paces, Chen Yan sought to create distance, biding his time for the opportune moment. Having failed with his initial strike, Tu Kuang remained composed, his form darting forward with remarkable speed. During their previous exchange, he had discerned that his adversary had never engaged in combat before. Thus he resolved to hold nothing back in fulfilling his promise, to tear away the mask of his opponent. Clenching his fists, he channeled the martial techniques learned in the military, the crimson malevolence coalescing into a tangible form, resembling a blood-red armor enveloping him. Simultaneously, his aura transformed dramatically, shifting from a mere probing intent into an overwhelming desire to kill. The ferocious momentum of the 7-kill fist surged forth, intent on annihilating all, heaven, earth, and man alike, turning the arena into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing the temperature to plummet. This is splendid. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yan advanced rather than retreated, crouching slightly to harness the true power within him, gathering strength from his dantian, and releasing a powerful punch. The air surged with a tumultuous force, a roar akin to that of a raging beast reverberating through the arena, shattering the sea of blood. With a resounding crash, two fists, imbued with boundless killing intent, and peculiar strength, collided fiercely, sending shockwaves that disheveled their hair. The ground within a 3-foot radius of the stage was upheaved, transforming into flying debris scattered in all directions. What an immense power! Tu Kuang staggered back several steps, suppressing the surge of blood within, effectively dissipating that formidable force. His eyes narrowed like a hawk, and his expression hardened, no longer underestimating the opponent before him. Observing this spectacle, the audience began to discern the underlying truth. Hiss! This young man possesses tremendous strength. No wonder he dares to engage in a life-and-death duel. He possesses some skill. Yet, it is merely brute strength. Once his energy is exhausted, he will be at the mercy of others. The whispers among the spectators were incessant, eliciting a quiet amusement within Mo Wuxing, who stood below. Even the blood tiger would not dare to compare its strength with that of the mad lion. Could Tu Kuang truly match the might of the blood tiger? On the stage, Chen Yan had gauged the opponent's prowess and, with a shift in momentum, abandoned his previous defensive stance to launch an aggressive assault. His steps were steady, his arms brimming with might, relentlessly pounding toward Tu Kuang. Aware of his adversary's formidable strength, Tu Kuang refrained from a direct confrontation, deftly evading and maneuvering. This display provoked a chorus of boos from the audience. They had come to witness a visceral battle, one filled with raw, bloody combat, not to see a cowardly retreat. However, Tu Kuang paid little heed to their discontent, focusing solely on evasion, intent on exhausting his opponent's strength. The intentions of the opponent were not lost on Chen Yan. With a shift in thought, he had already devised a strategy. Stepping forward, his hands enveloped in azure energy, he swung them in a manner that encompassed all directions, sealing off the space of his adversaries. Realizing he could no longer evade, Tu Kuang's eyes sparkled with determination as he leapt towards Chen Yan, with the 7 killing fists. As he closed the distance, his technique had already activated, a faint crimson glow emanating from his arms, unleashing a lethal strike destined to obliterate all. Unfazed, Chen Yan positioned his left hand in front of him, akin to a tortoise donning its shell, with flickering azure radiance surrounding him, exuding an aura of immovability. Aware of the impending attack, Tu Kuang instinctively crouched, attempting to evade and maneuver behind Chen Yan for a surprise assault. However, Chen Yan had anticipated this move. With a deft motion of his right arm, a hidden serpent, lying in wait, struck with deadly precision. The white serpent flicked its tongue, its venomous force piercing Tu Kuang's shoulder, instantly creating a gaping wound the size of a finger, blood cascading to the ground. Caught off guard and grievously wounded, Tu Kuang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he prepared to retreat. Did you not wish to tear my mask apart? I shall grant you this opportunity. With unrelenting force, his right fist surged forth. A resounding impact echoed as blood gushed forth, mingling with shattered fragments of white teeth in the air. Did you not desire to break my limbs? Come then, I offer you this chance. With an unwavering demeanor, he concealed hidden energy within his palms, pressing down upon the staggering Tu Kuang. The sound of a crack resonated through the air. With a softening of his shoulders, both arms seemed to lose all weight and hung limply, evidently having been unburdened. Tu Kuang endured the pain radiating from his shoulders. Still wishing to utter something, at that moment, Chen Yan had already spun into the air. His movements were clean and precise, graceful yet unadorned, causing the watchful eyes of the beautiful Luo Mingwei to sparkle, stirring ripples within her heart. Concealed strength lay in his right leg, and upon landing, he executed a splendid sweeping kick. Bang! Tu Kuang's body toppled heavily to the ground, his calves crushed by an unseen force, the debris beneath him rendering him bloodied and wretched. Spare my life. Feeling the agony of his shattered limbs, Tu Kuang's countenance was a portrait of despair as he lay on the ground, wailing for mercy. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yan appeared to soften. Yet the masked figure observing him from the shadows merely shook his head. Alas, in the art of combat, one cannot afford to show mercy. If not eradicated promptly, he would surely become a future menace. Many spectators present echoed the fervor, shouting, "Kill him! Quickly, kill him! Kill, kill, kill!" The cacophony of cries sent a chill through Tu Kuang. These onlookers had come to witness a life-and-death duel. How could they revel in a spectacle devoid of bloodshed? Glancing at the lion-masked figure across from him, Tu Kuang bowed his head, a fleeting glint of determination flashing in his eyes. To death. He hurled a handful of rubble towards his opponent, not pausing to witness the outcome, and with a swift motion of his right arm, he struck the ground, launching himself into a fierce assault against the figure before him, like a ferocious tiger pouncing upon its prey, or a pack of wolves tearing into flesh. The sudden scene astonished all who witnessed the commotion upon the stage. Just as the rampaging beast was about to strike, the figure adorned with a lion's mask calmly uttered, "I was contemplating whether to eliminate you, but it now appears to be quite necessary." No sooner had the words left his lips than he pivoted, launching a powerful kick that resonated with a thunderous crack. Blood and viscera scattered in the air, causing an unsettling chill to sweep over the assembled men. The once arrogant beast was sent flying from the arena, reduced to the likeness of a lifeless dog, devoid of any vitality. This was swiftly followed by a chorus of enthusiastic cheers echoing throughout the venue. Frenzied lion, frenzied lion, frenzied lion. With this battle, the name Frenzied Lion resounded throughout the dueling arena. Chapter 13. Do you wish to die? Standing alone on the stage, Chen Yan surveyed his surroundings with the intensity of a predator. Wearing the lion's mask, his flowing black hair danced wildly, and against the backdrop of the fallen beast, he exuded an aura of formidable power. This spectacle ignited another wave of thunderous applause from the audience. Frenzied lion, frenzied lion, frenzied lion. This young contender, making his debut, had evidently supplanted the former beast place in their hearts. Chen Yan acknowledged the spectators with a nod towards Luo Mingwei in the audience before leaping down from the stage, departing the arena alongside Mo Wuxing. "So, it seems you have lost," remarked the figure in the silver fox mask, a subtle smile forming beneath the concealment of his mask as he turned to his companion. Clad in black, Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet her heart brimmed with confusion as she softly inquired, "My lord, what martial technique did that ferocious lion just employ? It appears to be versatile in both offense and defense, undoubtedly of considerable rank. I have yet to witness such a technique in the entire Mingyu city." Upon hearing this, the individual behind the silver fox mask shook his head and replied, "I too have never encountered this martial art, but it should be classified as a high-grade Xian-level technique. However, that young man has merely not mastered it fully." High-grade Xian level? He was taken aback. In all of Mingyu City, aside from the three prominent families, only her lord possessed a martial technique of such caliber. Given that the technique employed by the opponent was unfamiliar, it must have been passed down by a distinguished master. With this realization, he began to comprehend why her lord held this young man in such high regard. As she spoke, the masked figure cast a wary glance towards a certain area of the duel arena before turning to depart. Returning to the resting square, Chen Yan retrieved a healing elixir from his spiritual ring and consumed it, commencing a meditative process to refine its essence. Although he had vanquished that savage killer, he was not unscathed. His victory was solely due to his enduring stamina and formidable strength. Particularly concerning were the several blood marks left on his neck, one of which harbored a mysterious force that incessantly eroded his bloodline, causing him great alarm. Nonetheless, the true martial Xian Tian true art, imparted by the Sword Elder, proved its worth. After cycling through several rounds of energy, it not only dispelled the foreign power but also replenished the nearly depleted strength within his dantian. With a sigh of relief, he continued his recuperation. It was my inaugural confrontation with another, devoid of any prior experience, which led to my initial downfall. Although my opponent possessed considerable combat expertise, my own strength was formidable. The adage, "even a blind cat can catch a rat," aptly applies here. Prior to the skirmish, my fury was incited by that vicious butcher, and I failed to maintain a tranquil heart, resulting in my energy being significantly depleted during my reckless assaults. My martial skills remain underdeveloped, as my proficiency with the turtle and snake release technique is limited to merely 2 moves. Further practice is essential. Just as Chen Yan closed his eyes to reflect upon the recent battle, he was interrupted by the hurried sound of footsteps. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Mo Wuxing approaching with a distressed expression. Upon hearing the inquiry from Lord Lion, Mo Wuxing felt compelled to divulge the events that had transpired. It turned out that, according to the customary practices of the duel arena, Each victor of a life and death duel is rewarded with monetary compensation and medicinal elixirs. In some cases, particularly for those of profound cultivation, martial techniques and methods may also be bestowed as rewards. Based on Chen Yan's recent duel, he was entitled to receive 3 body-refining pills and 20 gold coins. However, the steward, Li, unjustly reduced his rewards to a mere single body-refining pill and 10 gold coins. Citing that Lord Lion was a newcomer, Chen Yan pondered this, wondering how it was possible that he and the steward had never met. Yet he seemed to target him specifically. He was not foolish. Such a rationale was transparently deceitful. To his surprise, Mo Wuxing, upon hearing his remarks, merely shook his head with a wry smile and said, "My lord, you have indeed offended him." "Oh, how so?" Chen Yan's confusion deepened. Continuing, the reasons articulated by Mo Wuxing inevitably caused Chen Yan to shake his head in amusement. "Dear sir, you may not be aware that Tu Kuang was brought into the arena by Steward Li. After you eliminate Tu Kuang, not only will Steward Li lose a formidable asset, but his commission will also suffer. Severing a person's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their kin. This principle is not lost on Chen Yan. Should this matter remain unresolved, he will undoubtedly face repercussions from the other party in the future." Contemplating this, a fierce look appeared on Chen Yan's face. To dare seize what is mine is tantamount to courting death. Take me to find Steward Li. I wish to speak with him privately. The seemingly mundane words fell upon Mo Wuxing's ears, causing his lips to twitch as though he wished to interject. Yet, upon reflecting on the strength of the individual before him and the established rules of the arena, he ultimately chose to remain silent. "Lord Mad Lion, please follow me." With that, the two departed from the square. In a lavishly adorned chamber, Steward Li reclined in a wrought-tin chair, delicately savoring spirit tea from a purple clay pot. "Steward, you have withheld half of the reward for that Mad Lion. Is there not a risk in that?" inquired a gaunt middle-aged man, stroking his goatee with a hint of hesitation. To this, Steward Li waved his hand dismissively, snorting derisively, "He is but a mere loose cultivator. While he possesses some skill, does he truly believe he can offend me? Spare me the talk of rules. In this place, I am the rule. If he dares to act presumptuously, I assure you he will leave with not even a single copper coin." The imposing words uttered dissipated the middle-aged man's concerns entirely. Indeed, Manager Li was not mistaken. Though merely a steward, he was backed by the dueling arena, and even the 3 great families and the Lord's mansion dared not show him disrespect. This raging lion, having come to participate in a life and death duel, was presumably an unaffiliated martial artist without any backing. Did he truly dare to offend the dueling arena? Oh, Manager Li was indeed formidable. However, no one had ever managed to seize anything from my raging lion. Before the last word had escaped his lips, the door to the room was shattered by an overwhelming force, and a figure donned in a lion-headed mask burst in, exuding a fierce aura. With calculated steps, he approached Manager Li. Observing the panic-stricken expression on Li's face, Chen Yan patted him lightly and leaned closer, whispering ominously, "Do you believe that you may keep your life, yet have no means to spend it?" A threat. A blatant threat. With a loud crash, the purple clay pot slipped from Li's grasp and fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound. The sudden turn of events rendered Manager Li momentarily speechless, his mind frozen. Having spent over a decade in the dueling arena, no one had ever dared to treat him with such blatant disrespect. It was a direct affront to his authority. Once he regained his composure, Manager Li swung his right hand, intent on teaching this insolent youth a lesson. He was also a martial artist at the 4th level of body refinement. How could he possibly be defeated by this brat? Yet, before he could react, the youth, still adorned with the lion mask, had already made his move. Grasping Li's rotund neck with his right hand, he effortlessly lifted the hefty man, who weighed at least 300 pounds, with a single hand. "Do you wish to perish?" Chapter 14, Conspiracy and Scheming. Do you wish to perish? Years of indulgence have dulled his courage as a martial artist, and upon hearing Chen Yan's menacing threat, his body trembled uncontrollably. I implore you to spare me this once." Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from his opponent, Manager Li was filled with trepidation and wisely pleaded for mercy. "Spare you? If I were to forgive you, What would prevent you from harboring resentment and hiring someone to take my life? It is far better to eliminate the root of the problem by ending your existence once and for all. What do you think? A flash of sharpness ignited in Chen Yan's eyes, unwavering and fixated on the notion of bloodshed, internally cursing the youth's arrogance. Manager Li understood his own precarious position and could only hope that his subordinates would swiftly summon assistance while he spoke sweetly to buy time. Great Lord of the Wild Lions, it is my folly not to recognize your stature, and I have wronged you. Please, grant me your mercy. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a child in need of nurturing. You cannot take my life. If not, just consider me a mere insect and let me go. Though grasped by the throat, Manager Li remained undeterred, chattering incessantly. Chen Yan was well aware of the other's intentions, yet this was precisely his aim. According to his knowledge, the dueling arena's renown in Mingyu City stemmed not only from its inherent qualities but also from the meticulous nature of its proprietor. One must resolutely avoid actions that contravene the law of the land and steadfastly refrain from deeds that violate moral principles. By adhering to such conduct, one will undoubtedly leave no trace for others to exploit. However, if, at this moment, there exists an individual in the duel arena who unjustly withholds rewards and disrupts the established order, how might the master of the arena respond? Even with a lenient punishment, it is certain that the position of Manager Li would be forfeited. Moreover, Chen Yan's machinations extend beyond mere personal grievances. They harbor deeper intentions. At this juncture, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the air, accompanied by a cold, stern admonition. What are you doing? The moment this voice rang out, Chen Yan felt the very space around him solidify, as if the weight of the heavens bore down upon him, relentlessly pressuring his feeble spirit, compelling him to kneel in submission. A true master of the true vigor realm? Indeed, it was a genuine master of the true vigor realm. Only such a formidable being possesses the capacity to commune with the heavens, harnessing the celestial forces to impose their will upon others. As he sensed this overwhelming pressure, Chen Yan's heart roared defiantly. The immense weight compelled his true energy to awaken autonomously. No one shall compel my submission. I shall shatter the fetters of the cosmos. I shall seize command of my own destiny. I shall attain eternal life and ascend to the imperial throne. A misty azure luminescence materialized outwardly, exuding an aura of antiquity, strength, nobility, and dominion. In the void, an eerie sound akin to a bull's roar reverberated. As this aura manifested, the oppressive force of the heavens seemed to encounter an extraordinarily terrifying presence, instantly dissipating like melting snow, as if it had never existed. A thunderous sound echoed within Chen Yan's mind, heralding a transformation within him. The previously slender dark energy, akin to a hair's breadth, surged as if invigorated by a potent elixir, rapidly expanding to match the formidable size of his own physical strength in an instant. Achieving the 6th level of body refinement in a single stride, he stifled the exhilaration bubbling within him and cast his gaze across the way. A striking woman clad in black martial attire approached, her eyes glimmering with an unusual brilliance. What are you doing? Upon noticing the emaciated middle-aged man trailing behind, Manager Li felt a surge of joy, realizing that his subordinate had summoned this esteemed individual. A thought struck him, and he shouted, Lady E, please save me. This mad lion is threatening me to procure additional elixirs. He shows utter disregard for your authority. Please, eliminate this rogue and uphold the dignity of our duel arena. With a few simple words, he deftly ascribed to Chen Yan the grave accusations of coercing a manager and disrespecting the esteemed lady, violating the rules of the duel arena. As Chen Yan listened, his expression remained unchanged, yet he tightened his grip ever so slightly. Cough, cough, help me. Manager Li flailed his arms towards the sky, his mind clouded, nearly gasping for breath. Witnessing Li's pitiable state, the woman known as E felt a twinge of displeasure, but nevertheless stated, release him for now. However, upon hearing her words, Chen Yan remained motionless, seemingly oblivious, which only intensified Manager Li's exhilaration. This insolent youth dared to disregard Lady Yi's command. He was truly doomed. Upon witnessing this, Yi's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention towards the youth adorned with a lion-headed mask, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. My lord, do not take offense. It is merely that this stewardly harbors ill intentions and seeks to bring harm upon you, which compelled me to restrain him to prevent any injury to your esteemed self." Suddenly, Mo Wuxing, who had remained silent, could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! Such ridiculous fabrications! This steward Li is merely at the 4th level of body refinement. He cannot even best you, let alone the formidable Yi, a true master of the true gang realm." Not only did Mo Wuxing break into laughter, but even the gaunt middle-aged man, a subordinate of Steward Li, could not suppress his amusement. A glimmer of mirth flickered in Yi's eyes as he inquired. Before Chen Yan could speak, Mo Wuxing cleared his throat and recounted the events that had transpired in detail. Upon hearing that Steward Li had illicitly withheld rewards, Yi's expression transformed instantaneously, akin to a piercing cold wind, merciless and frigid. "Is that so?" The gaunt middle-aged man trembled under Yi's icy gaze, inwardly cursing Steward Li. However, weighing his options, he nodded and said, "My lord Yi, what Mo Wuxing claims is indeed true. Though Steward Li was his superior, this incident would undoubtedly jeopardize his position, thus leaving the steward's role to fall into his hands." The atmosphere was charged with shock, immense shock. Not only did Steward Li's eyes reveal resentment, but even Chen Yan was taken aback by the words of Li's subordinate. Indeed, in the bustling world, all are driven by self-interest. A mere steward's position could incite treachery in the hearts of men. Li Guan was indeed lacking in discernment. However, given the outcome, it could be deemed a fitting consequence for his actions. As thoughts swirled, Chen Yan came to a realization, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Though Yi was a woman, she had witnessed enough of such matters to understand the underlying reasons. It was true that Li Guan had embezzled rewards. Yet the truth spoken by the gaunt middle-aged man was also valid. This complication made it difficult to resolve. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, the perceptive Chen Yan stepped forward. "Lord Yi, Li Guan has violated the rules of the dueling arena by unlawfully withholding rewards. Moreover, this individual, being an informed party, failed to report the misconduct in a timely manner and instead aided in the wrongdoing, only to strike from behind when the situation turned dire. This behavior is utterly reprehensible." Chen Yan gestured towards the irate, gaunt man. Both individuals were driven by greed. Allowing them to remain in the dueling arena would undoubtedly erode its decorum. As for Mr. Mo Wuxing, he is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Perhaps it would be prudent to appoint him as the steward. Upon the conclusion of this statement, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, filled with a mix of joy and concern. Yi furrowed her brow in contemplation, recognizing that this arrangement was indeed the most suitable. It relieved her of the burden of dealing with the villains, while simultaneously expelling the two rule breakers from the dueling arena, thereby preserving its authority. Nevertheless, she felt an unsettling sense that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. After a moment of contemplation, Yi ultimately acquiesced to the suggestion, her cold gaze directed at Manager Li and the tall, thin middle-aged man. Her chilling words heralded the fate of the two. "No, Lady Yi, you cannot do this," protested Manager Li, who had been cast aside. "I have toiled in the dueling arena for over a decade. While I may lack merit, my hard work should count for something." The emaciated middle-aged man, filled with resentment, glared fiercely at Chen Yan. However, to their astonishment, the once mild-mannered Yi's expression abruptly turned frigid upon hearing their words. "Breaking the rules is breaking the rules. It is precisely because of your hard work that I have refrained from imposing penalties. Otherwise, do you think you could leave so easily?" Her icy tone sent a shiver down Manager Li's spine, and he recalled the regulations of the dueling arena. Casting a glance at Chen Yan, he turned and departed. The gaunt middle-aged man, with a furious stomp, followed closely behind him. "Mo Wuxing, from this day forth, you shall be the steward responsible for rewards. I hope you do not forget the lesson just learned," Yi said, her demeanor grave as she regarded the agitated Mo Wuxing. She then turned her attention to the young man adorned with a lion-headed mask. This young man, esteemed by her, had not only demonstrated remarkable prowess in battle, but also displayed exceptional acumen in handling the recent situation. She sensed that everything that transpired had been anticipated by him. Li Hongming is a collateral of the Li family. Be wary, for you have now drawn his ire. After a brief reminder, he turned and left, leaving Chen Yan deep in contemplation. How fortuitous it is, he mused, to encounter the Li family at this moment. Li Hongming is the name of the steward of the Li household, which, alongside the Chen family, constitutes one of the three prominent clans of Mingyu City. Even more coincidentally, Chen Ming's mother is the sister of the current head of the Li family. If he wishes to see the Chen family ascend, he must first displace the elder faction before eventually confronting the Li family. The stronger the adversary, the more invigorated I become. Let me stir the waters of Mingyu City, as it will surely benefit my endeavor to reap rewards from the chaos. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Emma Wuxing stepped forward, his expression grave. He bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Mad Lion, for appointing me as steward. Should you have any commands in the future, I, Mo, will not hesitate to comply." Though he was a man of integrity, he was not foolish. He recognized that the individual before him would be his pillar of support in times to come. Chen Yan, observing this, nodded in affirmation and waved his hand, saying, "No need for excessive courtesy. One must be strong in their own right to forge ahead. Your appointment as steward is a testament to your capabilities." With that, Chen Yan prepared to depart. Emma Wuxing, realizing this, hurriedly searched the room and handed over the elixirs and gold coins that Chen Yan had won. Upon reaching the spectator area, Chen Yan discovered that Luo Mingyue had already left. Suppressing a pang of disappointment, he exited the dueling arena. Today, he had another crucial matter to attend to. "Hey, Mad Lion, wait. Your companion left you a letter." Upon exiting the dueling arena, Qin Yi produced a letter and placed it into the hands of the individual before him, who wore a lion-headed mask, regarding him with a gaze filled with curiosity. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yan's spirits soared, and he hastily tore open the letter. "Chen Yan, I am still uncertain whether you are a villain. Therefore, tomorrow, I shall continue to follow you." The elegant script stirred ripples within the young man's heart, leaving him in a state of tumultuous contemplation. "Thank you, esteemed sir. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." After carefully sealing the letter and placing it solemnly into his spatial ring, Chen Yan expressed his gratitude and turned to depart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night enveloped the world. Chen Yan sat in the courtyard, cultivating his true essence and refining the medicinal power. Under the weight of the pressure he had faced that day, his cultivation had suddenly surged to the 6th layer of body refinement, reaching the pinnacle of internal softness. However, his foundation inevitably exhibited signs of slight instability. Fortunately, the body-refining elixir he had obtained today could help solidify his progress. As he sensed the gradually stabilizing energies within him, Chen Yan pondered deeply. To advance further, he needed to merge the vigorous and subtle energies, forging them into one. Only then could he attain the 3rd minor realm of body refinement, harmonizing hardness and softness. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Chen Yan approached and opened it. "Yin Xiao, Yin Di, we have discovered the whereabouts of Li Hongming. He is at the Miaoying Pavilion." The visitor was none other than Chen Luren, who, upon noticing the slight furrow in Chen Yan's brow, finally changed his address. "In that case, let us go and take a look," Chen Yan replied. With that, the two donned their cloaks, concealed their presence, and swiftly exited the Chen residence, heading towards the Miaoying Pavilion. Within a certain chamber of the Miaoying Pavilion, 3 familiar figures are engaged in conversation. One among them, a slender man, lifts a cup of wine, his face adorned with a forced smile, and leans towards the portly gentleman across from him, saying, "Master Li, it was my greed that clouded my judgment today, leading me to commit such an act." However, to his dismay, the esteemed Master Li remains unmoved, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the remaining companion interjects, "After all, it was that wild lion who instigated today's incident. Brother Chow is also a victim in this matter." Upon hearing these words, Master Li straightens himself, coldly declaring, "Since Brother Li Kuei has spoken, I shall grant you a favor. Remember this. Should you err again in the future, take heed of your own life." Despite the threatening tone of Master Li, Brother Chow displays no signs of displeasure, promptly nodding and bowing, assuring, "Rest assured, Master Li, from now on, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west. I shall certainly follow your lead with unwavering loyalty." Hearing such earnest promises, Master Li's ire dissipates, allowing him to set aside the matter and turn his attention to another issue. You are all aware of the events that transpired today. That wild lion not only tarnished Brother Li Kuei's reputation, but also caused both myself and Brother Chow to lose our positions. If we do not avenge this grievance, how can we maintain our standing in the illustrious city of Mingyu? Li Kuei slammed his wine glass heavily onto the table, expressing his deep resentment. Even the mild-mannered Chow, known as Chow Laudi, wore an expression of bitterness. In Chapter 16, Mistaken Identity, within the enchanting confines of the Miaoying Pavilion, the incident with the savage lion had, unexpectedly, drawn the three of them closer together. They all understood the adage that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The lean middle-aged man, referred to as Chow Laudi, rose to his feet, his face betraying his animosity as he inquired, "What are your intentions for avenging this grievance, Master Li?" Unlike the other two, although Master Li had lost his position, he remained a member of the Li family, while Li Kuei was still entrenched in the arena of combat. It was Chow, who came from a less distinguished background and had suffered the greatest loss, who was most invested in this matter. Observing Chow's fervor, Master Li's anger became evident, and he coldly remarked, "Since this savage lion dares to trample upon me, he should prepare for his demise. Let it be known who truly holds dominion over the Mingyu city." Naturally, Master Li, hailing from one of the three prominent families, possessed such audacity. However, to bring this plan to fruition, he required the assistance of his younger brother, Li Kuei. As he spoke, Master Li's gaze fell upon Li Kuei. Feeling the weight of that stare, Li Kuei was taken aback, a bitter smile crossing his face. He had merely intended to teach the savage lion a lesson, never anticipating that Master Li would demand a life in retribution. Although reluctant to intervene, upon witnessing the gradually cold gaze of the other party, Li Kuei wisely spoke up, "Master Li, if there is anything you require of your humble brother, please speak candidly." Even though he anticipated the forthcoming arrangement, a chill suddenly enveloped his heart upon hearing Master Li's next instructions. "All I need is for you, Li Kuei, to lure that wild lion out of the duel arena. The rest shall be managed by me." To entice him out of the duel arena? Would that not implicate the higher-ups behind the arena, suggesting that this wild lion's predicament was linked to him? Such an act would undoubtedly violate the rules of the duel arena. Drawing in a sharp breath, Li Kuei was about to refuse when he caught sight of what Master Li had produced, causing his expression to shift. Noticing the glimmer of avarice in the other's eyes, Master Li smiled inwardly and said, "What do you think? Here are 10 body refinement pills, sufficient for you to elevate your cultivation to the 6th layer of body refinement." As he spoke, the white jade box was placed upon the table. Within it lay 10 plump, pale yellow pills, quietly resting and exuding a faint fragrance that quickened the breathing and heartbeats of the other two individuals. "Very well, I accept." Since the wild lion had offended Master Li, his impending demise was a fitting consequence. The resolute declaration from Li Kuei resonated, solidifying the resolve of the other two. Just as Master Li was about to articulate something, a burst of laughter echoed from outside. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. I never imagined that in your quest to eliminate the wild lion, you, Li Hongming, would be willing to invest such resources. 10 body refinement pills, even I find myself somewhat tempted." Suddenly, a boisterous laughter erupted, causing the expressions of the three present to shift dramatically as they turned their gaze toward the closed door. The door swung open, revealing a young man with a sallow complexion, clapping his hands, accompanied by a boy with a donkey-like face. The sallow-faced youth appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Despite his imposing aura, his attire consisted of nothing more than plain coarse cloth. As for the donkey-faced boy, there was something vaguely familiar about him. A spark of realization flashed in Li Ye's mind, and he became visibly excited, as if he had just recalled something significant. He promptly rose to his feet and clasped his fists, inquiring, May I ask if you are the esteemed young Master Chen Luren of the Chen family? As a member of the Li family, Li Yi was intimately acquainted with the affairs of Mingyu City. Although this donkey-faced youth was merely a collateral disciple of the Chen family, his father, Chen Yuliang, was the foremost figure among the collateral branches, overseeing all of the Chen family's apothecaries, wielding considerable power. In contrast, Li Hongming, though also a collateral disciple of the Li family, was scarcely worthy of being compared to him. Once upon a time, he had even regarded Chen Yuliang as a role model in his own pursuits. Thus, upon encountering young Master Chen Luren, he was taken aback, even feeling a tinge of delight. However, as he beheld the sallow-faced youth before him, Li Ye's thoughts began to churn, leading him to various speculations. Young Master Chen Luren had entered alongside this seemingly ordinary boy, yet it appeared that the latter held the primary significance. Could it be that this boy possessed a hidden identity? Rumors had it that young Master Chen Luren was on amicable terms with Chen Ming, the son of the elder of the Chen family. Could this boy be the esteemed young Master Chen Ming? If that is indeed the case, then he shares a familial bond with the young lad. It is worth noting that the sister of the patriarch of the Li family married the elder of the Chen family, thereby establishing a connection between the two clans. Contemplating this, Master Li hastily approached the pale-faced youth and bowed deeply, saying, "I am Li Hongming, a distant relative of the Li family, and I pay my respects to young Master Chen Ming." Turning to Li Kuei and Brother Chao, he commanded with authority, "You too, hurry over and pay your respects to young Master Chen Ming." Startled from their stupor by his call, the two rushed forward, bowing and exclaiming, "We humbly greet young Master Chen Ming." However, the trio, bent in deference, remained oblivious to the peculiar smile in the young man's eyes and the mocking expression on Chen Luren's face. Li Hongming, how did you come to know that I am Chen Ming?" The amused inquiry reached Master Li's ears, emboldening him to lift his gaze. A look of ingratiation adorning his features as he replied, "In the city of Mingyu, who does not know the illustrious name of young Master Chen Ming? Furthermore, your formidable presence suggests that you wield power and occupy a high position. Even if I were blind to your stature, it would be impossible for me to mistake you." As his words fell, Master Li observed the pale-faced youth displaying a look of approval, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, you rotund fellow. While your cultivation may be lacking, your ability to discern character is commendable. Though I am clad in humble attire, you are still able to perceive my extraordinary aura, which demonstrates your keen insight." Upon hearing these words, not only did Chen Luren behind him reveal a smile, but even the old swordsman could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, in all my years, this is the first time I have encountered such a fool." Little did they know that, in comparison to the identity of a direct descendant of the Chen family, he preferred to hear another title bestowed upon him. Although Li Hongming was perplexed, his desire to curry favor with the individual before him compelled him to inquire, "What is your other title, young man?" Then, from the lips of the yellow-faced youth came a gentle utterance of two words, words that neither Li nor his companions had anticipated. In that instant, they were struck by disbelief, as if they had fallen into a trance. For those two words were, "Mad Lion," the one they had assumed to be a rogue martial artist. A mad lion they believed they could toy with at will. Any rational individual would never conceive that the person engaged in life-and-death duels in the arena was, in fact, a noble scion of the esteemed Chen family. As reality dawned upon them, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped their hearts, and their formerly stooped figures began to tremble uncontrollably. They had dared to harbor murderous intent towards this individual. Moreover, their scheme was overheard by this individual. Were they weary of life itself? Particularly the one who proudly claimed to hail from the Li family, the distinguished Li Hongming, felt the gravity of the situation far more profoundly than his two companions. It was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that the fierce lion was but the embodiment of Master Chen Ming? How audacious of me to brazenly declare my intent to eliminate the lion. Such folly. It bears noting that Master Chen Ming's mother is the sister of their clan's patriarch. How could a mere distant relative dare to plot against the patriarch's own nephew? This was akin to disturbing a dragon in its lair. Such an act would lead to inevitable demise. Master Chen Ming, if you would grant me mercy, I am prepared to offer any price. I possess a villa in the eastern part of the city, along with 300 purple gold coins and a mid-tier profound technique. Should you choose to spare my life, I am willing to present all of it to you. With a clang, the once arrogant Li Hongming collapsed to the ground like a defeated dog, prostrating himself and repeatedly knocking his head against the floor. In an instant, the beast-skin carpet beneath him was stained crimson with blood. Ignoring the storage spirit ring at his feet, the pale-faced youth turned his gaze to the two individuals behind Li Hongming. Please, spare our lives. Sensing the weight of that gaze, Li Kuei and his companion's hair stood on end as they immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Their fear was palpable, coursing through them to their very bones. Yet, at that moment, something astonishing occurred, leaving the crowd in utter shock. Before him, the once kneeling Master Li revealed a fierce glint in his eyes as he rose. A crimson energy emanating from his right palm, aimed at the back of the retreating Chow. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed as the frail, middle-aged man's head burst like a ripe watermelon, crimson and milky fluids spilling forth, accompanied by a foul stench that permeated the room. Subsequently, Master Li turned his gaze towards Li Kuei, who was now trembling in fear. Master Li, what are you planning? Li Kuei stammered, his eyes wide with terror. Even Chen Luren, standing nearby, wore an expression of disbelief. The only one unfazed amidst the chaos was the pale-faced youth, who appeared to have anticipated this turn of events. Calmly observing the unfolding scene, you two dare to sow discord between me and young Master Chen, attempting to frame him for your schemes. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. Prepare to meet your end. Master Li's demeanor shifted drastically, his words imbued with righteous indignation as he laid the blame for the plot against the ferocious lion squarely upon Li Kuei and his companion. Li Kuei, not lacking in intelligence, grasped the implications of this accusation. It was clear that if Master Li wished to appease young Master Chen, he would need to present them as scapegoats to absolve himself. Realizing this, the previously questioning Li Kuei now harbored murderous intent. His fists clenched as he charged at Master Li. As a practitioner of the fourth tier of body refinement, he was no weaker than his opponent. His tiger roar fist unleashed a tempestuous force, resonating with the might of a descending tiger, filling the room with the sound of a low, thunderous roar. The dark energy enveloped the surroundings, and despite unleashing all his might, Master Li found himself momentarily unable to subdue his opponent. In such dire circumstances, the advantages of a high-tier martial technique became evident. Li Kuei practiced a technique that was merely of the lowest grade, his internal strength only marginally superior to that of an ordinary warrior. In contrast, Master Li, as a member of the Li family's collateral line, cultivated a technique of the low-grade Xian tier with a profound and extensive energy channel, far surpassing that of his adversary. In just a brief moment, Li Kuei already found himself at a disadvantage. Li Hongming, do you dare to kill me? The authorities of the duel arena will not let you go unpunished. Straining against his fatigue, Li Kuei executed a black tiger pouncing heart move, forcing his opponent back, seizing the opportunity to shout. At that moment, he was still a participant in the duel arena, unlike that brother Chow, who had lost his position. Thus, if anything were to happen to him, the duel arena would undoubtedly pursue the matter to the end. The duel arena? Such arrogance. Who here witnessed me killing you? Moreover, even if the duel arena became aware of this incident, would they dare to question the Li and Chen families? Disdainful, Master Li's dissatisfaction with the duel arena erupted entirely within him. You, Li Hongming, may you meet a most unfortunate end. As he beheld the iron fist approaching, Li Kuei's face contorted with resentment, and he let out a furious scream before he and Brother Chow descended together into the abyss. Watching the two lifeless bodies, Master Li wore a bitter smile before approaching the pale-faced youth. Young Master Chen Ming, I have dispatched those two instigators. I implore you to spare my life. Before him, the young man with a sallow complexion wore an expression of astonishment and sighed helplessly. If you seek to have Chen Ming forgive you, you have indeed approached the wrong person. After a brief pause, the young man uttered another statement that rendered Master Li utterly speechless. When did I claim to be Chen Ming? What? You are not young Master Chen Ming? Then how is it that Chen Luren is by your side? At that moment, the sallow-faced youth gently patted his shoulder, wearing a countenance of consolation as he spoke. Alas, you have mistaken the person. I am not Chen Ming. As for the Chen Ming you mentioned, there exists a certain enmity between us. However, rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to him. I hope you do not misidentify someone again in the future. What? You have enmity with young Master Chen Ming? What have I done? In an instant, Master Li's complexion transformed into a shade of gold and purple, and he spat out a mouthful of exceedingly precious blood. The crimson, tinged with gold, splattered against the pristine wall, leaving behind mottled stains. Li Hongming's eyes glazed over, his steps faltering as he murmured, "How foolish I have been. It was all my own cleverness that led to this. In the end, my wit has led to my own downfall. Truly, I have brought this upon myself." With a muffled groan, his corpulent body crashed heavily to the ground, eyes wide open but devoid of any glimmer of life. Li Hongming had, astonishingly, been driven to death by his own anger. Alas, it is indeed true that one cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds. Shaking his head, the pale-faced youth feigned profundity, shedding a few crocodile tears before stowing away his spoils and turning to depart with Chen Luren. Chapter 18. A genuine windfall. Upon exiting the Miaoying Pavilion, Chen Yan ambled down the street, with Chen Luren silently following behind, seemingly lost in contemplation. Li Hongming initially misidentified me as Chen Ming, and subsequently, out of fear of Chen Ming's influence, he resorted to eliminating the two individuals. This is hardly a perplexing situation. In our prominent families, such occurrences are not uncommon. A soft voice pierced the silence, startling Chen Luren, who then nodded in agreement. His father, hailing from a collateral branch, had managed to oversee the Chen family's numerous apothecaries and had witnessed his fair share of internal betrayals and conflicts. Although he had heard tales of such events from his father, witnessing it firsthand elicited a different sentiment within him. He had prepared himself for a fierce confrontation. Yet to his astonishment, the opposing faction fell into disarray, leading to the demise of one from sheer frustration. Consequently, Chen Luren felt a twinge of disinterest. However, as he recalled Chen Yan's remarkable composure regarding the night's unfolding events, a sense of awe washed over him. Could it be that all of this was within Yan's foresight? At this thought, Chen Luren gasped, directing a gaze imbued with reverence towards the fragile figure ahead. If indeed everything had been anticipated by Yan, it would be utterly formidable. Even the esteemed elder would likely find himself unable to contend with Yin in the future. Suppressing the astonishment within, Chen Luren inquired, "Yindi, where shall we go now?" To his surprise, Chen Yan responded with a light-hearted smile, "Now? Naturally, we shall go to inspect our spoils." He had not forgotten the treasures left behind by Li Hongming. Clutching the land deed in hand, the two made their way towards the eastern part of the city. Moments later, they halted before a modest courtyard. And after retrieving the key from Li Hongming's storage ring, they entered. Though the exterior of the courtyard appeared unremarkable, the interior was surprisingly spacious, with well-ordered and elegant houses, resplendent in their grandeur. The rear courtyard featured a small plaza, surrounded by tall green bamboo, creating an atmosphere of tranquility, quite suitable for martial artist cultivation. The environment here far surpassed that of Chen Yan's own residence, leading him to speculate that Li Hongming had indeed embezzled a considerable amount of wealth. After all, how could someone of Li's collateral lineage, merely a steward of the duel arena, afford such a delightful abode? It seems Li Hongming truly deserves his fate. Feeling as though he was ridding the world of a menace, Chen Yan glanced around the surroundings before proceeding into the room. Let us see just what wealth Li Hongming possesses. Upon entering, prompted by the sword elder's advice, Chen Yan reached for a nearby lamp. With a firm twist, a hidden chamber revealed itself before them. It was unexpected that Li Hongming had such cunning. "You stay close behind me. I am eager to uncover what other tricks he may have." Ignoring Chen Luren's astonished gaze, Chen Yan lifted a bright lantern and stepped boldly into the dim chamber. As he advanced, a series of piercing sounds filled the previously tranquil space, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Caution gripped Chen Luren, whose expression shifted dramatically as he contemplated intervening, only to be confronted with a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Within the shadowy confines of the chamber, hundreds of venomous arrows were incessantly launched. Yet a young boy moved with remarkable composure, strolling leisurely amidst the barrage as if traversing his own garden. Astonishingly, with every step he took, he deftly evaded dozens of arrows, and after numerous strides, not a single projectile grazed him, nor did they even brush against the fabric of his clothes. How could this be? Chen Yan stood transfixed, murmuring to himself in disbelief. Let us proceed. The arrows have been exhausted, and the danger has subsided. He mused that setting such a trap, given Li Hongming's stature, must have required considerable effort. As he spoke, Chen Yan approached a sturdy iron door. Drawing in a deep breath, he exerted a forceful push, and the door creaked open, flooding the dim corridor with light. The chamber revealed itself to be modest in size, its ceiling adorned with a luminous moonstone that radiated a soft glow throughout the space. Such moonstones are indeed rare. After a fleeting glance of curiosity, Chen Yan's attention was captivated by the objects strewn across the floor. Within a black iron chest, coins gleamed with a mysterious purple hue, radiating an enchanting aura under the luminescence of moonstone, as if imbued with an extraordinary magic. Indeed, it was a trove of purple gold coins, an entire chest brimming with them. The sheer quantity of these purple coins must be in the tens of thousands. What does possessing tens of thousands of purple gold coins signify? When converted into sustenance, it could sustain an ordinary household for several lifetimes. Even for a prominent family like the Chen clan, it would suffice to cover living expenses for half a year. How many members does the Chen family comprise? Excluding other servants and laborers, there must be at least 1,000 mouths to feed, each one a practitioner at the body refinement stage. The expenses for martial training are at least several times more than that of an ordinary person. Yet, Chen Yan maintained an expression of utmost tranquility, as if this fortune, which could drive others to madness, was merely a commonplace matter in his eyes. Glancing at Chen Yan, who stood behind him, swallowing hard and with parched lips, Chen Yan chuckled lightly and remarked, "Are these merely some purple gold coins truly so captivating?" "Merely some," Chen Yan exclaimed, incredulously impressed. "Your composure in the face of such immense wealth is truly humbling, dear brother." In response, Chen Yan offered no words, merely shaking his head dismissively before reaching for a nearby rosewood box. Upon opening it, he revealed a book encased in a faint crimson glow, which enveloped the tome protectively. "Young one, this is a restriction. I shall assist you in breaking it." The voice of Sword Elder echoed in his ears as Chen Yan gently grasped, shattering the crimson light to reveal the true nature of the book. Holding the tome in his hands, Chen Yan casually flipped through its pages. "The Qiyang formula, a mid-tier technique of the Xian rank," he announced, tossing the manual into Chen Yan's hands, causing an exclamation of astonishment to escape Chen Yan's lips. "Is this truly a technique? And a mid-tier one at that?" His words brimmed with disbelief, interwoven with boundless excitement. In the realm of prestigious families, the treatment of direct descendants and collateral branches is worlds apart. For instance, the Chen family's superior Xian rank techniques are exclusively reserved for the esteemed direct disciples. Ordinary direct descendants are permitted to cultivate only mid-tier techniques, while those like Chen Yan, belonging to the collateral line, are relegated to the inferior tier. Yet, this was not the gravest of predicaments. The most critical issue lay in the fact that the family's techniques predominantly favored the earth attribute, characterized by their substantial and robust nature. In stark contrast, Chen Yan possessed a natural affinity for fire. This disparity had hindered his progress, leaving him without suitable techniques to cultivate. However, at this moment, a technique perfectly aligning with his innate abilities lay before him, and it was a mid-tier Xian rank formula exclusively for direct disciples. How could Chen Yan not be overwhelmed with joy? He vowed, from this day forth, to follow his cousin Chen Yan unwaveringly, pledging his loyalty with utmost sincerity. With a firm bite to his fingertip, blood trickled forth as Chen Yan solemnly swore his allegiance to Chen Yan. "Dear cousin, there is no need for such gravity," Chen Yan responded, taken aback by the fervor of his companion's commitment, as he hastily shook his head, grasping Chen Yan's hand. "The vow has been made. Henceforth, should Yindi have any commands, he may speak freely." Chapter 19. Encounter with the Master. Are you aware that Li Hongming, along with his subordinates, and Li Kuei, have all perished? When Chen Yan arrived at the duel arena in the guise of the Mad Lion, he was met with the skeptical gaze of Yi and the awe-stricken expression of Mo Wuxing. What? They are dead? A lamentable fate. For I have yet to make my move. Ignoring the expressions of both, Chen Yan remarked with a hint of surprise, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent. Observing such a scenario, Yi's doubts were significantly alleviated. If it were indeed this individual who had acted, he would not have exhibited such a demeanor. Moreover, having witnessed the gruesome demise of the three, Yi's conviction deepened. The Mad Lion was unrelated to their deaths. It might merely be a coincidence. A coincidence exploited by someone with ulterior motives. However, if this were indeed the work of a schemer, what could be their objectives, and were they targeting the duel arena? It seems prudent to report this matter to the Lord promptly. Very well. Focus on your recovery and prepare for today's duel. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Lost in thought, Yi lingered not, turning to depart. Once Yi had left, Mo Wuxing hurried forward. His lips slightly parched as he spoke. My Lord Mad Lion, you cannot fathom the gruesome fate that befell Li Hongming and the others. In response, Chen Yan did not conceal the malice in his heart, lightly chuckling as he inquired, what a tragic fate. Pray, enlighten me. Subsequently, Mo Wuxing recounted what he had heard. Allegedly, when the bodies of Li Hongming and his companions were discovered at Miaoying Pavilion, the man surnamed Chao had his skull shattered, blood and brains splattered across the ground. Li Kuei, on the other hand, had his heart crushed, with blood continuously gushing from the wound, staining the entire room crimson. As for Li Hongming's demise, it was even more horrifying. His body bore no visible wounds and showed no signs of poisoning. It was only after an elderly coroner conducted an autopsy that it was revealed Li Hongming had succumbed to some form of shock, unable to catch his breath, leading to his untimely death. Following an investigation by the renowned constables of the city lord's mansion, a conclusion was reached. The three had perished due to infighting, with Li Hongming initially killing the two, and subsequently succumbing to the stress of his actions. How peculiar indeed, Chen Yan remarked, his tone betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Well, since they have met their end, there is little I can do. Please arrange my opponent for today. Without waiting for Mo Wuxing's response, Chen Yan strode towards the bloodthirsty tiger in the corner. Observing the imposing figure before him, akin to a mighty warrior, Chen Yan smiled and asked, So, have you recovered from your injuries? Yes, I am well now, thank you, came the reply. No need for thanks. Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively, and the two began their conversation. Meanwhile, in a lavishly adorned chamber, Mo Wuxing, with a demeanor of utmost respect, clasped his hands and remarked, My lord, the wild lion revealed no discernible flaws while speaking. This matter should not be attributed to him. Sitting above, Yi furrowed his brows, contemplating before he waved his hand and declared, Very well, since he is not implicated, we shall let this matter rest here. Remember, do not mention this in the presence of the wild lion. Upon hearing this directive, Mo Wuxing bowed once more and turned to depart. Subsequently, Yi rose and addressed the screen behind him, saying, My lord, will we truly not pursue this further? The situation with Li Hongming and his companion is manageable, but Li Kuei is undeniably a combatant for my arena. If we do not investigate, might there be repercussions? From behind the screen emerged a figure adorned with a silver fox mask, who chuckled softly. Repercussions? What repercussions could there be? Moreover, when did I ever state that we would not pursue this matter? Let it be known that if the disciples of the Li family fail to provide an explanation for the death of my arena's fighter, I shall personally pay them a visit. At this last pronouncement, Yi's body trembled slightly, and he quickly comprehended the implications. Although the identity of the architect behind the deaths of these three could not be uncovered, it was indeed justifiable to seek reparation from the Li family for the life taken by their disciple. Understood, my lord. After bowing with cupped fists, Yi retreated. Within the confines of the room, the masked figure murmured, Chen Yan, oh Chen Yan, my efforts in waiting at the Miaoying Pavilion were not in vain. It seems that these years have allowed you to grow considerably. With this, I feel reassured. No one could have anticipated that. Hidden within the confines of the Miaoying Pavilion last night, there lurked another individual, one who had witnessed the entire unfolding of events as if observing a grand theatrical performance. It was indeed time to seek him out. Contemplating this, the figure adorned in a silver fox mask retrieved a jade token, crushing it with fervent force, unleashing an unseen power that transcended the air. Within the duel arena, two silhouettes stood in a tense standoff. One, donning a lion-headed mask, was of slight stature. The other, tall and slender, resembled a moving stalk of bamboo as he paced the stage, incessantly taunting. I've heard tales of your formidable strength, yet I wonder if you can ever land a blow on me. TSK, TSK, should you fail to catch me, it will be your demise. Do you realize that decapitating my foes is one of my greatest pleasures? Unfazed by the provocation, Chen Yan maintained a serene demeanor, his gaze coldly fixed upon his adversary. This tall, slender opponent was none other than Meng Jie, known by the moniker Shadowless Foot, celebrated for his swiftness in the duel arena. Those unable to match his pace were said to have met their end. The audience buzzed with the names of both combatants as the host's voice resonated. Begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure surged forward like lightning. Wow, such speed! Chen Yan's expression remained unchanged. As the figure closed in, he abruptly tensed his right arm, akin to a lurking, sinister serpent revealing its fangs, ready to strike. The white serpent flicked its tongue. Although executed in haste, this exquisite martial technique of the mysterious tier should not be underestimated. With a hiss, a punch was thrown, and the concealed energy surged, creating the illusion of a venomous serpent poised to strike at the enemy. However, as the serpent appeared to lunge at the figure, Chen Yan's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. It was merely an afterimage. Alarmed, Chen Yan crouched, resembling a turtle retracting its head, with a green energy manifesting on his left arm, shielding his side. An aura of immovability, as steadfast as a mountain, enveloped him. Just as he established his stance, a fierce and malevolent ray of light surged from the left, crashing heavily against his arm. Upon contact, feeling the unyielding protection, the malevolent light dissipated, and Meng Jie's figure vanished once more. Witnessing this, the expression concealed beneath Chen Yan's mask finally betrayed a grave seriousness. Chapter 20. How could this be? In the Li family of the Mingyu mansion, a middle-aged man clad in brocade, exuding an air of authority, sat at the head of the hall, addressing the kneeling figure in black. What news do you have? Speak. The indifferent tone sent a shiver through the black-clad individual, who respectfully replied, Patriarch, news from the duel arena has emerged, stating that a disciple of our Li family has slain an individual in the duel arena. Moreover, as directly conveyed by Lordy, should the Patriarch fail to provide an explanation, those behind her will personally visit the Patriarch. The mention of caused the middle-aged man's brow to furrow deeply. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, the middle-aged man rose abruptly, a formidable aura radiating in all directions, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the brow of the figure clad in black. As the patriarch of the Li family, Li Hongda was naturally aware of the circumstances within the dueling arena. The woman named Yi was a formidable opponent, sharing the realm of True Gang with him. Although she was somewhat weaker, she was by no means without the means to retaliate. In the individual behind her, at the thought of this person, Li Hongda could not help but feel a surge of apprehension. When the dueling arena had first opened, he, along with the leaders of two other families, had personally attempted to challenge, only to be thwarted by a figure donning a silver fox mask. The combined efforts of the three had merely resulted in a stalemate. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would surely be outmatched by that individual. Remembering this incident, a wave of anger welled up within Li Hongda as he thundered. Who possesses such audacity? How dare they attempt to slay participants of the arena? Ignoring the sweat trickling down his forehead, the man in black replied in an unusual tone. The disciple who acted has also met his demise. Upon hearing this, Li Hongda furrowed his brow deeply and demanded, relate this matter to me in meticulous detail. Thus, the man in black recounted everything he knew. Now it became clear to Li Hongda, and he let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that someone had sought to assert dominance over his family. Very well, since he could not provoke them, he would extend an olive branch, treating it as an opportunity to forge an alliance. As the leader of his clan, Li Hongdan naturally paid no heed to superficial matters of face. He spoke directly. Go inform the Grand Elder to bring 3 Jade Tiger Essence pills and proceed to the duel arena to offer an apology. With a command given, the figure clad in black bowed respectfully and withdrew, seeking out the clan's Grand Elder, who, after all, had instigated this incident. The life of a collateral disciple was of little concern to him. Instead, it was the individual who orchestrated the deaths of the 3 that truly piqued his curiosity. Within the duel arena, atop the platform, Chen Yan wore a solemn expression, fixated on the fleeting figures that appeared and vanished before him, a hint of frustration welling up within. Another missed strike. On occasions, he had been caught off guard by his opponent's ambush, sustaining several injuries. This cannot continue. If this drags on, my spirit and strength will inevitably be depleted. The opponent's movements were swift, clearly the result of mastering a particular martial technique. I cannot attack where I am weakest against their strengths. Contemplating this, Chen Yan ceased his pursuit of the elusive figure and instead positioned himself at the center of the arena, arms hanging limply, adopting a posture of complete vulnerability. Observing this, Meng Jie felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that his energy had been significantly drained, leaving him without the strength to continue? Regardless, it was prudent to test the waters. Resolving this thought, Meng Jie employed an unusual footwork technique, his figure flickering as he darted towards his opponent. Yet, upon his approach, Chen Yan exhibited no reaction, as if he had surrendered to the inevitable. A splendid opportunity presented itself. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Meng Jie no longer hesitated. He extended his right index finger, unleashing a beam of pale yellow light that surged towards Chen Yan. Once again, this particular maneuver. Upon witnessing it, Chen Yan's heart sank. It was precisely this technique that had allowed his opponent to launch a sneak attack earlier, resulting in his minor injuries. Now, as this assault reared its head once more, a glint of determination flashed in Chen Yan's eyes. He swung his right arm, transforming it into a venomous serpent, striking forth with intent to intercept the luminous projectile. With a resounding thud, the two forces collided, but the beam of light succumbed to the might of Chen Yan's concealed strength, dissipating in an instant. Yet, the residual energy remained undeterred, hurtling towards Meng Jie in pursuit. This is bad. An alarm rang in Meng Jie's mind as he deftly pivoted on his toes, his form shifting like a startled rabbit, effortlessly evading the dark energy that sought him. If you wish to bait me, I shall not oblige your desires. Let us see who can outlast the other. With this thought, Meng Jie retreated to a distant corner of the arena, crossing his arms and observing his adversary with keen interest. Hurry up and strike. Meng Jie, you coward, advance. Damn it, I didn't pay to witness such cowardice. Before Chen Yan could utter another word, jeers and curses erupted from the audience, hurling insults that spanned generations of Meng Jie's lineage. Yet, unfazed by the cacophony, Meng Jie remained steadfast, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. You foolish spectators know nothing. My life is far too precious. If I lacked absolute confidence in victory, would I be so reckless as to make a move? Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yan could not help but admire the other party. To remain undisturbed by external emotions, Meng Jie truly exemplifies a remarkable talent. Sword Elder, what must I do to perceive the opponent's movements? Chen Yan murmured within his heart, initiating a conversation with Sword Elder. Do you recall the taboos encountered during the cultivation of the true martial Shintian technique? Reflecting on the words he had once encountered, Chen Yan murmured, is it forbidden? Cannot. Must not. Immediately, Sword Elder provided the answer. Indeed, since you have successfully cultivated this technique, it indicates that you have fulfilled the first condition. To discern the illusory and reach the essence, one must comprehend the true martial heavenly heart. Upon hearing there was a method, Chen Yan's spirit soared, and he inquired, how then shall I comprehend the true martial heavenly heart? The Sword Elder's unemotional words resonated within him, rendering Chen Yan momentarily lost in thought on the arena. What is the heavenly heart? The heavenly heart is the true heart. To comprehend the heavenly heart, one must inquire within oneself. What is my true heart? Initially, it was merely a desire to survive. After the appearance of Sword Elder, he became engrossed in the cultivation of the true martial Chen Yan technique, quietly contemplating the profound mysteries of martial arts. While standing on the arena, he relished the thrill of combat with his adversaries. Yet, when he was pressured by Yi's overwhelming force, he instinctively exclaimed, "I shall break the shackles of heaven and earth. I shall seize my own destiny. I shall ascend to the imperial throne and achieve immortality." Upon the utterance of a single word, a profound sensation coursed through Chen Yan's veins, causing his heart to beat with an accelerated rhythm, resonating with a violent tremor that even Meng Jie could perceive as a rhythmic drumming. The heart, inherently flawed, seemed to awaken at that moment, exuding a vibrant vitality. Crimson blood surged forth from the heart, circulating through his limbs and every part of his being. It was as though his body had been purged of stagnant blood, replaced by a fresh, invigorating essence symbolizing life itself. The awakening of the true martial heart was imminent. He could hear the scuttling of ants from hundreds of meters away, and his vision extended beyond mere silhouettes to discern the distinct auras emanating from each individual. In his once ignorant and chaotic mind, he perceived not only the heart, but also his own essence. A subtle smile graced Chen Yan's lips as he stepped towards Meng Jie. "I see you. You cannot escape." Startled by the sudden movement, Meng Jie sprang onto his toes, preparing to evade. However, at that moment, a figure materialized before him. How could you have anticipated this? Unperturbed by the horrified expression on Meng Jie's face, Chen Yan focused his energy, delivering a powerful punch accompanied by a resounding explosion. Thud! Meng Jie's chest caved in, and his body was propelled off the arena, his eyes wide in disbelief as a faint whisper reached Chen Yan's ears. How is this possible? Chapter 21. The Jade Tiger's Essence Pill. What? The sudden turn of events left the onlookers utterly astonished. Jaws agape. Did I see that correctly? How could Meng Jie have simply perished? What did the wild lion just do? It seems that the ferocious lion has discerned the intricacies of Meng Jie's elusive movements. How could this be? In just a few words, the crowd has grasped the underlying truth. Although Meng Jie's agility is profound, having its secrets unveiled is tantamount to his life being held in another's grasp, making his demise a foregone conclusion. Yet, the renowned shadowless foot Meng Jie was so easily vanquished. It is indeed difficult for the onlookers to fathom. In this battle, the ferocious lion emerged victorious. With a declaration from the host, the outcome was sealed. Within a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city, Chen Yan removed his mask and sat in the rear yard, eyes closed in contemplation. Though he could not perceive the internal state of his body, he could distinctly feel his heart thundering like a drum, the blood coursing through his veins like a raging river, splashing against the vessel walls. First, let us test the strength. Approaching the blue stone in the backyard, Chen Yan unleashed a punch. A bellow, reminiscent of a bull's roar, erupted, and the space behind him trembled. A shadow of azure light, its features indistinguishable, emerged. Its overwhelming aura sweeping across the surroundings, a domineering and noble will flowing through the void. The azure energy surged forth from his right arm, crashing into the colossal stone before him. With a resounding boom, the enormous boulder, taller than a man, was utterly shattered with a single strike, disintegrating into a cloud of dust that danced in the air. Such audacity! Dust clung to him as Chen Yan stood firm, his eyes filled with astonishment. With the awakening of the true martial heavenly heart, even his strength was augmented several-fold, merely in terms of raw power. Even a practitioner at the Qi condensation realm would pale in comparison. Why not attempt a contest with a formidable practitioner at the 7th level of body refinement? It is essential to recognize that the 7th level signifies the latter stages of body refinement, where one achieves a harmonious integration of both rigidity and subtlety, culminating in an unparalleled force. A single punch unleashed from this level would render any warrior beneath it utterly defenseless. Once this thought arises, it becomes indelible. What? A mid-level body refinement warrior dares to engage in a life-and-death duel with a practitioner at the advanced stage? Without a modicum of concern for the onlookers, Yi rose from her seat upon hearing Mo Wuxing's report, her gaze fixed ahead, lost in contemplation. Even the elder with white hair seated across from her displayed an expression of profound astonishment. It is no wonder they were taken aback. The path of a warrior is layered, and even the most gifted scions from the three great families would not dare to be so audacious. Yet, at this moment, Emma Wuxing asserted that the Mad Lion sought to challenge beyond his rank and requested an arrangement for a strong opponent at the advanced stage of body refinement. Was he courting disaster? As a woman, Yi could not suppress an expletive, causing the eyelids of the two present to twitch. Ahem, Lady Yi. What course of action do you propose? Emma Wuxing internally chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Very well, let us accommodate him. Although Yi's frustration simmered. The Mad Lion was not a participant of their duel arena and possessed the right to make his own choices, which she could not obstruct. Moreover, she was curious to see whether the Mad Lion could indeed succeed in this audacious challenge. In conclusion, she added, just arrange for a practitioner at the 7th level who is somewhat comparable. Understood, my lady. I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. In response, Emma Wuxing felt a sense of clarity within and promptly agreed, then retreated. The elderly man with white hair suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Admiration gleamed in his eyes as he smiled and remarked, Lord Yi, it appears the dueling arena is brimming with talent. Such a genius capable of challenging beyond their rank has yet to emerge even among the three great families. Reflecting on this matter, the white-haired elder sighed inwardly. Despite the grand reputation of the three great families, they were merely insignificant clans within the Xiantian continent, hardly the breeding grounds for such extraordinary talents. Only formidable sects could boast of prodigies capable of surpassing their ranks in combat. Contemplating the potential emergence of such a genius in the dueling arena, the elder was uncertain whether it would prove to be a boon or a bane. However, upon hearing these words, Yi waved his hand and replied, Elder, you are mistaken. While the Mad Lion frequents my dueling arena, he is not a participant here. He is merely a free warrior who often visits. Moreover, let us reserve judgment on the notion of challenging beyond one's rank until after he has made his attempt. Typically, those who engage in life and death duels are either the death warriors trained by the arena itself or other fighters seeking rewards. The Mad Lion, as it turns out, belongs to the latter category. Understanding this, the elder took note of the information in his heart and subsequently shifted the conversation to other matters. I am already aware of the recent events at the Miaoying Pavilion. This is a token of apology from the clan leader, which I am tasked to present to you. Lord Yi, as he spoke, he turned his right hand, revealing a jade vial that appeared in his grasp. Oh, what is this? Upon witnessing the other's actions, Yi did not immediately accept the precious vial, but instead inquired first. This is the unique Jade Tiger Essence Pill of the Li family, containing a total of 3 pills. Jade Tiger Essence Pill? At the mention of this name, Yi was momentarily taken aback. The Li family, being one of the 3 great families, was not merely renowned, it was subtly acknowledged as the foremost among them. The family's profound heritage was undoubtedly unparalleled by ordinary clans. Most notably, the Li family's revered ancestor had bequeathed a renowned formula for the Jade Tiger Essence Pill. This elixir, crafted from the essence and blood of a true martial realm tiger demon, could bestow immense strength upon its wielder, instilling them with the awe-inspiring might of a divine tiger. Such a potent concoction, capable of augmenting the abilities of those in the true martial realm, was extraordinarily precious, especially considering that the other party was presenting a complete trio of these pills. Should a true martial expert refine these 3 pills, their prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. The head of the Li family is indeed thoughtful. I shall graciously accept this gift. Upon receiving the jade vial, Yi removed the stopper. A stream of jade-white vapor wafted from the vial, coalescing into a diminutive jade tiger that roared fiercely, exuding an aura powerful enough to resonate through the void. Having long heard of the Jade Tiger Essence Pill, witnessing it firsthand today confirmed its legendary status. Not at all. Merely a few pills, the Li family's grand elder replied with an air of extreme modesty, shaking his head. By the way, does Lord Yi know the reason behind the demise of one of our disciples? This seemingly casual remark caused Yi to frown slightly. And with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor wholly mocking, he responded, "So it appears the Grand Elder is unaware? According to the information I have received, that disciple seems to have suffered some kind of blow, leading to his untimely demise. How could the Grand Elder of the Li family be unaware of this matter? He merely sought to extract some information regarding the perpetrator from the other party, although he was aware that the individual would not divulge anything." A surge of anger nevertheless welled up within the Grand Elder upon hearing those words. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke candidly. "Since Lord E is also in the dark, I shall take my leave for now. I intend to visit the City Lord's mansion to ascertain the statements of those investigating the case." For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing the mention of the City Lord's mansion, a peculiar glimmer seemed to flicker in Yi's eyes before he returned to his usual demeanor, smiling as he watched the elder depart. Chapter 22. Challenging the next level in the arena, an unexpected announcement sent waves of astonishment rippling through the audience. The Wild Lion was set to challenge a formidable opponent at the 7th level of body refinement, while he himself had only attained the 6th. What? Instantly, the entire arena erupted into a fervor of discussion. Wasn't the Wild Lion at the 4th level of body refinement? When did he manage to break through to the 6th level? Surely, he must have received a reward from the arena and utilized a medicinal pill to achieve this breakthrough. Nonetheless, to challenge a warrior at the later stages of body refinement right after his recent ascension seems utterly reckless. If the Wild Lion were to triumph in this duel, would I not be witnessing the birth of a genius? If he manages to slay a master of the later stages of body refinement, I would willingly eat my words. A burly man, wearing a disdainful expression, boldly addressed the surrounding spectators. As the murmurs of discussion reached the ears of the cloaked Luo Mingyu, she was taken aback, her small mouth agape, a sight most endearing. It was merely due to her father's stringent guardianship that she arrived a tad late, only to be met with such alarming news upon entering the dueling arena. A wave of worry washed over her as she thought to herself, "Chen Yan, what are you doing? That is a warrior at the late stage of body refinement. Do you truly believe you can contend with him? This is a battle of life and death. The victor survives while the vanquished perishes. Given the current circumstances, it seems inevitable that Chen Yan is destined to lose, although her acquaintance with him has been brief. The thought of watching him face certain doom without intervening weighs heavily on her heart. She longed to rescue him should he falter. However, all of this was observed by a pallid middle-aged man in the audience. Alas, how true it is that a child cannot be governed by their parent. With a sigh, a gentle breeze swept through, and the man vanished from sight. Remarkably, not a single soul noticed his arrival or departure. He was as inconspicuous as a specter. In the midst of the square, Emma Wuxing gazed anxiously at the figure before him, adorned with a lion-headed mask. "Lord Mad Lion, are you truly intent on engaging in a life-and-death duel with Tai Xian? Might you reconsider? Once you step onto the platform, there will be no turning back, even if you wish to withdraw." His words of persuasion flowed forth, prompting Chen Yan beside him to shake his head in dismay. Tai Xian is indeed his formidable opponent in this life-and-death duel, a powerful warrior at the 7th level of body refinement, renowned for his fierce fist techniques in the arena. Such a formidable adversary is precisely what he relishes. The thought of engaging with a late-stage body refinement expert ignites a fervent excitement within Chen Yan. His blood begins to boil, and a blazing fire ignites in his heart, rendering him almost ferocious in demeanor. There is no need for further discourse. The path of the strong ought to be met with challenges. A formidable realm does not necessarily equate to overwhelming combat prowess. If victories were solely determined by rank, what would be the purpose of cultivating martial skills? Chen Yan's assertion holds merit. There are countless instances on Xiantian continent where the weak have triumphed over the strong. Why should he be any different? Moreover, the essence of martial skills lies in empowering the weak to conquer the mighty. Although Tai Xian possesses a high realm, he merely practices ordinary techniques, augmented by a flawed mid-grade Xian-tier martial art. In contrast, Chen Yan benefits from the guidance of his master, practicing the formidable true martial Xiantian art and the superior Xian-tier technique tortoise snake release. If he cannot surpass his opponent under such conditions, What hope does he have of mastering his fate and ascending to the imperial throne? He would likely lack even the courage to confront the esteemed elder of the Chen family. Mo Wuxing, although unaware of Chen Yan's thoughts, perceives that the latter's resolve is unwavering and unchangeable. Very well, Lord Fierce Lion, please rest here. I shall make the necessary arrangements. As he speaks, Mo Wuxing prepares to depart. Wait a moment. What rewards will be presented at this duel? As Chen Yan's words fell upon his ears, Mo Wuxing was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed not contemplated this issue. In previous duels, to ensure fairness, warriors of equal realms would face off against each other. Yet this battle diverged from customary practices. What reward did Lord Mad Lion desire? Chen Yan, having already devised a plan in his heart, spoke softly. I require nothing but the contract of servitude of a certain individual once I emerge victorious. Upon hearing such an unusual demand, Mo Wuxing revealed a peculiar expression. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, whose contract of servitude does Lord Mad Lion seek? Chen Yan pointed toward a massive figure in the corner, declaring, it is he, Blood Tiger. Blood Tiger? Mo Wuxing mused. Though he possesses considerable strength, he is destined to remain forever unable to transcend to the realm of inner softness. What purpose does Lord Mad Lion have for him? Recalling the eccentric predilections of certain warriors, Mo Wuxing maintained his composure and nodded, stating, this matter requires consultation with Lord Yi. I kindly ask Lord Mad Lion to await. With that, he turned and departed to report to his superior. Lord Mad Lion, Lord Yi has consented. As long as you can surpass Tai Xian, Blood Tiger shall become your private possession. Pleased with this affirmation, Chen Yan nodded and then closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Observing this, Mo Wuxing hastily set about making arrangements. Given the extraordinary attention surrounding this life and death duel, the arena had specifically opened a betting house for the occasion. Many gamblers eagerly placed their wagers on the two combatants even before the duel had commenced. Certainly, although the odds for the wild lion were substantial, few had the inclination to wager on its victory. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Tai Xian was electric. With throngs of spectators, some even audacious enough to place their bets on his triumph within the arena itself. In the blink of an eye, the appointed hour arrived. Accompanied by Mo Wuxing, Chen Yan ascended to the stage. Tai Xian, Tai Xian, Tai Xian. The deafening cheers reverberated from all directions, and the once favored wild lion now languished in the shadows. Tai Xian, a robust man with a composed demeanor, paid no heed to the fervent cries of the crowd. His singular focus was to secure victory in this battle and to survive. Despite the lower realm of his opponent, he remained vigilant. For caution had been his ally in navigating numerous life and death conflicts. As he observed the slender figure stepping onto the platform, he scrutinized it closely. While the opponent's realm was modest, an undeniable aura of determination emanated from him, suggesting a burgeoning presence. Moreover, from the stature of his adversary, Tai Xian discerned that he was merely an inexperienced youth yet to fully mature. A sense of relief washed over Tai Xian. This opponent posed little threat, provided he did not encounter any significant mishaps. With the signal given, the stage was set for a battle of unequal might. At the command, both combatants' energies surged dramatically. Confronting the formidable master of the rigid and flexible realms, Chen Yan displayed no trepidation. His steps were firm and swift, his movements akin to those of a tiger and a dragon, as he advanced with an audacious and commanding presence. The mountain-splitting strike, a seemingly ordinary technique within the realm of the body-tempering fist, now unleashed an awe-inspiring might in Chen Yan's hands. As the true energy surged within him, a verdant aura manifested upon his right arm, resembling a divine axe poised to cleave mountains, hurtling towards the ironclad Xian across from him. The atmosphere itself could scarcely withstand this formidable force, erupting with a cacophony of explosive sounds. An ominous realization dawned upon Xian as he felt the impending onslaught. His expression shifted dramatically. He adopted a half-squat stance, his right arm crossing protectively over his chest, as a dark, swirling energy enveloped his limb. A weighty, mountainous aura emanated from him, as if a colossal mountain had descended upon the arena. Indeed, this technique was aptly named Weight of the Mountain. With a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal, a powerful noise erupted at the point of contact between their strikes, reverberating throughout the entire dueling ground. Those of lesser martial prowess instinctively covered their ears, their faces paling in shock. As the eyes scanned the scene, the two figures, markedly different in stature, remained steadfast, as if the extreme collision had rendered them evenly matched. Yet, it was not a stalemate. Only Xian knew the tempest raging within his core. Struggling against the urge to retch, his left hand transformed into a massive iron grip, lunging towards the ribs of the diminutive figure before him. Though devoid of menacing intent, it symbolized absolute power. Even the sturdiest iron would be reduced to mere dust under such a grasp. Chen Yan's expression remained impassive, his right arm engaged in a fierce contest of strength, while his left fist, infused with swirling azure energy, prepared to counter the forthcoming assault. A resounding thud echoed through the arena as their palms collided. A formidable shockwave sent the sleeves of both individuals fluttering violently. The obsidian hand tightened its grip, exerting an overwhelming force that seemed poised to shatter the tortoise shell in its grasp. Yet, despite its diminutive size, the shell possessed remarkable resilience, refusing to yield. As the azure energy fluctuated, ultimately rupturing the iron hand's hold, both warriors emitted a muffled grunt and retreated simultaneously. In this initial confrontation, Chen Yan held a slight advantage, which startled a few observers covertly monitoring the scene. Yi's face reflected astonishment as she exclaimed, "How can this young man possess such immense strength?" Not merely immense, she noted. Even during her own cultivation at the qi condensation stage, she had never exhibited such power, and here was the mad lion at an even lower level. Contemplating this, Yi's shock deepened, tinged with a hint of apprehension. This force could only be described as tyrannical. The individual adorned with a silver fox mask shook his head and sighed. Most practitioners typically cultivate the strength of 9 oxen, whereas this young man has harnessed the power of the dragon. The disparity was evident from the outset, and thus, such capability was to be expected. Upon hearing this explanation, Yi's complexion drastically changed. The ability to cultivate dragon power was typically reserved for those with legendary techniques or individuals possessing extraordinary innate qualities. Could it be that this young man was a natural-born divine body? If her conjecture held true, the future of the Mad Lion would indeed be limitless. The silver-masked figure, however, remained oblivious to Yi's altered expression, directing his gaze instead toward a corner of the audience. Seated there were 2 individuals, a pallid middle-aged man and a woman clad in purple attire. "Father, look, he has truly gained the upper hand," exclaimed the purple-clad woman, as she clutched the man's arm, her eyes gleaming with astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. At this moment, however, it was premature to declare victory. The martial artist at the late stage of body refinement was merely probing and had yet to unleash his full potential, displeased by his daughter's exuberance. The middle-aged man adopted a stern demeanor, attempting to douse her enthusiasm with cynicism. Yet, the purple-clad woman remained unfazed, her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding spectacle, indifferent to her father's disparaging remarks. Observing this, the man's face once more reflected a sense of resignation as he nodded towards the figure adorned in a silver fox mask above, before redirecting his focus to the duel at hand. Although he held little interest in the conflict between such low-ranked warriors, he was nonetheless curious to see if this enigmatic young man could emerge victorious. On the arena, Chen Yan and Tai Xian clashed, only to retreat momentarily. Following this initial encounter, both had gained a slight understanding of each other's prowess. Chen Yan's expression remained impassive as he mused internally, while Tai Xian was merely testing the waters. Was I not doing the same? If I were to unleash my full strength, the outcome remains uncertain. Just then, the old sword master interjected, "Be cautious, young one. This person's strength is undoubtedly more formidable than merely that of a 7th-layer body refiner." No sooner had the words left his lips than Tai Xian began to make his move. At this moment, Tai Xian's hands had turned a vivid crimson, resembling a branding iron heated to a fiery glow, surrounded by swirling flames that radiated an insatiable heat. Iron Hand kill. A thunderous shout erupted, causing the air to tremble as scorching warmth surged from across the battlefield. The power of this strike was far beyond what a mere 7th-layer warrior could unleash. As Tai Xian charged forward, Chen Yan suppressed his astonishment, his hands moving in a fluid motion, one resembling the armored shell of a mystical tortoise, the other akin to a white serpent flicking its tongue. A blue aura coalesced around his left fist, transforming into a spiritual armor that met Tai Xian's fiery hand, while his right hand morphed into a massive white python, incessantly tasting the air, ready to strike. With a resounding thud, the spiritual armor firmly blocked one of the iron hands, yet the white serpent was ensnared by the other, continuously scorched by the intense heat, emitting hissing sounds. The vapor rising revealed a tantalizing scent of seared flesh. Enduring the excruciating pain in his right arm, akin to being sliced by a dull blade, Chen Yan circulated his internal energy, safeguarding his blood vessels and meridians to prevent severe injury. With a swift change in technique, the captured white serpent transformed into a robust azure energy, propelling itself with unstoppable force towards Tai Xian's chest. This was the third move of the turtle and serpent technique, the return to the void strike. After comprehending the true martial heavenly heart, Chen Yan finally mastered this technique. With a resounding impact, the azure energy, though not vast in size, contained an immense power that caused Tai Xian's expression to shift dramatically. Before he could utter another word, the azure energy struck his chest, creating a gaping crimson hole. A pulsating crimson heart fell beyond the arena, ceasing its final beat. With a dazed expression, he gazed at the gaping wound in his chest. Tai Xian parted his lips slightly, attempting to utter something, yet found himself utterly powerless. The entire duel arena was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence. Above, the figure behind the silver fox mask sighed and remarked, "I seem to witness the rise of a formidable warrior. This battle, which he has bravely undertaken, marks the inception of his path to greatness." Chapter 24. The thoughts of each individual. After a brief moment, the spectators within the duel arena finally regained their senses, and a cacophony of shouts and roars erupted. "Mad Lion! Mad Lion! Mad Lion!" Whether from the audience or the personnel within the arena, everyone simultaneously rose, fervently waving their arms towards the frail figure on the stage. A young man clad in ornate attire struck his folding fan with fervor, his countenance alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Uncle Zhong, I never imagined this Mad Lion to be so formidable. I am truly witnessing the ascent of a genius." Upon witnessing Tai Xian's lethal move, he realized that even a genuine 8th-tier body refiner would find it challenging to withstand such power. Hearing this, the young man was taken aback. Exchanging a glance with a middle-aged man beside him, both displaying expressions of astonishment. On the other side, a flamboyant man adorned with makeup, delicately pinching his fingers like an orchid, was shyly covering his face with one hand while grasping the arm of a burly man beside him. With a playful pout, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, the sight of the wild lion defeating his opponent at the cost of severe injury is simply breathtaking." The burly man, restrained by the grip, struggled to suppress the nausea rising within him, his expression marred by discomfort. Prior to the commencement of this fierce battle, he had boastfully declared to others that should the wild lion emerge victorious, he would willingly consume excrement. As the impending reality loomed closer, the burly man cast a wary glance around, contemplating an escape. Yet, the gazes that met his were all laced with mocking amusement. This was dire. Meanwhile, Emma Wuxing, who awaited at the foot of the arena, burst into tears. With the wild lion's triumph in this duel, he, as the guide, would undoubtedly earn a substantial commission. With this newfound wealth, he could procure the finest elixirs to cure his son's ailment. Contemplating this hope, gratitude illuminated his face as he gazed upward at the figure above, murmuring, "Thank you, Lord Wild Lion." In a corner of the audience, Luo Mingwei clung tightly to the arm of a middle-aged man, urging him to rise alongside her, cheering for the figure on the arena. "Father, he truly won," she exclaimed, but noticed that his arm seemed injured. "Quickly, bring me a vial of skin regrowth elixir. I shall deliver it to him shortly." Upon hearing her final words, The middle-aged man could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile. The flesh-replenishing elixir he concocted may not be a miraculous remedy, but it possesses the remarkable ability to expedite the healing of wounds without leaving a trace of scars. Thus, this elixir has garnered immense renown throughout the entirety of Mingyu City, with no other rival in sight. Even when the patriarchs of the three prominent families sought his remedy, he would only dispense a mere fraction on days when he felt particularly benevolent. Yet, at this moment, his daughter requested an entire vial, and for that impudent young man she had known for less than 2 days. Contemplating this, the middle-aged man could not suppress a twinge of jealousy. However, upon witnessing the excitement radiating from his daughter's face, he promptly nodded in agreement. Very well, you may deliver it to him shortly, regardless of the elixir's rarity. As long as it brings joy to his daughter, all is deemed worthwhile. Upon the arena, Chen Yan endured the excruciating pain coursing through his arms, maintaining a serene visage devoid of the elation typically associated with victory. Casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, he shook his head and descended from the platform. In the path of martial prowess, strength reigns supreme. To seize control of one's destiny, one must ascend to the pinnacle of power. The solitary avenue to becoming the strongest lies in relentless cultivation. The superficial splendors of the external world are but illusions. True foundation rests upon one's formidable strength. Upon realizing this, Chen Yan perceived that the once discordant energies within him now danced with an unusual vivacity, as if imbued with a spirit of their own. Could it be a breakthrough? Lord Wild Lion, this is the Blood Tiger's contract of servitude. As he placed the contract into Chen Yan's hands, Imo Wuxing could not help but sigh inwardly. Previously, Blood Tiger had been deceived by Li Kuei into signing a contract of servitude at the duel arena. However, Li Kuei had now become deeply entrenched in darkness. Reflecting on this matter, which might be connected to the person before him, Imo Wuxing felt a profound sense of reverence. The fact that Blood Tiger could remain in the company of the esteemed Lord of the Wild Lions was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Glancing at the contract in his hand, Chen Yan nodded and said, "Indeed, I shall take this for now. However, Blood Tiger must remain in the duel arena. A month from now, I shall come to retrieve him. Should he attempt to extract Blood Tiger now, it might lead to the revelation of his identity. It was not yet the time for such exposure." Imo Wuxing harbored no doubts regarding this arrangement. Not only had he attained the position of overseer at the duel arena due to this individual, but the prospect of receiving a commission that could save his son's life was enough to leave him overwhelmed with gratitude. "Yes, Lord of the Wild Lions. While I am in the duel arena, I shall ensure that Blood Tiger does not suffer any indignities." Chen Yan was pleased with Imo Wuxing's attitude, and then waved his hand, saying, "I must tend to my injuries in the coming days, and I fear I will not return to the duel arena." With that, he began to walk toward the exit. Just as Chen Yan stepped out of the inner passage, a figure appeared before him. "Hey, Lord of the Wild Lions. Where are you off to?" Dressed in a flowing purple gown, her appearance was charming, her smile radiant. It was none other than Luo Mingwei. "You have arrived." Upon seeing the young woman before him, a spark of light illuminated Chen Yan's heart, and he felt a significant alleviation of the pain in his arm. "Humph. I have come to deliver medicine to you." "Behave. Call me sister," Luo Mingwei said, placing her hands on her hips and feigning an expression of annoyance. However, she soon could not contain her laughter, tempting the figure before her with a jade bottle. "Sister. Beautiful sister. Fairy sister." As the words left her lips, Chen Yan unhesitatingly echoed her calls, his boldness growing with each utterance. At that moment, a soft cough emerged from the side, startling both individuals. Luo Mingwei quickly stuffed the jade bottle into Chen Yan's embrace, flashed a sweet smile, and turned to depart. Chen Yan chased after her. Yet he found no trace of her figure. This scene elicited a hearty laugh from the elder Jian. "You rascal, trying to whisk away someone's precious daughter without a word. Have you even considered whether she would agree?" "Daughter? Could it be that the man was Luo Mingwei's father?" Chen Yan pondered, clearing his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Then donned a serious expression as he exited the dueling arena. Chapter 25. the art of persuasion as soon as he stepped through the gates of the dueling arena. Several figures lying in wait outside pounced towards him like cats stalking their prey, their demeanor menacing. This sudden approach startled Chen Yan, causing him to halt, his expression shifting unpredictably. Could it be that my identity has been uncovered? However, relief soon washed over him. Young friend of the wild lion. I have been waiting here for quite some time, an elderly man clad in splendid attire remarked, stroking his grizzled beard, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he addressed the lion-masked figure before him. Wild lion? It seems my identity remains concealed. Contemplating the profound aura emanating from the other party, Chen Yan promptly clasped his fists and respectfully addressed, the junior, crazy lion, pays his respects to the esteemed elder. May I inquire what urgent matter brings you to seek me? Upon hearing this, the elegantly attired elder did not immediately divulge his intentions. Instead, he inquired with a hint of profundity, I have heard that you are not one destined for the dueling grounds. It seems your cultivation must stem from a different lineage. At this, Chen Yan's heart stirred, and he mused, could this old fellow be intrigued by my cultivation methods? Maintaining a composed demeanor, he nodded and replied, since my childhood. I have been orphaned, and indeed, my skills are attributed to a different master. The implication of having a master signifies a noteworthy mentor. One who could cultivate such a prodigious disciple must possess extraordinary prowess. Inwardly gasping in astonishment, the elder's smile broadened as he nodded in understanding. I see. Given that you have attained such a level of cultivation, you must surely comprehend the essential truth that wealth, companions, techniques, and environment are indispensable on the martial path. Hearing these words, Chen Yan felt even more bewildered, yet he could only acquiesce to the elder's sentiments, affirming, indeed, these four elements are vital in martial arts cultivation. Without wealth, how can one procure the resources for training? Without companions, who will guide you through the challenges encountered in your practice? Without techniques, how can one engage in combat or refine their skills? Without a conducive environment, how can one expect to advance swiftly in their cultivation? The elder, upon hearing this, was filled with immense joy and nodded in approval. It is good that you understand this principle. As an esteemed guest of the Li family, I have come specifically to recruit you, my young friend. Should you agree, I can assure you that your standing will undoubtedly equal mine. Furthermore, you will find the wealth, resources, and teachings provided to be wholly satisfying. My family's patriarch happens to have a daughter whose beauty rivals that of a flower, and she is of a similar age to you. Perhaps this could present an opportunity for you to join the Li family. At this point, I surveyed the individual before me, and with a hint of temptation in my tone, I continued. Securing this prodigy for the Li family would be invaluable, especially considering the formidable master he has behind him. This transaction appears overwhelmingly advantageous, and I trust the patriarch will not chastise me for taking the initiative. As I contemplated this, a sense of assurance blossomed within me. Meanwhile, those accompanying me gasped in astonishment upon hearing my words. To offer the patriarch's daughter is indeed a bold move by the Li family. At this moment, the somewhat dazed Chen Yan began to grasp their intentions. They sought to recruit him, yet he harbored no desire to join the Li family. In fact, even if such a notion crossed his mind, he would never consider aligning himself with them. How amusing it was that the Li family was willing to offer their daughter. It seemed he possessed a certain allure. As these thoughts crossed Chen Yan's mind, a sense of pride crept in. However, just then, the voice of the sword elder resonated within his mind. Young one, how can you feel so triumphant when you have yet to meet the patriarch's daughter? In the event that the daughter of the Li family patriarch possesses a countenance. However, with Elder Jin's interruption, Chen Yan could not help but conjure an image of a figure with a waist akin to a barrel, legs resembling those of an elephant, and a beauty as bland as salt. Ahem, esteemed elderly, you are far too gracious. However, as a young and inherently frail individual, I am not yet inclined towards establishing a family or career. Thus, I can only accept your goodwill and spirit. Yet, Chen Yan's candid words instantaneously caused the previously smiling guest elder of the Li family to change countenance. Damn it, you claim youth as a reasonable excuse. But to assert that you are sickly? A person capable of defeating a formidable opponent at the 7th level of body refinement with your 6th level prowess dares to speak thus? Do you take me for a fool? Suppressing the ire bubbling within, Li Deshan managed to force a smile and inquired, "Young friend of the wild lion, are you truly not considering this? It is important to note that our Li family stands as the most powerful among the three great clans." Upon hearing this, the two elderly figures behind him scoffed in unison, their expressions darkening. "Humph, even your Li family patriarch would not dare utter such words, would he? Brother Chen is correct. Your statement seems to challenge both my family and the Chen family." Nevertheless, the elder remained unfazed, ignoring the two entirely, focusing solely on the individual before him. "Ahem, esteemed elderly, I truly apologize." The younger generation, before Chen Yan could finish his words, he noticed the once benevolent countenance of transform into one of malevolence as he coldly snorted. "It seems the pond of my Li family is too small to accommodate such a dragon as you. However, do you grasp another truth? A dead genius is rendered nothing at all." Upon finishing his statement, abruptly flicked his sleeve and turned to depart. At that moment, a voice resonated from the duel arena, causing the expressions of several individuals to shift dramatically. "The Li family must not forget that the raging lion is still one of my duel arena's own. Should anything unfortunate befall him, I will personally visit the Li family for counsel." The frigid tone of the speaker instantly lowered the temperature in the air, evoking a sense of icy desolation. Trembled upon hearing this voice, yet dared not voice any dissent, promptly turning to leave. However, the posture he assumed evoked an impression of hasty retreat. Observing the Li family's discomfiture, others erupted into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, those from other factions who had come to recruit the raging lion understood his intent and merely exchanged cordial greetings with Chen Yan before turning to depart. For reasons unknown, the guest from the Chen family, Chen Ong, felt an oddity in the gaze of the individual adorned with the lion's mask. With a smile and a nod, Chen Ong patted the man's shoulder, softly advising, "Be cautious of the Li family, my friend. Should you ever find yourself in peril, feel free to seek assistance from the Chen family." After speaking, he turned and left without a word. Chen Yan smiled and nodded, then turned to the person behind him, clasping his fist in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, my lord." The individual in the silver fox mask did not look at Chen Yan, but spoke with a hint of depth in his voice. "This place is my arena. I cannot allow you to be bullied by others just yet. However, you must indeed exercise caution regarding the Li family." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Chen Yan to ponder the implications of his words. Chapter 26. Are you all right? Within the small courtyard, Chen Yan sat in quiet contemplation, deeply attuning himself to the subtlety of the azure energy within him. The balance of hardness and softness, the harmony of strength and gentleness, coalesced into a singular entity. This represented the third minor realm of body refinement, hardness and softness. At this moment, Chen Yan had already attained this state. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he transformed it into an energy arrow that shattered the plum blossoms scattered in the corner of the courtyard. With a flick of his arm, an enigmatic energy manifested between his palms. As he waved, the fallen leaves and blossoms nearby converged into a sphere the size of a human head. With a gentle clap of his hands, the harmonious energy within the sphere erupted, yet it did not harm a single leaf or blossom. Thanks to Chen Yan's martial prowess having reached the 7th level of body refinement, he had thoroughly mastered the remaining techniques of the turtle and snake dispersion. The time had come to meet with Lu Ren. Casting a glance at the fallen leaves in the courtyard, Chen Yan smiled and made his way toward the city. His rendezvous with Chen Lu Ren was for the purpose of seeking a particular item, the wisdom pill, a potion known to enhance cerebral development and increase intelligence. The elusive and extraordinary medicinal elixir is not only exceedingly challenging to concoct, but is also rarely encountered in daily life. Even when one attempts to gamble for such elixirs, the direction remains elusive. Therefore, Chen Yan had early on entrusted Chen Luren to inquire about some of the peculiar places within the Mingyu city. Among them, the Guxian building was his target, reputed to house a myriad of ancient artifacts that had drifted from the abodes of predecessors. Upon reaching an alleyway, Chen Yan met with Chen Luren, and together they traversed the narrow passage towards the quaint 3-story wooden structure across from them, the Guxian building. Brother Yan, the items within the Gu Xian building do not come at a modest price, Chen Luren remarked, a hint of trepidation evident on his face, clearly reflecting past misfortunes encountered within those walls. Previously, I purchased a folding fan here, purportedly a mid-grade mysterious weapon sealed for protection. Yet, it turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary fan of considerable age. Recalling the exorbitant sum he had spent on that fan, Chen Luren could not help but voice his grievances. Chen Yan listened quietly, neither interrupting nor responding, fully aware of Chen Luren's sentiments. It was merely a cautionary reminder for him to avoid falling prey to deception, thereby safeguarding his hard-earned wealth. Given that Chen Luren was unaware of the existence of Sword Elder, his concerns were entirely understandable. Luren, we have arrived. Let us proceed inside, Chen Yan encouraged. Glancing at the grand characters inscribed on the plaque, he gently urged the chatty Chen Luren forward into the building. Young masters, what treasures might you wish to behold? Allow me to introduce you to some of our wares. An elderly man greeted them warmly. An elderly man clad in a gentle blue robe, upon spotting the two individuals, brightened with delight and approached them with a warm smile. However, upon recognizing this man, Chen Luren's expression darkened considerably. This was the very person who had boasted incessantly, leading him to purchase counterfeit goods. Observing this, Chen Yan promptly tugged at Chen Luren, who was about to unleash a tirade, and cheerfully remarked, "My brother and I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of Gu Xian Lu. Fortuitously, we find ourselves with some leisure today and wish to broaden our horizons. We kindly seek your guidance, esteemed elder." Though Chen Yan spoke with humility, the blue-robed elder had traveled far and wide, encountering all manner of individuals. Upon discerning the demeanor of the two men and the storage rings adorning their fingers, he recognized their extraordinary lineage. "You flatter me, young sir. This first floor merely showcases ordinary artifacts. I invite you to ascend to the second floor for a more comprehensive view." With that, the two brothers made their way upstairs, the elderly man following closely behind. The second floor was considerably more spacious than the first, adorned with an array of exquisite curiosities lining the walls. And even the central area was filled with numerous items of interest. Among them, the most captivating was a bronze ancient cauldron situated prominently at the center. Upon beholding this magnificent vessel, Chen Yan's expression shifted, and he approached it. Various exotic beast patterns were intricately engraved upon its surface, depicting a soaring dragon, a flame-spitting phoenix, and a roaring tiger amidst the mountains. Despite the patina of oxidation, the majesty and aura of the cauldron resonated deeply within the hearts of onlookers. This cauldron was indeed extraordinary. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chen Yan sighed and remarked, "Regrettably, its spirit has waned. Even though it is a precious artifact, it now serves merely as an object of admiration." The elderly man in blue, upon hearing the words of the youth before him, was momentarily illuminated by a spark of understanding, his expression charged with excitement as he inquired, "Might you be aware of the origins of this cauldron?" Chen Yan, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded and replied, "Though I am unaware of its provenance, I possess some knowledge regarding its essence." The elderly man's excitement intensified, and his demeanor became increasingly reverent. "Please, esteemed sir, allow me a moment. I shall summon my master forthwith." Anticipating the other's reaction, Chen Yan responded with composure, "I can remain here, but I shall not tarry for long." Indeed, the elderly man promptly affirmed, then descended the stairs to depart. Meanwhile, Chen Luren, standing nearby, displayed an expression of astonishment and queried, "Brother Yin, do you truly comprehend the essence of this cauldron?" Upon seeing Chen Yin nod, Chen Luren exclaimed, "What you may not know is that this grand cauldron has stood here for decades, yet no one has ever discerned its true nature. I am astonished by your prowess. You merely glanced at it and already grasped its significance." With this, admiration shone in his eyes. At that moment, a voice echoed from the staircase, capturing the attention of both Chen Yin and Chen Luren. "Mingwei, are you aware that that arrogant lion is utterly insufferable, regardless of his talents? I am the daughter of the Li family patriarch, and he dares to disregard me. I can only hope that this brat, like Chen Yan, turns out to be a worthless wretch who won't last long." A sharp and acerbic voice ascended to the upper floor, causing Chen Luren's expression to darken with indignation, ready to unleash a scathing retort. However, at that moment, a gentle voice emerged, eliciting a smile from Chen Yan. Li Lingwei, how dare you mention Chen Yan in my presence? If it weren't for your claim that he was a nefarious character, I would never have wronged him. Moreover, I have heard from the servants that although Chen Yan is naturally frail, he possesses the ambition of a remarkable young man. How can you dare to insult him so? The voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering resolve, leaving the former speaker speechless. After a prolonged silence, the sharp voice finally conceded. All right, Mingwei, it is my fault. We are here to unwind, let us not dwell on such matters. As they spoke, two figures had already reached the staircase, gazing toward the opposite direction. Suddenly, a soft gasp escaped, causing the figure clad in purple to falter, nearly toppling backward. Yet, just in time, a slender yet strong hand caught her from behind. Are you all right? The voice, laced with concern, reached her ears. As she looked up, her beautiful eyes were captivated by the depth of his gaze. The familiar visage, exuding virility, made her cheeks flush crimson, sapping her of all strength as she softly nestled into his embrace. Ah, you scoundrel, release Mingwei at once. A piercing voice, filled with fury, erupted from the side, instantly capturing the attention of all individuals on the second floor. What are you staring at? My father is Li Hongda. Look again, and I shall have your eyes plucked out. The woman accompanying Luo Mingwei was clad in a delicate pink gown, her beauty striking, with a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. However, her slightly thin lips detracted from her overall allure. At that moment, fury ignited in her eyes as she coldly surveyed those who had dared to gaze in her direction, her threatening words sending a shiver down their spines. Cough, Brother Zhou. What do you think of this treasure? Brotherly, this face is quite splendid. The weather is quite pleasant today. In an instant, the collective attention directed at the woman dissipated. It was no jest. Upon revealing her identity, the crowd understood exactly who she was. The infamous enchantress of Mingyu City, Li Hongda's only daughter, Li Lingwei. It was said that while she was breathtakingly beautiful, her heart was exceptionally cruel. Once, for merely catching the eye of a young nobleman, she commanded that his manhood be severed. The nobleman's father, seeking retribution from the Li family, was summarily executed by their guest elder, and his entire clan was uprooted as a consequence. With such a harrowing precedent, how could anyone not feel fear? You despicable wretch, release Mingwei at once. Do you not believe I will have your filthy hands severed? Hearing the nearby scolding and threats, a chilling glint flashed in Chen Yan's eyes, causing the beauty in his arms to tighten her grip around his waist in alarm before hastily rising to her feet. Lingwei, I am fine. The other party was merely offering assistance. Please do not speak further. Luo Mingwei quickly moved to the side of the woman in pink, gently tugging at her arm while softly reassuring her. Humph, I doubt this wretched fellow would dare to harm you. With a dismissive snort, the woman in pink ceased her rebukes and turned to Luo Mingwei, smiling as she said, You are to be my future sister-in-law. Should anything happen to you, my brother would surely go mad with rage. What? Sister-in-law? Upon hearing these words, Chen Yan's expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent radiating from him. As a wave of green energy erupted, causing his robes to billow fiercely. The moments he had spent observing Luo Mingyue's every expression and emotion had been etched indelibly in his mind. When she had gifted him with spiritual herbs, his burgeoning affection had soared to new heights. Yet now, he was confronted with the disheartening news that the woman he cherished was destined to become another's wife. A visceral sense of love being usurped ignited a fierce wrath within him. Li Lingwei felt as though she were being targeted by some ancient, ferocious beast. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent engulfed her, leaving her breathless and speechless. Sensing the young man's fury, Luo Mingwei, aware of the misunderstanding, spoke with indignation. Li Lingwei, I shall reiterate, I am not your sister-in-law. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, we shall have no friendship left to salvage. Witnessing the genuine anger in the other's eyes, Li Lingwei could only begrudgingly silence herself, a flicker of disdain flashing in her gaze as she thought, Humph. Just wait until you enter the gates of my Li family. We shall see how I handle you." Maintaining a calm facade, Li Lingyue smiled and remarked, "Come, let me show you that item. It would be unfortunate if someone were to seize it before us." As she turned, Luo Mingwei casually exchanged a wink with Chen Yan before departing alongside Li Lingyue. Noticing the smile in the corner of the beautiful woman's eyes, Chen Yan finally exhaled, the anger in his heart dissipating entirely. He turned to Chen Luren and inquired, "Luren, please share what you know about the heir of the Li family." Chen Luren, not lacking in wit, swiftly discerned that his brother Yin seemed smitten with the lady from earlier, and promptly relayed the information he possessed. The heir of the Li family is named Li Lingxian, reputed to be a prodigy in cultivation, on the verge of breaking through to the qi condensation realm. It is said that Li Lingxian has been pursuing Luo Wuxing's daughter, Luo Mingwei, the very lady we just encountered. However, Luo Wuxing has yet to acquiesce to this pursuit. Nonetheless, my father has informed me that Li Hongda is diligently seeking the Lingshu pill to persuade Luo Wuxing to agree to the union. It is believed that should the Lingshu pill be obtained, there is a significant chance that Luo Wuxing will consent to this marriage. Chen Yan had indeed heard of Li Lingshuan's reputation in the past. Li Lingxian, as the young master of the Li family, not only possesses profound cultivation but also boasts striking good looks, making him the prime candidate for marriage among the prominent families. As for Luo Wuxing, Chen Yan is well aware of him. He claims to be a wandering cultivator who settled in the Mingyu city a few years ago. However, due to a previous severe injury, he has been unable to recover, and the Lingshu Dan is the only elixir that can aid in healing. If this Lingshu Dan were to be found by him, it would mean that Chen Yan would have to watch helplessly as the woman he cherishes falls into the arms of another, an adversary he may one day face. No, he cannot allow Li Hongda to acquire the Lingshu Dan, even if it were to be discovered by him. As long as I find the Lingshu Dan first and present it to Mingyue's father, I can thwart this engagement. With this thought, Chen Yan felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, grasping Chen Luren's arm and inquiring, "Luren, do you know where the Lingshu Dan can be found?" Chen Luren anticipated this question and could only shake his head in resignation, replying, "The Lingshu Dan is a rare earth-level elixir. With the Li family's influence, it is difficult to procure even in Mingyu City. How could you, Yin brother, hope to find it?" It is precisely for this reason that he learned of such matters from his father. Just as Chen Yan felt a surge of anxiety, the voice of Sword Elder echoed in his mind. "Young one, do not fret. I shall assist you in resolving the matter of the Lingshu Dan." Could it be that Sword Elder knows how to concoct elixirs? As if perceiving Chen Yan's innermost thoughts, the venerable Sword Elder erupted into a hearty laugh. "Youngster, I am not adept at alchemy. However, I do know where the Lingshu pill can be found." Struggling to contain his excitement, Chen Yan implored, "Please, great and compassionate Sword Elder, enlighten me on the whereabouts of the Lingshu pill." In response to Chen Yan's respectful demeanor, the Sword Elder merely scoffed before stating plainly, "The Lingshu pill lies within you." "Within me? The pill, the pill. Could it be that?" Chapter 28. Conflict resurfaces upon reaching this realization. A glimmer of relief danced in Chen Yan's eyes. That is indeed fortuitous. Li Lingxian, Li Hongda, the Li family. Chen Yan could easily discern Li Hongda's intentions. It was merely an attempt to court the formidable rogue, Luo Wuxing. It is worth noting that Luo Wuxing's martial prowess was at the true essence 9th level, rivaling the strongest among the 3 prominent families. However, due to injuries sustained, he could currently exhibit approximately 70% of his peak strength. Should Luo Wuxing fully recover and subsequently ally with the Li family, compounded by the fact that the foremost elder of the Chen family is the brother-in-law of the Li family patriarch, who could possibly stand against such a formidable trio in the entire Mingyu city? Even the city lord's estate would have to tread carefully in the face of the Li family's might. "I shall not allow your schemes to come to fruition." Contemplating this, Chen Yan could not help but smile. Upon witnessing the smile on Chen Yan's face, Chen Luren felt a surge of admiration, realizing that the other party had already devised a solution. I knew that Yan would certainly have a plan. However, at that moment, 2 remarkable figures accompanied the elder, one a refined middle-aged man, and the other a genial youth. Upon seeing Chen Yan, the amiable young man was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "So it is you?" Even Chen Yan was surprised to encounter an acquaintance. The friendly youth turned out to be the individual in charge of registration outside the duel arena, who had claimed to represent the city lord's manor. What a coincidence indeed. The refined middle-aged man, observing this exchange, displayed a smile as he watched the scene unfold. Subsequently, upon meeting Chen Yan's gaze, the amiable youth understood and cheerfully stated, "Uncle, this is Master Chen Yan from the Chen family." At this moment, after awakening the true martial heart, Chen Yan's previously sallow complexion gradually transformed back to a fair hue, and his sickly demeanor shifted to one of confidence and poise. Moreover, the numerous brushes with life and death had imparted an air of valor to his already commendable appearance. Even the refined middle-aged man, accustomed to the young disciples of various prominent families, could not help but find Chen Yan striking, nodding in approval and remarking, "What a fine disciple of the Chen family, truly impressive." Hearing his uncle's praise, Chen Yi felt a sense of agreement and continued, "This is my uncle, a general of the city lord's manor. As for myself, I am called Chen Yi. Master Chen Yan should be familiar with me." A general of the city lord's manor? The formidable figure beside the lord of the city is none other than General Qin Boyu of Wei Yuan. Upon their introduction, Chen Yan and Chen Luren, mindful of their respect, hurriedly clasped their fists in greeting. No one could have foreseen that this ancient Shuangguan tower was, in fact, a property of the general. There's no need for excessive formalities. I have heard from the innkeeper that you seem to possess some knowledge regarding this grand bronze cauldron, General Qin remarked, gesturing towards the imposing vessel with a smile. Chen Yan, naturally, did not refute this assertion and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I have some understanding of this blood-refining cauldron." Upon hearing the words blood-refining cauldron, General Qin nodded subtly. This cauldron was acquired from the lair of a previous martial artist, and it was indeed discovered alongside this very bronze vessel, which bore the name blood-refining cauldron. How does young Master Chen know that this cauldron is called the blood-refining cauldron? Could it be that you have seen it before? Chen Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. Surprisingly, Chen Yan shook his head and, maintaining a calm demeanor, elaborated. "Though I have never encountered this cauldron in person, I discerned its name from its appearance and form. You may not be aware that during the Middle Ages, powerful beings seeking to transcend their limits would hunt various demon beasts for their blood, using it to refine their bodies and thus harnessing the strength of these creatures to elevate their martial prowess. The grand cauldrons employed for this purpose were collectively referred to as blood-refining cauldrons." "Ah, I see." Both Chen Yi and the elderly figure in blue immediately grasped the essence of this explanation. Realizing that blood-refining cauldron was not merely the name of this specific vessel, but a general term for cauldrons used to refine the blood of demon beasts. Attracted by the commotion, a few onlookers nodded in realization upon hearing the explanation. General Qin, being the possessor of the blood-refining cauldron, was naturally aware of its significance. After contemplating for a moment, he inquired, "Might you, young friend, know the materials from which this blood-refining cauldron is crafted and the methods of its operation?" The crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward Chen Yan, hoping for an elucidation. However, under the weight of their expectations, Chen Yan shook his head and sighed. "This cauldron was not forged by me. How could I possibly know the materials of the blood-refining cauldron, let alone its usage?" Although the audience had anticipated this response, a moment of disappointment washed over them, even dimming General Qin's expression. Seeing this, Chen Yan was about to utter a word of comfort when a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. "I had thought you possessed considerable skill, but it seems you were merely half-baked." As the words fell, a figure clad in pink pushed through the throng, disdainfully regarding Chen Yan, who was encircled by onlookers. The crowd instinctively wished to protest her taunt, but upon catching a glimpse of her exquisite visage, they faltered in trepidation. This was none other than Li Lingwei, the daughter of the Li family patriarch. The earlier threat echoed ominously in their minds, prompting them to fall silent, wary of further provocation. Yet, while others harbored such concerns, Qin Yu was undeterred. His expression shifted sharply as he coldly inquired, "May I ask, miss, who you are?" Unbeknownst to the young lady, How much of the profundity of this cauldron can she discern? Upon hearing such an inquiry, Li Lingyue crossed her arms defiantly and cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yi, derisively retorting, "Who do you think I am? You, an ordinary person, are not even worthy to question me. Although I may not perceive the intricacies of this cauldron, I certainly will not feign profundity like some. Ordinary person?" Chen Luren's expression twitched, unable to suppress a hint of amusement. To dare label the nephew of General Wei Yuan as an ordinary individual speaks volumes about the lofty standards of this scion of the Li family. Feigning profundity? Chen Yan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. However, Chen Yan's reticence imbued Li Lingyue with unparalleled audacity, as she pointed an accusatory finger at him, disdainfully declaring, "You, Chen Yan, are nothing but a waste of the Chen family, yet here you are stirring up trouble. I have heard that you have wagered your life against Mingo. Such audacity! Allow me, your future sister-in-law, to teach you a lesson." With that, a fair hand enveloped in crimson energy lunged towards Chen Yan's face, the sharp nails glinting menacingly. Should this strike land, it would not only be a matter of pride, but could very well result in disfigurement. Chapter 29. A resounding slap in the face. Observing Chen Yan, who stood confidently at the center of the crowd, articulating his thoughts with poise, Li Lingyue felt a pang of jealousy stir within her. Just days prior, due to the fierce lion's rejection of the Li family's overtures, she, as the Li family's prized daughter, had become the subject of ridicule among other clans. Li Hongda had only this one daughter, and out of compassion, he contemplated a union with the Chen family. Coincidentally, the youngest son of the Chen family's elder, Chen Ming, was still unbetrothed. Given that the two families were already related, Li Hongda personally visited the Chen household to arrange the engagement between Chen Ming and Li Lingyue. Li Lingyue harbored no objections to this arrangement. The elder of the Chen family was the true authority within the clan and subtly inclined to become the patriarch. Moreover, the elder's eldest son was wholly devoted to martial arts, which meant that, if managed appropriately, Chen Ming would undoubtedly be designated as the future successor. If she could wed Chen Ming, she would eventually ascend to the esteemed position of matriarch of one of the three great families. A far more advantageous prospect than marrying a wandering martial artist known as the Mad Lion. With this thought, Li Lingyue found herself increasingly favorable towards Chen Ming. However, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon discovering that someone within the Chen family would dare to provoke Chen Ming, and worse, it was a notorious wastrel. If he could not even handle a mere wastrel, how could she expect to manage the affairs of the Chen family in the future? In her indignation, Li Lingyue made a resolution. Although she had never encountered this wastrel before, she had inadvertently overheard the name Chen Yan, which belonged to the infamous figure from the Chen family. After witnessing the wastrel's ostentatious display, she resolved to humiliate him thoroughly. What better way to bring a man to disgrace than to deliver a resounding slap in front of an audience? Do not be deceived by the simplicity of a single slap. Should it land upon the face of another, it would not only render them unable to hold their head high before onlookers, but also cast a shadow upon their very soul. This is particularly true for a disciple from a prestigious family, fervently pursuing the martial arts. Such a slap would undoubtedly be akin to suffering a crushing defeat in battle, potentially extinguishing the warrior's spirit of this noble scion. With this thought in mind, Li Lingyue disregarded the attempts of those beside her to restrain her and charged forth, delivering a fierce slap to the so-called waist. To ensure that the blow would not be intercepted, she deliberately summoned a hidden force from her dantian, infusing it into her sharp nails. This strike was intended not only to strip the opponent of their dignity, but also to obliterate the face that had long filled her with disdain. Indeed, it was disdain. For reasons unknown, from the moment she laid eyes on him, an inexplicable aversion had taken root in her heart. The crimson energy danced upon her palm, lending a more sinister edge to her already sharp nails, and the latent malice buried deep within her spirit sent shivers down the spines of those present. No one could have anticipated that the daughter of the Li family would display such a profound disregard for decorum, daring to act so audaciously in broad daylight. At that moment, only General Qin could have intervened to thwart the impending slap. Yet, he stood there, his countenance darkened, lost in thought with his head bowed, entirely oblivious to the unfolding situation. Thus, The spectators could only watch in helpless anticipation. Amidst the crowd, Luo Mingyue's face, as delicate as jade, turned an ashen hue due to her overwhelming anger. She never anticipated that Li Lingwei would resort to such measures, harming the young man. Yet, at this moment, she was positioned too far from the scene to intervene. Chen Yan, I am so sorry, so sorry. If anything were to happen to you, I would surely implore my father to take action. Just when despair enveloped her heart, she suddenly saw the young man turn his gaze toward her, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. That smile was radiant and confident, igniting a flicker of hope within Luo Mingyue. After all, Chen Yan was a fierce lion. How could Li Lingwei possibly harm him? How could I have lost faith in him? I have not been a true friend. Humph. Li Lingwei, once this matter is settled, I shall sever our friendship. In truth, she had never held Li Lingxin in high regard and even harbored a slight disdain for him. Her friendship with Li Lingwei was merely a result of the latter's attempts to speak well of her brother. Although Luo Mingyue was a woman, she possessed both beauty and intellect, fully aware of the Li family's intentions. Li Lingxian, with his hypocritical demeanor, was far inferior to Chen Yan. If marriage were truly on the horizon, I would rather wed Chen Yan. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a flush of crimson suddenly adorned her cheeks, transforming the earlier pallor. This caused Chen Yan, who was observing her, to smile before shifting his gaze to the hand poised to strike his face. He was well aware of Li Lingyue's intentions. However, what he did not anticipate was that Li Lingwei had already entered into a betrothal with Chen Ming. It seemed that Li Hongda could no longer contain his desire to take action. Nevertheless, with me, Chen Yan, present, you shall not dare to cast your greedy eyes upon the Chen family. Let me impart upon you a small lesson first. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as Chen Yan made his move, seeking death, with a motion of his right hand. Akin to a white snake flicking its tongue, a stream of azure energy surged forth, directly striking the pale hand. The crimson energy was shattered instantly, and the gleaming, cold fingernails were reduced to mere dust by the dark force. Before Li Lingwei could react, Chen Yan transformed his point into a grasp, seizing her hand firmly, and coldly inquired, "What manner of creature are you to dare come here to teach me a lesson? You claim to be my brother Chen's fiancée? Then where is your betrothal? Who is the matchmaker? As a woman, you exhibit such a lack of decorum, attacking a man brazenly in broad daylight. Such is the upbringing of your Li family, let alone that you have yet to formalize your engagement with Chen Ming. Even if you had, a woman of your disgraceful conduct could never set foot in the Chen family home. Should the Grand Elder truly allow you to enter our gates, I, Chen Yan, would surely seek out the elders in the ancestral hall to question them when my family has fallen to such a state. Ignorant of propriety, lacking in virtue, and arrogant, you take pride in such behavior. My Chen family is truly ashamed to be counted among the three great families alongside your Li family." At this juncture, Chen Yan raised his voice sternly, a flicker of indignation and embarrassment crossing his face, as if the Li family had indeed insulted him. Chapter 30. Fainting from rage, a voice of righteous indignation resounded from the second floor of the ancient Shuangguan building. As Chen Yan instantly transformed into the embodiment of heaven and earth, exuding an aura of boundless righteousness, he relentlessly interrogated the transgressor who had violated both etiquette and the laws of the land. The sudden, furious inquiry left Li Lingwei momentarily stunned, her expression blank. Was Chen Yan merely a waste? Moreover, how dared he offend her? She was, after all, the cherished daughter of the esteemed Li family, the most favored gem of the family patriarch, Li Hongda, and in the entire Mingyu city, she was akin to a little princess, who had bestowed upon this Chen Yan the audacity and courage to question her. Though Li Lingwei was momentarily taken aback, the others were not. Witnessing the young man effortlessly deflect the attacks directed at him, and articulating his own inquiries, even displaying a hint of shame, inspired a profound impact on all present. His righteous indignation, seemingly echoing the very principles of heaven and earth, resonated with everyone in the room. Even those who had previously erred could not suppress the expressions of remorse that surfaced in that moment. In an instant, the crowd regarded the young man as if he were a deity. Especially upon learning of his identity, they gazed upon him with admiration and respect. Indomitable, resolute, and untainted by the corruption of the world, Myriad commendations of his virtuous character seemed to be crafted exclusively for this remarkable youth. What an extraordinary young man he was. Truly a white crane soaring amidst the clouds. Though the white crane is admirable, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary qualities of this youth. It would be more fitting to liken him to a Chilean or a Phoenix chick. As the crowd gradually comprehended the situation, they collectively voiced their admiration. In all their years, they had never encountered such an exceptionally gifted young man. However, a slight imperfection lingered. This young lad was born with a diminished foundation, destined to live only until adulthood. Only by breaking through to the chi condensation realm before the age of 18 could he extend his lifespan and enjoy a few more years. Yet, throughout the entirety of Mingyu City, there had been no reports of any disciple achieving such a breakthrough before reaching 18. There was one exception. A deceased individual, this young man's father. Recently, a renowned figure in the dueling arena, the Mad Lion, whose age remained unknown, might very well be the next to break through to the chi condensation realm before adulthood, should he share the same age as the youth before them. Contemplating this, the crowd could not help but sigh for the young man. Truly, heaven seems to envy exceptional talent. In the crowd, Luo Mingyue observed the sudden transformation of Chen Yan, her delicate lips parting slightly, and a rosy hue blossoming upon her fair cheeks. In the life and death duel, he fought with the ferocity of a true lion, leaving his opponent gasping for breath. Moreover, in the exchanges of words, he displayed an impressive prowess. Such a display instilled a profound sense of security within her, especially with his aura, which distinguished him from the rest. Her heart raced uncontrollably. No, I am a good friend of Chen Yan. I must not entertain such thoughts. Yes, we are indeed good friends. Under the luminous moon, she spoke words so fantastical that even she herself could scarcely believe them. At that moment, Chen Yan gazed at Li Lingwei before him, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, and he retorted, "Did you not claim that I am oblivious to the profundities of this cauldron? Did you not accuse me of feigning profundity? Today, I shall enlighten you." With that, Zhang Xiaoang cast a glance at the despondent General Qin and inquired, "Though I am unaware of the materials comprising this blood-refining cauldron, a thorough examination will surely reveal its essence. My dear uncle, young Master Chen Yan possesses the knowledge to discern the materials of this cauldron." Upon hearing the word materials, General Qin immediately reacted, exclaiming, "Young friend Chen Yan, can you truly identify the components of this blood-refining cauldron?" Although Chen Yan had been ignorant before, with the guidance of the venerable Sword Elder, a sage who had traversed the ages, he had now acquired the necessary knowledge. Indeed, I have recalled a secret method documented in an ancient tome that allows for the investigation of the materials used in crafting this blood-refining cauldron. Upon hearing this, General Qin's expression turned solemn, and he stated gravely, "As long as you can assist me in identifying the materials of this cauldron, you may select 3 items from within the ancient Xian building. Regardless of their worth, I, Qin Boyu, shall grant you your choice." "What? Choose any 3 treasures?" Qin Boyu? That name sounds remarkably familiar. The onlooker's expression shifted dramatically. While the ancient Xian building contained its fair share of forgeries, it also housed numerous genuine treasures. For instance, last year someone stumbled upon a low-grade mysterious spear, and 3 years ago, another individual discovered a pill capable of enhancing one's cultivation. If one were to truly select 3 items at random, even relying solely on fortune, there exists a substantial likelihood of unearthing a genuine treasure. How could this not incite envy among the crowd, with some even harboring a hint of malice? However, upon hearing the name Qin Boyu, a collective gasp of astonishment arose. Qin Boyu, the general of the city lord's estate, stood as a formidable master on par with the strongest of the 3 prominent families, both being experts of the 9th level of true energy. Those who had nurtured ill intentions quickly silenced themselves, sealing their lips in trepidation. "Thank you, General Qin," Chen Yan said, clasping his fists in respect, before turning to face the bronze cauldron. His right hand enveloped in azure energy. He first brushed against the rusted surface of the cauldron, seemingly discerning something, and then, to confirm his suspicions, he struck it forcefully. With a resounding thud, those nearby were startled, their faces paling in shock. Yet General Chen remained unperturbed, observing the scene. "Ah, I see," Chen Yan murmured to himself, now certain of his thoughts. A faint smile graced his features as he turned to General Chen and declared, "General, I have recognized the material of this blood-refining cauldron." General Chen's expression shifted, a hint of urgency creeping into his voice as he inquired, "What material is it? I implore you, do not keep me in suspense." With an air of confidence, Chen Yan proclaimed, "If my conjecture is not mistaken, this blood-refined cauldron is forged from the exceptionally rare 6th-grade material, the azure underworld iron, and further imbued with the essence of the divine phoenix bone, all crafted with the heart of the Earth's golden flame." "What are your thoughts, General Chen?" The young man's deductions were astonishingly accurate, even discerning the specific flame used in the cauldron's creation. "I, Chen Boyu, am a man of my word." "You may select 3 treasures," he declared. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, reflecting on the earlier inquiries. Li Lingwei felt as though she had become a mere jester, utterly unaware of the disgrace she had brought upon herself. The potential repercussions of this incident weighed heavily on her, causing her vision to darken. A bitter taste filled her throat, and she spewed a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 31. The Mysterious Weapon. The flying rainbow fan. Li Lingyue's sudden fainting did not stir much commotion. Her recent actions had merely enhanced Chen Yan's reputation. It was only a matter of time before the tale spread throughout the entire Mingyu city, and no one would dare to underestimate this young man from the Chen family again. Meanwhile, General Chen had no intention of letting Chen Yan depart immediately. Once the crowd dispersed, he smiled and inquired, "It seems that young friend Chen Yan possesses some understanding of the manipulation techniques for the blood-refined cauldron. Might you?" Before he could finish, Chen Yan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have some knowledge in this regard. But I am curious to know what price General Chen is willing to pay for such information." At this moment, the Chen family was shrouded in hidden crises, and he needed to leverage the strength of this formidable individual to break through. "Oh, are you negotiating terms with me?" Upon hearing these words, General Chen wore a smile that was neither genuine nor dismissive, akin to a tiger awakening from slumber, exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped the young man before him. Despite the apparent kindness in his demeanor, he was a seasoned warrior of the battlefield. It would be naive to assume his intentions were as straightforward as they seemed. Confronted by this mountainous pressure, Chen Yan's robe billowed in the wind, yet his expression remained remarkably composed, observing with a smile the actions of his counterpart. This young man is peculiar. No wonder he possesses such confidence. Even an ordinary practitioner at the qi condensation stage would struggle under his oppressive force. Yet Chen Yan appeared utterly unperturbed, almost as if he felt nothing at all. "Hiss, this Chen Boyu is indeed a master of the 9th layer of true essence. He is truly extraordinary." Once the imposing aura dissipated, Chen Yan was inwardly astonished. Had it not been for the assistance of Old Sword in countering that pressure, he might have suffered grave injury. "Speak your terms." The calm voice reached his ears, eliciting a hint of delight on his face, and he replied with a smile, "It is quite simple. All I require is for General Chen to lend me his hand once." Engaging a true essence master at the 9th layer is no trivial matter, and Chen Yan had already steeled himself for a considerable expenditure. However, to his surprise, upon hearing his request, General Chen unhesitatingly nodded and said, "Very well, I shall grant your request." Could it truly be this simple? No, I have been outmaneuvered. As thoughts whirled in his mind, Chen Yan had already discerned the crux of the matter. As a peak expert at the 9th level of True Gang, how could he be unaware of the current situation in Mingyu City? The Li family holds considerable power, while the city lord's mansion is relatively weak. Thus, the latter seeks external assistance to suppress the Li family. Among the 3 prominent families, the Fang family has always been indecisive, leaving only the divided faction of the Chen family, led by the family head, as a potential ally for the city lord's mansion. Although Chen Yan, the family head's nephew, lacks profound cultivation, the recent events have sparked ideas in Chen Boy's mind, prompting him to agree to the terms. This old fox is indeed formidable. Am I not merely offering myself up to assist others in resolving their predicaments? However, it seems unlikely that the situation is so straightforward. Contemplating this, Chen Yan turned to observe the quietly watching Luo Mingyue beside him, and his understanding deepened. Yet, does General Qin possess such immense confidence in me? Despite his surprise, Chen Yan promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, General Qin. I must also extend my appreciation for your trust in me. This subtly profound remark left Chen Luren and Qin Yi both puzzled, while General Qin's smile widened, and he nodded, saying, "Ha, everything ultimately hinges on you, my young friend." Following a clandestine exchange between the two, Chen Yan accepted the paper and brush handed to him by Qin Yi, inscribing the method to control the blood refinement cauldron as imparted by the Sword Elder. Upon receiving the written method, an expression of ecstatic joy illuminated General Qin's face. The technique was intricate and profound, undoubtedly qualifying as an extraordinary spell. As for its authenticity, Chen Yan certainly would not dare to deceive him. Take your friend Chen Yan to select 3 treasures. I have matters to attend to. With a gentle admonition, General Qin waved his grand sleeve, causing the central bronze cauldron to vanish into thin air. Nodding toward Chen Yan, General Qin turned to depart, clearly eager to get on with his business. Old Sword, this blood refinement cauldron has lost its spirit and serves little purpose now. Why does General Qin still wish to wield its incantations? Confounded by the thought, Chen Yan inquired inwardly to Old Sword. To his surprise, Old Sword chuckled heartily. You foolish boy, although the blood refinement cauldron's spirit is waned, the elixirs sealed within should still remain. General Qin seeks this incantation to unlock the cauldron's interior and retrieve the pills. Is it truly so? Chen Yan mused, realizing his ignorance regarding the alchemical cauldron. After hearing Old Sword's words, he expressed a tinge of regret. The elixirs that can be concocted with this cauldron must be extraordinary. Had I known, I would have ensured my share. However, Old Sword's laughter only grew louder at this remark. The elixirs within that cauldron are crafted specifically for women. If you wish to transform into a woman, then by all means, give it a try. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan fell silent, his mind swirling with further questions. If these elixirs were intended for women, what purpose did General Qin have for them? Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, Chen Yan approached Luo Mingyue, his right hand flipping over to reveal an unsealed elixir now resting in his palm. Under the luminous moon, you shall present this elixir to your father. A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Mingyue's mind, prompting her to inquire, what is this? Chen Yan glanced around cautiously before softly responding, this is the Lingshu pill, which can aid your father in recovering from his injuries. The revelation that it was indeed the Lingshu pill brought a glimmer of joy to Luo Mingyue's face, and she opened her mouth to speak. However, Chen Yan shook his head, indicating that despite her doubts, she understood he meant her no harm. After carefully securing the pill, she turned to leave. Lu Ren, this fan is entrusted to you, Chen Yan declared as he produced a meticulously selected white folding fan, placing it into Chen Lu Ren's hands. Brother Yin, what is the meaning of this? Chen Lu Ren asked, perplexed as he examined the fan. Did you not mention being deceived at the ancient Xian building? This fan happens to be an Xian weapon, albeit a low-grade one. The unassuming words from Chen Yan elicited an exclamation of astonishment from Chen Lu Ren. What? Then, under Chen Lu Ren's astonished gaze, a green light emanated from Chen Yan's hand as he brushed it over the fan. With a crackling sound, as if some seal had been broken, specks of crimson light burst forth from the fan, radiating a captivating brilliance that stirred the heart. Low-grade Xian weapon, Fei Hong Fan. Chapter 32. A hope to contest the Grand Elder during the selection of treasures. Chen Yan specifically chose this item to gift to Chen Lu Ren. Thus, parting with a Xian weapon did not cause him the slightest regret, for it was, in essence, a gift freely given. Ignoring the almost tearful expression of Chen Lu Ren, Chen Yan turned his attention to 2 other treasures, 2 elixirs. One was a mind enhancement pill, and the other was a gnomish pill. Both of these elixirs had been carefully selected by him. The mind enhancement pill could facilitate normal brain development, while the gnomish pill was capable of aiding martial artists who practiced earth-based techniques to transcend their cultivation, a rare spiritual elixir exclusive to true masters. The mind enhancement pill was intended for the blood tiger, allowing it to rapidly develop and break free from the constraints of its innate demon blood. As for the gnomish pill, it was prepared for another individual. After securing the elixirs, Chen Yan commenced his practice of the turtle snake palm technique once Chen Luren had finally departed. Soon, the sun sank below the horizon and night descended. Observing the darkening sky, Chen Yan donned a set of stealth attire and made his way towards a specific location within the Chen family estate. Despite the family numbering over 1,000, they resided together in a single grand residence. This estate, built against the mountains, featured an expanse of interconnected buildings capable of accommodating even more inhabitants. Chen Yan's destination was a serene courtyard nestled near the rear mountains. With the assistance of Sword Elder to mask his presence, Chen Yan swiftly arrived at the courtyard from his memories. As he touched down, the sound of crushed twigs inevitably echoed softly. Within the courtyard, a figure seemed to sense his arrival, unleashing a formidable pressure that surged towards the spot where Chen Yan had landed. However, upon detecting the aura emanating from Chen Yan, that overwhelming force abruptly dissipated. Simultaneously, an exceedingly ancient voice reached his ears. "Come in." With a creaking sound, the door opened of its own accord, and Chen Yan stepped into the courtyard. As soon as he entered, without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before the white-haired elder in the yard, bowing 3 times with great reverence. "Grandfather, your grandson Chen Yan pays his respects." His emotions were palpable as he spoke. Observing the young man kneeling before him, the elder's face softened with kindness. He quickly rose to his feet and helped Chen Yan up, squinting with a smile and saying, "Yenner, it has been quite a while since you last visited your grandfather." As Chen Yan stood before the elder, a profound sense of kinship surged within him. In the Chen family, the faction of the eldest elder held substantial power, and even his uncle, despite being the clan leader, found it difficult to provide him with the resources necessary for cultivation, especially since he was merely a wastrel who could barely survive past childhood. Only the elder before him would occasionally extend a helping hand, offering the last shred of comfort in his heart. "Grandfather, I heard you have been in seclusion. I wonder if you have made any breakthroughs in your cultivation?" The elder's face revealed a trace of bitterness as he spoke of this matter, shaking his head. "Alas, I have grown old, and with my declining vitality, it seems that I shall have little hope of making breakthroughs in this lifetime. The day I grow feeble will likely coincide with the day the eldest elder ascends to the position of clan leader." Chen Yan discerned the sorrow embedded in the elderly man's voice, and at that moment, he felt a deep empathy. He promptly offered words of solace. "Grandfather, you are in the prime of your life and surely capable of transcending your cultivation to contend with the grand elder." The grandson had come specifically to present a precious gift to his grandfather. As he spoke, Chen Yan retrieved the meticulously prepared elixir. The earthy yellow pill, surrounded by a gentle mist, emanated pure earth attribute energy, causing the old man to breathe with increasing urgency. "This is the earth spirit pill." Upon seeing the elixir, a look of astonishment graced the elder's face. Though the earth spirit pill was indeed a catalyst for breaking through one's cultivation, its properties were remarkably gentle, making it an extraordinary treasure for warriors practicing earth attribute techniques. Should he successfully refine this earth spirit pill, he held a 50% chance of advancing to the 9th level of true Qi, thereby standing against the Grand Elder. "Yenner, from whence did you acquire this pill?" Such a treasure as the Earth Spirit Pill is not something one can procure within the confines of Mingyu City. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan smiled with a hint of pride. "I stumbled upon the Earth Spirit Pill during my visit to the ancient Xinzhou. Rest assured, grandfather, it is yours to accept." At those words, a smile finally graced the elder's visage, and he sighed. "It seems that heaven has not forsaken the Chen family. In our time of peril, receiving such a pill is nothing short of divine providence." Chen Yan nodded in agreement. "By the way, grandfather, this is another longevity pill that I obtained previously alongside Lu Rin. I humbly request you to accept it." With that, Chen Yan once again produced another elixir. The pill before him was one of the 3 elixirs he had acquired during his initial gamble at the stall. He had refined the rejuvenation pill, entrusted the soaring void pill to Luo Mingwei, and was now left with this longevity pill. As he gazed at the violet longevity pill, A tinge of sorrow welled up within the old man's heart. Yinner, your lifespan is insufficient. You should refine this longevity pill yourself. Though I am advanced in age, I can still endure for a few more years. However, Chen Yan firmly disagreed. As he concentrated his energy, the power within his dantian surged, releasing an impressive aura. His cultivation had reached the 7th layer of body refinement, and he was not far from the qi condensation realm. Once he broke through, his lifespan would naturally extend. If anything were to happen to his grandfather, it would only serve the ambitions of the Grand Elder's lineage, thus he insisted that his grandfather accept the pill. Noticing the aura emanating from Chen Yan, the old man's face lit up with joy as he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Yinner, you are indeed my grandson. Truly extraordinary. Very well, grandfather shall accept this longevity pill. I shall not allow the Grand Elder's schemes to succeed. With that, the two exchanged a knowing glance and erupted into laughter. In the opulent chambers of the Li family mansion, the family patriarch, Li Hongda, was visibly enraged as he looked at his weeping daughter beside him. What are you crying for? Who told you to provoke that worthless fool? Do you have any idea the calamity you have caused? You have brought shame upon the Li family. Recalling the odd expressions on the faces of those he had met earlier that day, Li Hongda felt as though he had been dealt several stinging blows. His complexion flushed with anger, and his dignity diminished. Ultimately, she is his own daughter. Li Hongda restrained himself from resorting to violence, then turned to the equally enraged Chun Ming beside him. Although today's incident stemmed from Ling Yue's actions, as the future head of the Chen family, how could you not even keep a worthless individual in check? Tell me, given this situation, how could I possibly consider marrying Ling Yue to you? I fear even your father would hesitate to entrust the Chen family to your hands. The stern reprimand struck Chen Ming's ears like a thunderclap, igniting a tempest of fury within him. His anger was directed at Ling Yue for instigating the affair, while his resentment was aimed at Chen Yan, whose audacity knew no bounds. Suppressing his ire, Chen Ming gritted his teeth and responded, "Rest assured, uncle, I have already made a life and death pact with this worthless fool. In half a month, I shall ensure his demise to avenge my cousin's grievances." Such resolute words somewhat placated Li Hongda, who nodded in approval, saying, "I have heard from Ling Xian about this matter. When the time comes, ensure you bring that profound weapon with you. You must eliminate this fool. Use this opportunity to establish your authority within the Chen family by setting an example." Unbeknownst to Chen Ming, he merely nodded, solidifying their grim arrangement. Chapter 33. The coming battle in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. Chen Yan was now poised to face Chen Ming in a deadly duel. Following this confrontation, he would irrevocably sever ties with the elders, emerging before everyone in a brand new light. This battle marks my farewell to the past and the commencement of my journey within the sect. Reflecting silently on the myriad events of the past, Chen Yan's gaze was resolute as he addressed Chen Luren, who stood beside him. "Let us proceed, Luren." At that moment, Chen Luren was adorned in a new outfit, wielding a vibrant crimson folding fan, exuding an aura of formidable strength. It was evident that his month spent alongside Chen Yan had yielded significant gains. "Indeed, Brother Yin," Chen Luren replied with a firm nod, following closely behind him towards the dueling arena. Along their path, various curious glances from the clan members were cast upon them, some filled with pity, others tinged with schadenfreude. In stark contrast, Chen Yan, possessing merely a 3rd level of body refinement and lacking a suitable cultivation technique, had only mastered the common technique known as body tempering fist. Despite his outward display of confidence and determination, to the onlookers, he merely appeared to be posturing. No one truly believed that Chen Yan could triumph in this confrontation, not even the well-meaning disciples of the Chen family. Alas, Chen Yan's arrogance was truly misplaced. How could he underestimate Chen Ming? Indeed, he had severely offended him, and it seemed his life was in jeopardy. He brought this upon himself by provoking young Master Ming and declaring a life-and-death duel. Such folly. Indeed, as the son of the Grand Elder, young Master Ming is destined to oversee the Chun clan in the future. Chen Yan is simply courting disaster. Do not revel too soon. Let us not forget that the clan leader is also present. Merely a weakling, with the Grand Elder around, does he not fear for his life? A heated exchange erupted between the two clearly defined factions, each engaging in a war of words. "Father, I am about to partake in a life-and-death duel. Why have you yet to emerge from your seclusion? Should anything untoward befall me, how shall I explain it to my deceased younger brother?" The arena is now teeming with spectators, although it is merely a duel to the death between two low-ranking warriors. The significance of the Chen family's direct descendants draws considerable attention. One participant is the youngest son of the esteemed elder of the Chen family, while the other is the notorious waste of talent from the same lineage. Chen Ming stands at the edge of the platform, accompanied by several distinguished young men clad in resplendent attire. One of these youths inquires, "Chen Ming, do you possess the confidence to best your cousin?" With a disdainful smile. Chen Ming retorts, "He is but a mere waste. Taking his life is but a flick of my wrist." Yet, another youth interjects, "What if he conceals some hidden weapon? You might find yourself in a precarious position in this little valley." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming bursts into laughter, as if he has heard the most ludicrous jest. "What? Him? Just a waste of space," he scoffs. "Besides, Brotherly has already lent me his profound weapon. What unforeseen event could possibly occur in this battle? A profound weapon? Li Lingxian was willing to part with such a treasure?" The crowd gazes at the tall, jade-like youth with curious eyes. "Indeed. I have lent my profound weapon to Chen Ming. If blame is to be placed, it should fall upon that young man who dared to trample upon my Li family." The indifferent tone sent shivers through the crowd, instantly recalling the incident from half a month prior, when Li Lingwei was publicly humiliated. The first to speak, a young man, could not help but sigh inwardly. Alas, it is indeed a pity for Chen Yan. Once the Chen and Li families unite, who could possibly withstand the might of these two clans? Although he was the son of the patriarch of the Fong family, one of the three prominent families, the Fong family had always been the weakest among them. How could they hope to resist the power of the Chen and Li families? With a heavy heart, the young man could only wait alongside others for Chen Yan's arrival. In the audience, a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown, Luo Mingwei, turned a blind eye to Li Lingshuan's gaze, instead clinging to the arm of the middle-aged man beside her, playfully saying, "Father, you must not allow me to be married off to the Li family." The hypocritical demeanor of Li Lingxian truly repulsed her. Upon hearing her words, Luo Wuxing nodded with a smile, responding, very well, whatever Mingwei says goes. Even if Li Hongda himself were to come and propose, if my daughter refuses, then she simply shall not marry." At that moment, he had regained his peak cultivation and felt untroubled even in the face of Li Hongda, the strongest of the Li family. Thus, Luo Wuxing possessed such confidence. Simultaneously, his curiosity about Chen Yan intensified, wondering if this young man could break the deadlock. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the audience, a middle-aged man with a grave expression observed the unfolding scene, his right hand absent-mindedly caressing the ring on his left ring finger. Lost in thought, those familiar with him are aware that the act of caressing a ring is a gesture typically adopted by middle-aged individuals when faced with a moment of indecision. However, those privy to this middle-aged man's identity might wonder what circumstances in the illustrious city of Mingyu could provoke such uncertainty within him. His name, Chen Yang, possesses an extraordinary allure, akin to a legend, inspiring all those of humble standing within Mingyu. As a seemingly inconspicuous collateral disciple, he oversees all the pharmacies of the Chen family, ranking just beneath the clan's esteemed elder. Let us observe whether you can navigate this predicament. Should you falter, I shall spare your life, a gesture of gratitude for your father's kindness. Conversely, should you triumph, henceforth, the collateral members of the Chen family shall be at your command. From a vantage point above the dueling arena, a figure adorned in a silver fox mask gazes upon the unfolding scene, a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Chen Yan, it appears you are well prepared. I am most eager to witness the forthcoming developments." This masked individual possesses an unparalleled understanding of Chen Yan, be it his concealed identity within the arena or the essence of his combat prowess. Thus, hidden within him lies a profound sense of malevolence regarding the imminent revelation. How will the spectators react upon discovering that this seemingly inconsequential youth is, In fact, the recently famed Mad Lion of Mingyu? The spectacle is bound to be quite captivating. Meanwhile, Yi, observing her master's demeanor, finds herself enveloped in curiosity. The adults in their family had never shown such keen interest in anyone before, except for one individual. A figure wearing a lion-headed mask flashed through his mind, prompting Yi to wonder, could it be that this Chen Yan is a prodigious talent capable of contending with a wild lion? Chapter 34. The strength of a serpent. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, two figures entered the duel arena, one following the other. They have finally arrived. Upon seeing that silhouette, the spectators couldn't help but sigh. Chen Ming, upon catching sight of the frail figure ahead, revealed a ferocious glint in his eyes and growled, "You little beast, you have finally shown up. I thought you lacked the courage to come." Hearing these words, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, his own eyes glinting with murderous intent. He then replied, "Brother Ming, as a member of the Chen family, is it truly so uncouth to speak in such a manner? As kin, if I am a beast, then what does that make you?" With that retort, he continued forward. And in a matter of moments, Chen Yan stood face to face with Chen Ming. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming furrowed his brow and fell silent. Li Lingwei, being a woman, was left speechless by Chen Yan's words. After all, he was not particularly skilled in verbal duels. "You sharp-tongued brat, I hope you can survive." Chen Ming scoffed, then gracefully leapt onto the stage. Although the battle of life and death had yet to commence, Chen Ming had already been at a disadvantage in their verbal sparring. Observing this, Chen Yan chose not to engage further and ascended to the stage as well. In the arena of combat, the life and death contracts had long been prepared and presented, yet the two combatants paid them no heed, swiftly inscribing their names. As the final sound faded, an atmosphere of tension enveloped them. Chen Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity, his sixth level of body refinement evident, radiating a crimson aura that surged around him, exuding a fierce, fiery might that bore down upon Chen Yan. The aggression was palpable, like the relentless flames of war. However, to his astonishment, Chen Yan exhibited no reaction, as if the fiery energy emanating from Chen Ming had never touched him. This little beast is utterly unfathomable. A flicker of trepidation crossed Chen Ming's mind, yet his countenance betrayed a mocking smile. "You put on quite the act, little beast. Alas, it won't save your life." With those words, Chen Ming unleashed his martial techniques, transforming into a blazing inferno that charged towards his opponent. The winds fanned the flames, amplifying his speed. In contrast, Chen Yan merely shook his head and extended a finger, akin to a delicate jade, pointing forward. With a soft sound, he effortlessly intercepted the flames. The moment his finger made contact, it was as though Chen Ming's fiery form had been grasped by an unseen hand. The force of the wind dissipated, and the flames extinguished, revealing a figure wearing a look of sheer astonishment. "Out of kinship, I shall grant you 3 moves. This is your first." The calm words fell upon Chen Ming's ears, igniting a fury within him, but more so, an overwhelming shock. How could this be? How is this little beast so formidable? In response, Chen Yan merely smiled indifferently. Beneath the celestial heart of Zhenwu, who could approach him within 3 feet? With one ineffective move, Chen Ming's murderous intent surged within him, and a crimson energy manifested upon his right arm, akin to a blazing flame igniting, rushing towards the shadow before him. This was the Red Sun kill. Born with a fiery constitution, he practiced the ancestral martial art of the Li family, the true fire technique. Thus, his martial prowess was derived from the Li lineage. The technique he now unleashed was the Li family's most formidable skill, the 3 Suns Fist. The 3 suns consist of the Red Sun, the White Sun, and the Green Sun. The Red Sun takes precedence, its searing flames perpetually ablaze, seemingly capable of igniting the very air, amplifying its might. Faced with a strike potent enough to melt gold and iron, Chen Yan remained unfazed. He stepped to the right with his right foot, leaning his body in that direction, then met the attack with his left palm. The azure energy enveloped his hand, resembling the unchanging cerulean sky, intent on consuming the fiery fist. His movements were effortless, devoid of any sign of strain. Observing Chen Yan's actions, Chen Ming's face brightened. Even ordinary metals would be entirely melted by his Red Sun kill, and for the opponent to dare to intercept with his palm was nothing short of suicidal. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the energy within his dantian surged forth, transforming the previously fist-sized flame into one the size of a head. Beneath the scorching heat, one could even detect the acrid scent of singed hair. Die. The head-sized flame resembled a meteor streaking across the night sky, continuously burning and radiating a destructive power. Yet, Chen Yan paid it no mind, still extending that hand of the azure heavens to meet the attack. The azure energy shimmered in his palm, tightly encasing the fiery fist. With a sudden puff, the flames extinguished. How could this be possible? Witnessing the shattered martial technique, Chun Ming's expression changed dramatically as he murmured to himself, "Nothing is impossible. Regardless of how formidable a martial technique may be, it ultimately hinges on the skill of its wielder. You are far too weak. Too weak." The merciless words instantly tore open the wounds within Chen Ming's heart. This was not the first time he had heard such a thing. When he had just learned the Sanyang fist, he had boldly challenged his elder brother, only to be defeated with a single move. He vividly recalled the calm remark from his brother, a man devoted to martial arts, "Though the Sanyang fist is powerful, your skill is too weak. Too weak." These words haunted him like a nightmare, plunging him into an abyss of self-doubt. Chun Yan's words fell upon Chun Ming's wounds like salt, inciting a tempest of fury within him. "You little beast, seeking death." A fierce shout erupted as Chun Ming channeled his energy, concentrating all his might into his right fist. Suddenly, a bellow resonated through the void, and an ethereal image of a blue bull materialized behind him. Its entire form was a deep azure, with two sharp horns jutting towards the sky and eyes glowing red, seemingly brimming with insatiable murderous intent. A wild and brutal will surged forth onto the dueling ground. This was the legendary strength demon bull. 1, 2, 3. Three mighty demon bulls appeared behind Chun Ming, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all those present. The strength of three powerful bulls is indeed formidable, comparable to that of a seventh-layer body refiner. It is no surprise that he is the son of the esteemed elder of the Chun clan, nor that he wields the superior techniques of the Li family's revered martial arts. I have long heard of the exceptional martial talent of the Chen elder's firstborn. Little did I know that his younger sibling is equally remarkable. A chorus of admiration erupted from the audience, causing Luo Mingyue's expression to shift. "Father, is Chen Ming truly that formidable?" Yet, contrary to his usual affection for his daughter, Luo Wuxing remained silent, his gaze fixed on the slender figure on stage with an air of caution, gravity, and disbelief. Faced with the formidable might of the three-headed mighty bull, Chen Yan refrained from employing any martial techniques. The true martial heart opened wide. The blood within him surged like an endless river, coursing through his veins. As the true energy circulated, the azure aura flowed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his right fist. An ancient, vast, noble, and commanding presence descended upon the arena, causing the very space to emit a mournful resonance. The azure shadow, possessing for claws and crowned with a pale golden horn, bore two long whiskers that stirred the surrounding elemental energy. Its lantern-sized eyes gazed upon the three mighty bulls across from it, akin to a deity observing mere ants beneath its feet. The power of a dragon. Chapter 35. Are you a fool? The azure shadow stretched long and sinuous, reminiscent of a mythical primordial mountain, exuding an ancient and vast aura that caused all those witnessing this life and death duel to change their expressions in unison. Is this the power of a primordial dragon? Impossible. How could this be? A chorus of astonished voices erupted, steeped in profound disbelief. Those who have attained the pinnacle of physical refinement can cultivate the strength of the nine-headed bull demon. Yet, it is said that those exceptionally gifted individuals can harness the power of an ancient dragon at the apex of physical refinement. The ancient dragon possesses formidable abilities, capable of turning rivers and seas and shattering mountains. No matter how powerful the bull demon may be, how could it possibly compare to such a divine creature? Even if it is merely a phantom, it still exudes an inconceivable strength. At this moment, the spectral figure behind Chen Yan is none other than the legendary ancient azure dragon. The individual wearing the silver fox mask above revealed an expression of shock, murmuring, "How is this possible? He has awakened?" Beside him, Yi covered her mouth, nearly gasping in astonishment. This young man surpasses even the wild lion in strength? The stern expression on Chun Yuliang's face in the audience had vanished, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed. Indeed, he is truly his father's son. A tiger father begets no dog son. Meanwhile, a flicker of surprise crossed Luo Wuxing's eyes as he remarked, "I never expected such a dragon to be concealed within this modest Mingyu city." Even Luo Mingyue, whose martial arts prowess is not particularly high, wore a look of delight upon witnessing that azure silhouette. Coming from a distinguished family, she naturally understood the significance of the apparition's emergence. Below the arena, the disciples of the noble families who arrived with Chun Ming now wore expressions of utmost dismay. Had I known that Chen Yan possessed such extraordinary prowess, I would not have sought to ingratiate myself with Chen Ming. A genius, indeed, a true genius. It appears that the tranquility of Mingyu City shall soon be shattered. The tall and elegant youth, Li Lingxian, now bore an expression of profound turmoil, with murderous intent surging within him. How could this waste be so formidable? No. He must not be allowed to remain. The presence of an unknown and formidable lion in Mingyu City already unsettled him. The emergence of a rival like Chen Yan now posed a direct threat to his standing. As the azure shadow emerged, the illusion of the mighty demon bull opposite began to tremble violently, seemingly in fear, as if yielding. The disparity between the two was not merely a matter of cultivation. It stemmed from the bloodline that coursed within them. Buzz, the large, lantern-like eyes of the azure shadow revealed an indifferent demeanor, transforming into a merciless deity as the three illusions of the mighty demon bull shattered and dissipated into nothingness. 3 moves had passed. With the next strike, "I shall show no mercy." The familiar words jolted Chen Ming from his nightmarish reverie, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson. As he cultivated an even more formidable murderous intent, "I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept it. How can a mere waste, whose life is all but extinguished, possess such capabilities? All of this must be an illusion, a dark sorcery." Chen Ming's eyes burned crimson, his expression twisted as if he were poised to devour. Observing Chen Ming on the brink of madness, Chen Yan's countenance remained unperturbed. He had already allowed his opponent 3 opportunities. He would not hold back any longer. Bound by the covenant of life and death, he would fight with all his might. In life, there are no regrets. In death, no worries. With unwavering determination, Chen Yan no longer hesitated and launched a fierce assault. His robes billowed as he moved, exuding an overwhelming aura, his formidable cultivation laid bare without restraint. Behind him, the ethereal figure of the azure flood dragon transformed into a streak of light, coalescing upon his arm. The azure energy surged from his right arm, materializing into a long spear of shimmering blue light. A roar akin to that of a bull erupted once more as he assumed a stance, thrusting the spear forward. The weapon flickered like lightning, slicing through the air with a crisp sound of explosive energy. Chen Ming, caught unawares, could not react in time. Blood gushed forth, mingled with fragments of shattered teeth, raining down in the air. Chen Ming was propelled backward, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. The entire duel arena was engulfed in a chilling silence. How could this be? Chen Ming, a peak practitioner of the 6th level of body refinement, had failed to withstand even a single strike. Was this the true strength of genius? Chen Yan advanced towards the fallen Chen Ming, intent on ending his life. However, at that moment, a tall figure suddenly leaped onto the stage, positioning itself before Chen Yan. This was a duel arena, and upon witnessing a breach of protocol, a middle-aged man swiftly appeared, not waiting for Chen Yan to speak. It was none other than Master Li Lingxian, who inquired, "Might I ask the intention behind your actions? Do you seek to challenge the integrity of this duel arena?" The middle-aged man, Mo Wuxing, regarded the lithe figure before him with a look of surprise on his otherwise stern face. The slender figure was Li Lingxian, whose cousin Chen Ming was also to be his future brother-in-law. He felt compelled to intervene. The esteemed official has taken the matter quite seriously. How could I dare to challenge the customs of the dueling arena? I merely wish to express a few words to Master Chen Yan. Not even his father would dare to act recklessly here, and Li Lingxian would never accept such an unjust accusation, repeatedly shaking his head in denial. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuxing nodded, glanced at the two, and then stepped down from the stage. "Brother Chen Yan, I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable," Li Lingxian remarked, a hint of well-placed astonishment gracing his handsome features. Chen Yan did not refute this, but awaited further commentary from his counterpart. Though somewhat overlooked, Li Lingxian maintained his composure and spoke with a touch of seriousness. "Brother Chen Yan, are you aware that calamity has befallen you?" His words, striking and dramatic, elicited a look of surprise from Chen Yan, solidifying Li Lingxuan's conviction as he continued. "Brother Chen Yan, Chen Ming is your kinsman. Should you bring harm upon him, such an act would surely draw scorn from all, not to mention how the city lord would regard your Chen family. But even my Li family cannot permit such behavior from you." His righteous words immediately garnered approval from the sycophants who accompanied Li Lingxian. Indeed, young Master Lingxian is truly the foremost talent of Mingyu City. These are words of great integrity. Young Master Lingxian is indeed a benevolent gentleman, Chen Yan. You ought to heed his warning. Li Lingxuan's face broke into a faint smile as he continued. Moreover, if you were to truly slay Chen Ming, would that not incite the wrath of the Chen family's elder? The elder of the Chen family stands as the foremost figure within his clan, possessing transcendent powers. The Chen Yan brothers have inadvertently provoked this formidable individual, leaving them with but a singular fate, death. The emotionless tone of this declaration chilled the air around, while a flicker of amusement danced in Li Lingxuan's eyes. Although he genuinely wished to rescue Chen Ming, a direct confrontation was not his approach. Moreover, as the preeminent young figure in the Mingyu city, seizing this opportunity to showcase his sagacity would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. All eyes were upon him as Chen Yan pondered deeply. After a prolonged silence, he regarded the individual before him with a gaze akin to that reserved for a fool, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. "Are you an imbecile?" Chapter 36. He is a rampant lion with a soft chuckle. Chen Yan's words resonated clearly throughout the assembly. Yet, before Li Lingxian and the gathered crowd could fully comprehend the implications, Chen Yan continued unabated. "What ulterior motives do you harbor? Do you presume I am oblivious? It is nothing more than the pursuit of fame and fortune. Do you truly believe yourself to be a paragon of virtue? If I were to spare Chen Ming today due to your mere utterances, tomorrow you would bask in the glow of newfound renown. Is that not fame? Chen Ming, having narrowly escaped death, would be eternally grateful to you, and the bonds between the elder and your Li family would only grow stronger. Does that not denote profit? Even if I were to kill Chen Ming today, you could still parade your supposed benevolence, claiming to avenge him while directing your wrath at me. Regardless of whether Chen Ming can be saved, do you not realize that by merely presenting yourself in this manner, the concepts of fame and fortune can be effortlessly attained?" In just a few brief words, Chen Yan ruthlessly tore away the facade of righteousness that Li Lingxian wore, exposing his ulterior motives for fame and fortune under the glaring light of day. It is no wonder his words were harsh. The other's intentions were insidious. Were it not for the guidance of that ancient sage, Sword Elder, he might have indeed been used as a stepping stone by the other party. Naturally, his words were a blend of truth and deception, laced with a hint of provocation. Observing the ashen complexion of Li Lingxian, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and declared once more, "Who among us is unaware of the Chen family's circumstances? What if I were to kill him? Furthermore, prior to our decisive battle, Chen Ming and I had already signed a life and death contract. Even if Chen Ming is the son of the Chen family's Grand Elder, what of it? Would the Grand Elder truly mobilize great efforts over such a matter?" This statement rang true. The Grand Elder of the Chen family possessed not only formidable prowess but also profound cunning. He would certainly not act personally out of mere personal vendetta while the old monster of the Chen family still lived. Upon hearing this, Li Lingxian's expression grew even more dreadful. He had indeed failed to consider the Grand Elder's modus operandi. However, what Chen Yan said next filled him with profound shame, making him wish to disappear into the earth. Moreover, "Are you such a fool that you comprehend the Grand Elder's threat, yet I remain oblivious? Do those present not understand? Do you assume that everyone is as thoughtless as you are? In a mere heartbeat, Chen Yan observed Li Lingxuan's complexion first turn ashen, then transition from pale to crimson, from crimson to azure, and finally from azure to violet, resembling a theatrical display of facial transformations. Suddenly, Li Lingxuan's face, now a deep purple, betrayed a chaotic breath, with surrounding energy surging violently, as if he had sustained a grievous injury. Had he succumbed to madness? Chen Yan scoffed inwardly, thinking, I have yet to unleash my full prowess. Since the moment of his birth, he had never been bested in a war of words. Could a mere inept pretty boy like you dare to insult me? Do you truly believe yourself to be the protagonist? Cough. He was certainly not envious of Li Lingxuan's handsome visage. It was merely that the latter harbored ill intentions, prompting Chen Yan to retaliate in self-defense. Yes, that was it. Watching a group of sycophants hastily carry Li Lingxian away, Chen Yan stood tall and proud, surveying his surroundings with an air of dominance. Reminiscent of a king amidst the scorn of others, exuding a chilling solitude at the pinnacle of his triumph. This spectacle elicited a charming smile from Luo Mingwei, who shot a fierce glare at Chen Yan. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the arena. Wretched beast, perish! A wave of searing energy surged from behind, enveloping Chen Yan in an unbearable heat, akin to being thrust into a furnace ablaze with roaring flames. As if having anticipated this, Chen Yan deftly sidestepped, allowing the assault to create a gaping hole in the ground before turning to face his opponent. There stood Chen Ming, shrouded in a faint crimson aura, as swirling dust coalesced around him, transforming into a towering, faintly red tornado, with eyes bloodshot and garments stained crimson. The very aura surrounding him was tinged with a hint of sanguine. You wish to kill me? Let us see your prowess. This seemingly innocuous statement ignited a fierce fury within Chen Ming, who, with a swift motion of his right hand against his storage ring, summoned a sword. The weapon measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, its surface as pristine as jade, the hilt resembling the head of a white serpent, firmly grasping a blade as clear and crisp as autumn waters. This is a profound weapon? Although he had anticipated this, Chen Yan could not suppress a moment of astonishment. This sword radiated an ethereal brilliance and exuded a sharpness that unmistakably indicated it was a weapon of significant rank. Indeed, it was a profound weapon. You little beast have likely never encountered such a weapon. Ha 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 ha. The raucous laughter echoed, prompting a fierce glint in Chen Yan's eyes as he asserted dominantly, This profound weapon is mine. Chen Ming, as if he had heard the most amusing jest, erupted into laughter, pointing at his opponent and declaring, To die today beneath a profound weapon is indeed your fortune. Come, meet your end. Without further ado, Chen Ming concentrated the energy within him onto the longsword, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword energies that sliced through the air towards Chen Yan. Wherever the blade passed, the air froze into shards of frost, transforming into drifting snowflakes. Shaking his head to halt Chen Lu Ran, who was poised to intervene, Chen Yan dodged, leaped, and maneuvered with agility, narrowly evading the onslaught of sword energy. Though the weapon was formidable, its effectiveness was contingent upon the wielder. As always, the truth remained, you are simply too weak. Through practical experience, Chen Yan has successfully grasped Chen Ming's vulnerabilities, and thus, he is unperturbed in adding a touch more salt to the wound. Ah, how I yearn to rend your lips asunder, to shatter your teeth one by one, and ultimately, to extinguish your life. In a fit of rage, Chen Ming disregards everything, wielding his mystical weapon with relentless strikes, each arc of sword energy forcing Chen Ming into a state of disarray, his garments tattered. The chilling aura emanating from the sword even carves tiny lacerations upon his visage. Yet, the more disheveled he becomes, the clearer Chen Yan's mind grows, his eyes shining with lucidity. It is merely this mystical weapon, which does not rightfully belong to you. Let us wait until your internal energy is depleted. This sword is evidently of an icy nature, while Chen Ming had previously revealed a fiery technique. Therefore, this mystical weapon undoubtedly does not belong to him, and the exertion required to wield it is far greater than that of an ordinary individual. In a brief moment, the arena's surface lies in ruins, and Chen Yan awaits the opportune moment. Now is the time. With a surge of resolve, he leaps forward, gradually closing in on Chen Ming. His hands are enveloped in azure energy, subtly transforming into the form of an ancient azure tortoise's spiritual armor, the intricate patterns revealing an air of antiquity, steeped in the passage of time. As he nears the gleaming sword, he feels the icy breath upon his skin, and despite the biting chill, he exerts his strength. Release it. With that command, the long sword is wrenched free, embedding itself into the ground. At that moment, a youth clad in resplendent garments beneath the arena suddenly exclaims with brightened eyes, "I understand now. He is the Mad Lion." Chapter 37, The Tyranny of Mount Tai. The familiar martial arts techniques and the similar height and physique evoked a gasp from the elegantly dressed young man, instantly alerting everyone present. What? He is the Mad Lion? A burly man suddenly rose, a shadow of unpleasant memories crossing his face, alternating between shades of green and purple. Beside him, a flamboyant figure, delicately pinching his fingers, clutched his chest and pouted, "Oh dear, how embarrassing. I feel as though I might faint." The appearance of the Mad Lion indeed aligns with my vision of an ideal partner. Above, Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and then enlightenment dawned upon him. The Mad Lion was actually a guise he had adopted? No wonder the esteemed gentleman held such high regard for both individuals. It turns out they were one and the same. The figure masked by the silver fox could neither confirm nor deny this revelation, merely offering a soft chuckle. Pondering silently, "I wonder if he has noticed?" Mo Wuxian, standing at the edge of the arena, opened his mouth wide, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. But it ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. So, the Mad Lion was merely a disguise donned by young Master Chen Yan? No wonder his visage felt so strikingly familiar. In a corner of the audience, Chen Yuliang found himself losing composure for what seemed like the umpteenth time today. Shaking his head, he remarked with a wry smile, "So the Mad Lion is Chen Yan, and Chen Yan is the Mad Lion?" Lu Run, who had been quietly observing the duel, suddenly shuddered as if he were being scrutinized by an extraordinarily fearsome presence. Beside him, Luo Wuxing, already aware of the situation, couldn't help but smirk as he whispered now, "This truly is common knowledge. Yet, I wonder if this lad can bear the weight of the consequences." A lion capable of ascending beyond his station has already set the various factions within Mingyu City ablaze with excitement. Moreover, Chen Yan, who just unleashed a punch with the power of a dragon, has stirred a restlessness among the multitude present. Now, if the abilities of these two individuals were to converge into one, even the most oblivious would recognize the boundless potential of such a person. And as for their adversaries, one word suffices: annihilation. The towering tree draws the wind. One can only blame their ignorance of the wisdom in concealing one's brilliance. This young beast is astonishingly formidable. Should he reach maturity, what chaos might ensue? Hiss, with such a child in existence, how could the affairs of the Chen family remain untroubled? The plan is simple. Eliminate this youth and frame the elder of the Chen family, thus profiting amidst the ensuing turmoil. In an instant, countless hearts harboring treachery ignited with murderous intent. In the arena, an elderly man with a benevolent visage, sensing the concealed malice, couldn't help but chuckle. How intriguing, truly intriguing. It was worth the invitation from Miss Yu to witness this grand spectacle. What? You are the lion? This cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. You are merely a wretched wretch clinging to life. How could you possibly be the renowned genius, the lion? Exhausted and bewildered, Chen Ming shook his head in despair, seemingly stripped of all rationality. It was not just him. Even the so-called disciples of noble families beneath the arena were wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. It must be noted that when the wild lion had boldly challenged his superiors, some of their families had even come personally to recruit the wild lion. Such a paragon, such a prodigy, was now revealed to be a mere charlatan. This transformation was akin to a beggar on the street suddenly emerging as a revered prince. A shock that reverberated through the crowd. "Allow me to send you on your way," Chen Yan said, unfazed by the unmasking of his disguise as he stepped closer. Die. His energy surged as he struck out towards his opponent. Memories of Chen Ming's once unparalleled arrogance flooded his mind, now replaced by this dismal scene. The images flashed relentlessly. and Chen Yan's palm descended heavily upon Chen Ming's head. It is over, but something felt amiss. Who was that? In a sudden jolt of realization, Chen Yan retreated several paces in shock. How was Chen Ming still alive? Who was the figure on the arena? Gasps filled the air as the crowd turned their attention to the silhouette that had abruptly appeared on the stage. Clad in a gray robe, the figure appeared middle-aged, exuding an aura that overshadowed even the mightiest of mountains. Even his previously unremarkable visage radiated an extraordinary charm at this moment. The middle-aged man stood protectively before Chen Ming, a green palm print emblazoned on his robe. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "You, young man, have indeed grasped my temperament quite well." The old man has 2 sons. His elder son is utterly engrossed in martial arts, devoid of any semblance of humanity. In contrast, it is his younger son, Ming, whom he cherishes dearly, despite his inferior abilities. A few seemingly unrelated words instantly chilled Chen Yan's heart. He had miscalculated. He never anticipated that this person would truly appear here, nor that he would personally intervene out of personal vendetta. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed elder of the Chen family, the formidable master Chen Mingho, a practitioner of the 9th level of true energy. The term Taishan not only refers to the technique he practiced, the Taishan formula, but also symbolizes his unwavering demeanor. As steadfast as a rock, he would never act without absolute certainty. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he had indeed taken action. The individuals seated in the audience shrank their pupils into pinpoints upon witnessing his figure. Seemingly sensing the myriad gazes directed at him, Chen Mingho let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. It seems there are quite a few familiar faces here. Did you all think I wouldn't intervene and merely sit back to watch the spectacle unfold?" Shaking his head, he sighed deeply. "Alas, after entering middle age, I have come to understand a profound truth. In the face of absolute strength, all rules and constraints are but illusions. Therefore, I have decided to act. This is not the conclusion, but rather a new beginning." His tone was commonplace, yet it carried an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was the confidence of a powerful individual in their own abilities. Such was the true demeanor of a formidable warrior, that even he, who had approached the edge of the arena, shivered under the weight of his immense presence. "Chen Mingho, do not forget. This place is the domain of my duel arena. It would be wise for you to refrain from excessive arrogance." The figure clad in the silver fox mask stood with hands clasped behind his back, gliding through the air with an unmasked air of menace. However, to his surprise, Chen Mingho merely cast a casual glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "You speak the truth. This indeed is your territory. Yet today, I choose to be audacious. With your injuries, what can you do to me?" Arrogant and domineering, Chen Yan, who stood behind the silver fox-masked figure, finally comprehended the source of Chen Mingho's brazen demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the silver fox-masked figure fell silent, for he truly lacked the strength to retaliate. In that moment, Chen Yan's life hung by a thread. Chapter 38. You cannot kill him. The sudden appearance of a figure in the duel arena escalated the tension palpably. Those with keen senses could even detect the undercurrents concealed beneath this brewing storm. Faced with Chen Mingho's audacity, the master of the duel arena, the silver fox-masked figure, also remained mute. Witnessing this, Luo Mingyue urgently grasped her father Luo Wuxing's arm, pleading incessantly, "Father, you must intervene. What will happen if the elder of the Chen family makes a move?" To her dismay, her father showed no intention of acting. Instead, he smiled and said, "Mingyue, you are too impatient." Observed Chen Yan. "Does he exhibit any sign of anxiety?" Luo Mingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion as she glanced at Chen Yan and then blinked in contemplation. Standing calmly behind the master of the duel, Chen Yan exhibited an air of tranquility, seemingly impervious to the looming crisis. Amidst the uncertainty, a resolute voice suddenly resonated from the audience. "The actions of the Grand Elder are indeed domineering, yet today, with my presence, who dares to lay a finger on Chen Yan?" The crowd turned their gaze to see a figure clad in dark robes harnessing their internal energy, gracefully descending from the audience to stand beside the one adorned with the silver fox mask. It was the father. Chen Luren, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Chen Yuliang. Upon seeing him, Chen Mingho's eyes revealed a flicker of confusion, followed by a dawning realization. It is said that without the considerable assistance of Chen Mingyu in the past, one could hardly have reached such heights. Clearly, these rumors hold a kernel of truth. Chen Mingyu is the name of Chen Yan's father. Without his support, how could Chen Yuyang have attained his current status? This is undeniable, as his demeanor speaks volumes. A formidable aura emanated from him, heavy as a towering mountain, subtly suggesting a challenge to the Grand Elder. No one could have anticipated that this disciple from the collateral line possessed the formidable prowess of true energy at the 8th level, vastly surpassing many of the elders within the assembly. Astonishingly, Chen Yuyang had concealed his depth so profoundly. Indeed, it appears that his years of discretion have significantly advanced his cultivation. Fortunately, amidst the turmoil within the Chen family, otherwise, which family in Mingyu City could contend with them? At this moment, a flicker of enlightenment passed through Luo Wuxian's eyes. No wonder this young man remains so composed. It appears he has the endorsement of Chen Yuyang. Observing the two individuals opposite him, Chen Mingho maintained an unchanging expression, still wearing a hint of a smile. Is this truly your trump card? Alas, it is insufficient. With this declaration, the Grand Elder's aura surged once more, a brilliant yellow column of energy erupting from his head, seemingly breaking through the limits and unveiling a higher realm. This is the pinnacle of the true Qi 9th layer, a half-step into the earthly fiend realm, deserving of the title of half-step master. The arena was once again filled with gasps of astonishment. With such a level of prowess, it would not be an exaggeration to call Chen Mingho the foremost expert in Mingyu City, even the formidable patriarch of the 3 great families. Li Hongda of the Li clan would be no match for him. The overwhelming pressure felt as if the very will of the heavens had descended, an oppressive, tyrannical force that left both Chen Yuyang and the masked figure, the silver fox, pale and drenched in cold sweat. How dare you two attempt to obstruct me? In the realm of martial arts, each layer presents a new heaven, not to mention that Chen Mingho had already begun to faintly connect with an even higher realm. With a light chuckle, Chen Mingho placed his hands behind his back and took a single step, covering several paces towards Chen Yan. Although Luo Wuxian felt apprehensive, he resolved to intervene and save Chen Yan. Yet, faced with the strongest presence in the arena, Chen Yan remained composed, his expression unperturbed. This inevitably sparked a flicker of curiosity within Chen Mingho, who, perplexed, inquired, "Are you not afraid?" Standing less than a foot away, seemingly capable of snuffing out his life at any moment, Chen Yan displayed a smile and replied cheerfully, "Why should I fear? Is this young man truly reckless? If he were to plead with Chen Mingho, perhaps he might escape with his life. Who can fathom his thoughts? Is this merely the pride that accompanies genius?" Among the audience, a kindly elder also nodded with a smile, privately reflecting, though this young man bears some foundational flaws, his spirit is commendable. It seems this endeavor may yield some rewards. Even as Chen Mingho, his adversary, displayed a hint of surprise, he pressed further, "Are you not afraid of death?" Unexpectedly, Chen Yan, as if hearing the most absurd of tales, shook his head with a laugh and replied nonchalantly, "In this world, who is truly unafraid of death? My innate foundation is flawed, and I shall not live to see adulthood. Naturally, I harbor a greater fear of death than most." However, at this juncture, Chen Yan's gaze shifted to Chen Mingho, falling silent and leaving an air of suspense. Witnessing this, the crowd's curiosity intensified. Chen Mingho's eyes flickered with confusion as he pressed. "However, what?" To this, Chen Yan erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Yet, you cannot kill me. Why should I then fear?" After finishing his words, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingho's eyes flickered with a momentary flash of anger, but then he quickly understood and chuckled, saying, "I see now. You, young rascal, are merely feigning indifference to sow seeds of doubt in my mind. In this manner, even if your bravado is but a facade, you might still manage to preserve your life. TSK, at such a tender age, possessing such cunning is truly commendable." Once he finished speaking, Chen Mingho's tone shifted dramatically as he coldly asserted, "Alas, you have forgotten one crucial fact. I am no longer the man I once was. Beneath absolute strength, All is but an illusion. With that, he ceased further discourse, his right fist clenched, lightly thrusting forward. Yet, to the spectators in the arena, this was no mere punch. It resembled an ancient, eternal mountain soaring forth, poised to suppress all adversaries. As the target of this strike, Chen Yan found himself gaining profound insight from this singular blow. The space around him solidified under an overwhelming will, transforming into a spatial prison that confined him. The air within a radius of several meters was entirely siphoned away, akin to a fish stranded on land, gasping for breath. At that moment, Chen Yan's expression remained devoid of panic. His lips parted slightly as he uttered a few words. Chen Mingho could distinctly discern those words. "You cannot kill me." Just as the force of the punch was about to descend upon Chen Yan, an extraordinarily aged voice resonated throughout the duel arena. "Chen Mingho, my grandson speaks with precision. You cannot defeat him." Chapter 39. Consultation. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the entrance of the duel arena, swiftly positioning itself before Chen Yan. Upon witnessing the oncoming forceful punch, the newcomer waved his right hand. A 3-foot brass staff materialized in his grasp, and with a gentle flick, a golden light erupted. The overwhelming punch, akin to a balloon punctured, instantly dissipated in power. In this world, there exists but one individual who would refer to Chen Yan as grandson, the enigmatic elder of the Chen family, the previous clan leader, Chen Mingyu's father, Chen Guangyuan. It was precisely due to his presence that the Grand Elder refrained from taking action against the clan leader. "Is it you? You have actually ascended to the 9th level of true qi." As he beheld the aged figure before him, Chen Mingho's expression changed dramatically. Losing the earlier air of dominance and aggression, Chen Guangyuan had previously only attained the 8th level of true qi, yet he could already restrain Chen Mingho. Now, with his advancement to the 9th level, the outcome of their encounter was uncertain. Contemplating this, Chen Mingho cast a wary glance at the brass staff. Known as the Taishan staff, it was the treasured heirloom of the Chen family, a superior, mysterious weapon. It was this exceptional weapon that had enabled Chen Guangyuan to hold him at bay. The others present also swiftly grasped the source of Chen Yan's confidence. So, he is supported by a master of the 9th level of true qi wielding a superior mysterious weapon. What say you? Shall we continue the battle? Chen Guangyuan inquired with a smile, shaking the brass staff in his hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Mingho understood that the situation had become untenable. After all, present in the arena were Chun Yuliang, a formidable master at the 8th level of true energy, and the silver-masked individual, a wounded expert at the 9th level. Should he choose to act, it would surely spell his demise. Ha ha, who would have imagined that the old patriarch could transcend to the 9th level of true energy? This fortuitous development will undoubtedly augment the power of the Chen family. With Ming'er grievously injured, I shall celebrate the old patriarch's achievement on another occasion. Chen Mingho wore a broad smile, his earlier arrogance entirely vanquished. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he decisively turned to leave with the injured Chen Ming. His movements brisk and unhesitating. Yet, it was this very demeanor that caused Chen Yan to furrow his brow. Chen Mingho's profound cunning might prove formidable. He possesses the ability to seize opportunities and relinquish them, a true figure of ambition. Let us depart as well. Casting a glance at Chen Yan behind him and the recovering Chen Yuyang beside him, Chen Guangyuan spoke with a grin. "One moment, please." In haste, Chen Yan made his way to a corner of the arena, retrieving an object from the ground before nodding. "Grandfather, uncle, let us be on our way." After acknowledging the silver-masked figure with a nod, Chen Guangyuan led Chen Yan and Chen Yuliang out of the arena. As they departed, Chen Yan cast a reassuring glance towards Luo Mingwei. The sequence of unexpected events had left onlookers utterly astounded, yet with the principal figures having exited, it felt inappropriate to remain. Alas, I never anticipated that Chen Guangyuan would ascend to the 9th level of true energy. Indeed, it appears that Chen Mingho now finds himself in peril. Do not forget that Chen Mingho has the Li family as his support. Indeed, moreover, Chen Mingho possesses extraordinary strength, greatly increasing the likelihood of surpassing that threshold. At this point, the crowd hastily fell silent and departed in a flurry. Soon, The duel arena was left with only the participants and a kindly elder in the audience. You may also withdraw. The individual in the silver fox mask gestured to the others, leaving just 3 individuals in the arena. Vayer, it has been a long time. How have you sustained such grave injuries? The elder moved with a swift grace, appearing atop the platform, his brow furrowing in concern. Then, the masked figure removed their mask, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Her face resembled a lotus, her brows akin to willow leaves, and her fiery red lips glowed like flames, quickening the heartbeat of those who beheld her. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly cold and stern master of the duel arena was, in fact, a woman. However, the nearby Yi appeared unfazed, as if already aware of this revelation. Yue furrowed her delicate brows and, upon seeing the elder, inquired, "Great uncle, why have you arrived so late?" To her surprise, the elder's kindly face morphed into one of distress as he puffed out his cheeks and exclaimed, "Is it not because I encountered a demon dragon while traversing the Manghuang Mountains? I had to exert considerable effort to vanquish that creature before reaching this place." To eliminate a demon dragon. Should these words fall upon another's ears, they would undoubtedly assume the elder is boasting. However, Yue harbored a profound belief in their veracity. She nodded gently and remarked, "I see. Very well, the reason I summoned you here is of some importance." Subsequently, the two engaged in a hushed discussion, ultimately making their way toward a mysterious location within the dueling arena, with Yi dutifully trailing closely behind. Within the serene courtyard of the Chen family estate, Chen Guangyuan reclined in a rattan chair, flanked by the clan leader Chen Mingwei and Chen Yuliang, while Chen Yan and Chen Luren stood across from them. "Let us deliberate. What is our course of action?" "What action?" "Naturally. The matter at hand pertained to the influence of the elders. No one would believe that Chen Mingho would accept such an underhanded defeat." "Ahem. Why do we not simply eliminate Chen Mingho?" Chen Luren glanced around at the silence that enveloped the group before stepping forward, stammering as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the others exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Chen Luren, sensing an unspoken understanding, soon became animated in his speech. It must be noted that the Chen Mingho faction had ascended to its current prominence solely due to his formidable cultivation at the 9th level of true energy. If we join forces to eliminate him, the subordinates will be left without a leader, rendering them malleable to our will. Moreover, such a decisive action would swiftly resolve the matter without the risk of unforeseen complications. After Chen Luren's impassioned discourse, he noticed the incredulous gaze of his father, Chen Yuliang, and was left in a state of bewilderment. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yan shook his head and remarked, "Lu Ren, you are aware of only one aspect and remain oblivious to another. Chen Mingho is the brother-in-law of Li Hongda, and they have further intertwined their families through marriage, rendering their bond exceedingly close. If we were to lay hands on Chen Mingho, would Li Hongda simply stand by idly? Therefore, to eliminate the faction of the Grand Elder, we must take Li Hongda into consideration." Upon hearing this, Chen Luren suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, a hint of embarrassment washing over his countenance. Indeed, his inclination towards a swift and decisive solution was commendable. However, it is regrettable that Li Hongda's ambition to dominate the Mingyu city has not arisen overnight. Coupled with the indecisiveness of the Fong family, it is disheartening. With a heavy sigh, the clan leader Chen Mingwei had already elucidated the current predicament. Chapter 40. Inevitable defeat. Although Chen Mingwei, the patriarch of the Chen family, held a nominal position within the clan, he was far from the pitiful figure that outsiders might perceive. In just a few words, he had clearly delineated the dynamics of the conflict between them and their adversaries. "What? Is my Chen family confronted with the threat of 3 formidable adversaries at the 9th level of true qi?" Chen Luren's complexion instantly paled, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet, the others appeared to have already discerned the reality, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. At that moment, unexpectedly, Chen Yan erupted into hearty laughter. This sudden outburst startled Chen Luren, who then reproached, "Brother Yan, my Chen family faces impending disaster, and you can still find amusement?" Even Chen Guangyuan, The clan leader Chen Mingwei and Chen Yuyang could not help but turn their gazes toward Chen Yan, eager to hear his explanation. Under their watchful eyes, Chen Yan revealed a composed demeanor and smiled as he addressed them. Grandfather, uncle, and Uncle Yuyang, at this moment, with the combined strength of the three of you, which faction in Mingyu City could possibly withstand such power? Upon hearing these words, Chen Yuyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he admitted, "You speak the truth, Yenner. Merely the prowess of Chen Mingho alone is sufficient to claim the title of the strongest expert in the city. For years he lay in wait, preparing to astonish the world while rescuing you. Yet who would have thought that he would harness a fragment of the world's energy to immobilize him? To outsiders, it appears that I, Chen Yuyang, have been so intimidated by Chen Mingho that I dared not intervene. How could I not feel shame? How could I not feel remorse?" The others, reflecting on this, could not help but sigh. Observing this scene, Chen Yan's smile grew more radiant, and he deliberately clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "Ah." With the unity of these three, they might well be regarded as the foremost power in Mingyu City. I dare say, even the city lord's mansion might not hold them in high regard. This statement instantly illuminated the eyes of everyone present, except for Chen Luren. So that is the case. Ha ha ha. If Chen Mingho truly dares to conspire with these individuals against our Chen family, it is likely that the city lord's mansion would be unable to refrain from intervening first. Yenner, your words have awakened those in slumber. Even the typically obtuse Chen Luren now bore a relaxed expression, his earlier concerns dissipating entirely. However, Chen Yan's tone suddenly shifted, dousing everyone's spirits with a cold splash of reality. It is also possible that those few individuals have conspired with the city lord's mansion to annihilate my Chen family. After all, they are not fools. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuyang grew anxious. Yenner, if you have any plans, please share them with us. Do not let us worry aimlessly any longer. Chen Yan ceased to keep them in suspense and revealed his intentions without hesitation. Some time ago, I had the fortune of assisting General Qin with a matter, and he promised me that he would come to my aid when needed. At this juncture, Chen Luren smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "No wonder you proposed that condition to General Qin last time. It appears you have had a scheme in mind all along." The previous dialogue between General Qin and Chen Yan had left him bewildered, but now the understanding dawned upon him. Chen Guangyuan, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of admiration for his grandson's capabilities. Even Chen Mingwei, the patriarch of the Chen family, displayed a look of astonishment in his eyes. Notably, even the typically proud Chen Yuyang could not suppress a change in his expression, inwardly lamenting, "Indeed, a tiger begets no dog." Yet, Chen Luren posed another question. But even if the old patriarch intercepts Chen Mingho and General Qin holds back Li Hongda, what about the elder of the Fong family? The elder of the Fong family is their strongest member, possessing a formidable cultivation at the 9th layer of true qi. However, due to his advanced age, he seldom intervenes. In regard to this individual, Chen Yan had long since devised a plan. The Fong family had always been like a blade of grass, swaying with the strongest force. We should initially attempt to win them over. Otherwise, we may have to resort to more drastic measures. As this matter was broached, a hint of a smile graced Chen Yan's lips. Chen Luren could not help but inquire, which individual does Brother Yin intend to engage? Chen Guangyuan and the others. Having lived longer and possessing far greater insight than the inexperienced Chen Luren, began to speculate. Soon, they heard Chen Yan chuckling as he replied, "I must express my gratitude to Elder Chen Mingho. Were it not for his provocative actions today, I would have been at a loss as to how to approach the master of the duel arena." At this juncture, even the others were subtly swayed by Chen Yan's confidence, nodding in approval. Today, Chen Mingho's actions were akin to delivering a slap to the face of the duel arena's master. If this grievance were not resolved, it would set a precedent for others to challenge the arena's authority. Very well, this evening, I shall pay a visit to General Qin Boyu. As for the matters concerning the duel arena, they shall be entrusted to you, Yan. With this, Chen Guangyuan concluded the discussion and solidified their strategy. Chen Mingwei had intended to voice a remark about the immaturity of those who lack experience in handling affairs, but under the imposing presence of his stern father, Chen Guangyuan, he could only acquiesce with a nod. Mingwei, you shall oversee the internal affairs of the clan in the coming days. As for the various business dealings of the Chen family, they will be entrusted entirely to Yuliang for management. At this moment, there were not many trusted confidants on their side, leaving the burden of these matters to rest upon the shoulders of these two individuals. Yes, father. Yes, elder patriarch. The two exchanged glances before bowing deeply. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. Let Yenna stay and converse with me. Upon hearing this, the group took their leave. Turning away, suddenly, a spark of intelligence flickered in Chen Guangyuan's eyes, emanating an aura of profound wisdom. Yenner, I suspect you have other hidden cards yet to be played. Do you not? His words elicited a wry smile from Chen Yan, who sighed helplessly. I cannot conceal anything from grandfather's discerning eyes. I have already contacted Falling Silent with the night. When the opportune moment arrives, I shall reveal this trump card and eliminate Qin Mingho and the others in one fell swoop. This was precisely why he refrained from mentioning this matter in front of the others. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangyuan's expression confirmed his suspicions, and he feigned authority as he remarked, such schemes are merely trivial tactics. For now, you must prioritize your cultivation and strive to advance to the qi condensation stage. Only then can you extend your lifespan a little. Though his words were stern, they were imbued with genuine concern. Chen Yan nodded solemnly. After exchanging a few more words, they departed from the small courtyard. Chen Yan could easily surmise that Qin Mingho, a figure who had endured in the Qin family for over a decade, was certainly capable of similar deductions. Not to mention, at this moment, he was accompanied by the astute heads of the Li and Fong families. Li Hongda shook his head helplessly and sighed. Alas, Brother Mingho should not have offended the master of the dueling grounds. However, since the incident has already transpired, I harbor no intention of laying blame. He continued. Consequently, the true experts at the 9th level of the Zhen Gang within Mingyu City are limited to Luo Wuxing, Qin Boyu, and that esteemed city lord. Unfortunately, Luo Wuxing is gravely injured and cannot partake in this matter. Moreover, the city lord himself is severely wounded and has yet to recuperate. Thus all affairs are entrusted to Qin Boyu. This means we can ally with Qin Boyu, but it will undoubtedly come at a considerable cost. He calculated. In this scenario, their side boasts 4 formidable experts at the 9th level of Zhen Gang. While even with the injured master of the dueling grounds, the Chun family possesses only 2. In terms of strength, the Chun family is destined for defeat. Chapter 41. A sudden turn of events on the following morning. As the dawn broke, Chen Yan treaded upon the frosty ground, making his way towards the dueling grounds. His purpose was to forge an alliance with the master of the dueling grounds to collectively oppose the Grand Elder and the Li family. In a short while, he arrived at the familiar location within the dueling grounds. Lord Mad Lion? A voice filled with uncertainty called out from beside him, prompting him to turn. It was Mr. Mo Wuxing. Ha ha ha. At this moment, I am no longer the Mad Lion. Simply refer to me as Chen Yan, he replied with a hint of a smile, humbly addressing Mo Wuxing. Yes, young Master Chen Yan. Mo Wuxing had a fair understanding of the other party's character. Thus, he did not refuse, yet still addressed him as young master. Chen Yan could not help but smile wryly, but he inquired, by the way, is that esteemed gentleman in the duel arena? I have come today to discuss matters with him. Only then did Mo Wuxing realize, shaking his head in response, I am unaware of that gentleman's whereabouts. However, Lord Yi remains in the duel arena. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan secretly thought, well, approaching Lord Yi will suffice. As the personal guard of that esteemed gentleman, Yi might possess an even closer connection and thus should have a say in this matter. I shall first seek out Lord Yi. By the way, this evening, Chen Luren will come to escort Blood Tiger away, and I will need your assistance with that. Thinking of Blood Tiger still within the duel arena, Chen Yan offered a reminder before turning to leave. Naturally, Mo Wuxing did not dare to be negligent and promptly agreed. The unmistakable sound of footsteps reached Yi's ears, allowing her to discern the identity of the visitor. Ah, it is you. Please, come in. Chen Yan displayed a hint of a smile and entered the room directly. Bowing respectfully, Chen Yan pays his respects to Lord Yi. I hope you will not hold it against me for concealing my identity earlier. Yi furrowed her delicate brows slightly before speaking with a hint of deeper meaning. So it is young Master Chen Yan of the Chen family. Why have you come to my duel arena instead of attending to your troubles? Subsequently, Chen Yan uttered words that left everyone astounded. Master Yi, are you aware? A calamity is imminent at the dueling arena. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Yi's delicate visage took on a frosty demeanor as she coldly replied, Chen Yan, you had better clarify your statement. Otherwise, do not expect to leave this place unscathed. What sort of person greets another with such ominous foreboding? Is this not akin to cursing someone to death? In response to the threatening tone, Chen Yan remained unperturbed, articulating his prepared explanation with eloquence. Master Yi, you must know that Chen Mingho has allied with the Li and Feng families. I trust you are aware that this coalition seeks to undermine the Chen family. But once the Chen family is eradicated, who do you suppose will be next? Oh, a mere solitary wanderer like Luo Wuxing, heavily injured, poses no real threat. Yet the city lord's manor is connected to the imperial dynasty. How could they dare act recklessly? It seems that soon, the dueling arena may find itself in their crosshairs. In just a few sentences, Chen Yan had laid bare the current situation with clarity. Had others from the dueling arena been present, they would undoubtedly have been taken aback and rallied in support of Chen Yan. However, Yi, being the personal guard of the enigmatic figure behind the silver fox mask, possessed a profound understanding of the circumstances at the dueling arena. As Chen Yan concluded his remarks, she gazed at him with a knowing smile. Chen Yan, you cannot truly believe that those families would dare to set their sights on my dueling arena, can you? Moreover, do you genuinely believe that my prowess within the arena is confined to what your eyes perceive? Upon hearing this, Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated various reasons for the other's potential refusal, yet he never anticipated that the arena would not be intimidated by the might of these families. Could it be that there are hidden masters within this arena? Contemplating this, Chen Yan's tone shifted as he intended to speak again. However, to his surprise, Yi raised a hand and interjected, stating, there is no need for further discussion. For certain reasons, our arena refrains from intervening in the disputes between other families. Thus, even if I wished to assist you, it would be impossible for me to take action. Chen Yan's heart suddenly comprehended the situation. Yet he remained puzzled about the nature of these certain reasons. Nevertheless, since the esteemed one had spoken so, he felt it inappropriate to impose further. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. Until we meet again. With a subtle shake of his head, Chen Yan took his leave, and Yi made no attempt to detain him. Once Chen Yan had departed, Yi murmured, Chen Yan, the unfolding events will now depend on your own capabilities. Should you manage to navigate this matter adeptly, a monumental opportunity awaits you. Sighing softly, upon exiting the arena, Chen Yan's feigned expression of displeasure did not escape the notice of those with keen eyes. Nearby, a lowly servant hastily turned away, eager to relay what he had witnessed to his master behind him. In the Miaoan pavilion, after listening to the report from the servant, Chen Ming erupted into hearty laughter. But soon his expression twisted into one of malice as he spoke through his wind-blown lips. Stinky Chen Yi, your demise is imminent. Following the battle at the dueling ground, he had been thoroughly humiliated by Chen Yi, reduced to a laughingstock within the city. How could he not feel a surge of anger? Witnessing his rival's misfortune brought him a sense of delight. The other servants present could only stifle their laughter, choosing to turn a blind eye to the spectacle. Upon returning home, Chen Yi made his way directly to a tranquil courtyard nestled in the rear mountains. When Chen Guangyuan heard Chen Yi's words, he couldn't help but furrow his brows and sigh. No wonder the master of the dueling ground possesses such formidable prowess, yet chooses to confine himself to his small domain. There must be a reason behind it. The number of forces capable of restraining such a powerful individual is exceedingly limited, either those with superior cultivation or those wielding greater authority. In the Mingyu city, genuine experts at the 9th level of the true prowess are already at their peak. Hence, it must be those of greater power. The two exchanged a glance, and, in unison, voiced their thoughts. However, the individual within the city lord's residence has always been engrossed in martial pursuits, indifferent to worldly matters. How could he possibly interfere with the affairs of the dueling ground? Yet, it seems implausible. I have already communicated with General Chen Boyu. He assured me that he would intervene in times of crisis. After Chen Guangyuan shared his insights, Chen Yi felt utterly perplexed. If it were indeed the city lord's residence that was restricting the dueling ground, then why would General Chen, who is beholden to the city lord, agree to such demands? As a general of the imperial dynasty, Chen Boyu naturally held true to his word. This only implies that there are others involved in the matter of the duel. Alas, it is fortunate that Yin has already contacted Luo Wuxing. Otherwise, the Chen family would indeed be in peril. With a soft sigh, Chen Guangyuan began to smile. Chapter 42. Did I ask you to speak? Within the small courtyard, Chen Yan held the jade-like long sword in his right hand, admiring it closely. This sword, obtained from Chun Ming, is a low-grade Xian weapon known as Frost Serpent. Faced with an imminent crisis, Chun Yan resolved to enhance his strength to the fullest. Master Jian, is the martial technique you mentioned truly that formidable? Gazing at the sword's blade, his mind began to commune with Master Jian. Child, what are you saying? The martial techniques I have gathered are not mere trifles. Indeed, merely mastering the turtle snake release had already proven immensely beneficial to him. All right. Now I shall impart to you the cultivation method. Without further ado, a stream of information flowed into Chen Yan's mind. Frost Sword Chi, a high-grade Xian martial technique, transforms the power of ice into sword energy, which can be wielded through a Xian weapon. This was the very reason Master Jian chose to pass this technique to Chen Yan. Although Chen Yan did not possess an ice physique, with this ice attribute Xian weapon in hand, he could indeed manifest this technique. Child, channel the cultivation method and give it a try. As the energy within him surged, a layer of frost appeared in his eyes, and the temperature in the air plummeted, as if a biting cold wind were sweeping through. He raised the longsword high above, its blade shimmering with a radiant light as he thrust it forward. With a whoosh, an invisible chill enveloped the fallen leaves, freezing them in place before they crumbled to the ground in a shattering demise. A hearty laugh erupted from the old swordsman. To think such a formidable technique of the Xian rank could merely freeze a single leaf. How utterly amusing. His laughter echoed, filling the air with mirth. Ignoring the old man's derision, Chen Yan gazed at the fallen leaf, lost in contemplation. Very well, young one, I shall teach you how to cultivate the power of ice. The old swordsman stated with a hint of embarrassment. I have awaited your request. With a spark of interest, Chen Yan prepared to meticulously note the old man's instructions. However, at that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps resonated from outside. Yan, trouble has arisen. As the words fell, the door creaked open, revealing Chun Luren. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, concern etched on his face, Chen Yan questioned, what has happened? Without pausing for further explanation, Chun Luren grasped Chun Yan's arm and hurriedly led him out. You won't believe it. Our newly arrived shipment has been robbed. As they rushed along, Chun Yan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It turned out that a fresh batch of medicinal herbs had arrived at the docks, only to be intercepted by a gang of ruffians when the apothecary staff attempted to retrieve it. This incident had stirred a hornet's nest, igniting a fierce confrontation between the apothecary's personnel and their assailants. However, what was unexpected was that the opposing party was numerous and formidable, with a master of the 7th layer of body refinement among them. The personnel from the apothecary, unable to withstand the onslaught, could only send someone to report the situation. Thus, the current scene unfolded. What? A group of ruffians dares to tread upon the dignity of the Chen family? Chun Yan seethed with rage, a murderous intent flashing across his face as he quickened his pace towards the dock. Strike them hard. At the dock, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, heedless of the gazes of passers-by, stood with his hands on his hips, laughing maniacally. Upon hearing his words, the remaining few behind him could not restrain themselves, stepping forward to unleash their fists and feet upon the scene. In the midst of the chaos, dozens surrounded 8 men clad in matching azure garments, mercilessly raining down blows. Instantly, cries of anguish erupted. Two of the azure-clad men soon fell victim to the onslaught, collapsing to the ground, their faces bruised and bloodied, on the verge of losing consciousness. Your group initiated the robbery and caused injury. Do you not fear the repercussions from the Chen family? One of the older azure-clad men, witnessing this scene, was filled with fury and shouted sternly at the scarred man. The moment the man revealed his identity, the surrounding merchants gasped in astonishment. The name of the Chen family from Mingyu City held substantial weight within a radius of several dozen miles. How dare these ruffians provoke the Chen family? Truly reckless. Yet, among the well-informed merchants, one remarked, "Ah, you are newly arrived and unaware. Currently, the Chen family is engulfed in internal strife, with the faction of the Grand Elder completely at odds with that of the clan leader. The once formidable influence of the Chen family has significantly waned, emboldening these individuals to provoke them." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "So it is true. Who would have thought that the Chen family would face such turmoil? It appears that they can no longer uphold the prestigious reputation of the three great families. Rumor has it that the Grand Elder has allied with the Li and Fong families, raising doubts about the future existence of the Chen family. Yet, one wonders why the Grand Elder feels compelled to collude with outsiders." A cacophony of discussions erupted, causing a middle-aged man standing at the dock to reveal a look of disdain. "Well, what do you think? You've heard it, haven't you? The Chen family has long lost its former glory, reduced to a toothless tiger. Who wouldn't want to carve a piece of flesh from you?" As soon as the man's words fell, a resonant voice echoed from afar, akin to the melodious call of phoenixes and the majestic roar of dragons. "Even a tiger without teeth remains the king of beasts, a sovereign of the mountains. It cannot be trifled with by mere mice and sparrows. If you wish to tear away a piece of flesh from the Chen family, I wonder if you are prepared for the consequences?" Then, a youth clad in green approached. As he walked, an aura of immense power radiated from him, a brilliant azure light resembling an ancient divine mountain unfurling behind him. An overwhelming pressure spread outwards, an ancient, vast, noble, and sovereign presence descending upon the land. The combatants on the battlefield were awestruck by the overwhelming aura emanating from the youth, with some of the less steadfast souls succumbing to the urge to prostrate themselves upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Just as the middle-aged man was about to utter a word, he was met with the piercing gaze of the youth's lantern-sized, pale golden eyes, unyielding, indifferent, and tyrannical. In an instant, the youth in the azure attire vanished, only to reappear before the man, his right finger striking repeatedly. A chill swept through the air, and the middle-aged man felt an icy dread in his legs as two gaping wounds appeared on his knees. Blood gushed forth, and with a wretched cry, he could not help but kneel, awaiting the decree of fate from the one who held dominion over his destiny. "Did I permit you to speak?" The frigid voice echoed, akin to a chilling wind that seemed to blow forth from the depths of hell. Chapter 43. Those who dare offend the Chen family shall be mercilessly slaughtered. The sudden appearance of the youth in azure commanded authority over the entire area, his radiant eyes surveying the surroundings, leaving none daring to meet his gaze. "Young Master Yan has arrived." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. "Brothers, young Master Yan is here. We are saved." The few encircled figures in azure attire rejoiced, disregarding the pain from their wounds. However, upon witnessing the dire state of his companions, Chen Yan's eyes glinted with frigid resolve. Very well. Even the lowly and insignificant dared to covet the Chen family. He let out a cold chuckle, his voice resonating ominously. "Today, none of you shall escape. Not a single one shall escape?" Such audacity. The onlookers, along with the Chen family disciples, exchanged alarmed glances. Although young Master Yan is formidable, he faces dozens of adversaries. Can he truly contend against them all? Indeed, it would be prudent to await reinforcements from our clan. Let young Master Lu persuade young Master Yan first. As murmurs arose, an elder disciple clad in green was about to speak, only to see Chen Luren, who had already approached, shake his head. "You should first attend to their wounds. One young Master Yan is sufficient here." "What? Are we really leaving young Master Yan alone?" Seeing the trust reflected in Chen Luren's eyes, the disciple refrained from further protest and hurriedly instructed others to carry the two severely injured disciples to the side and administer elixirs. The ruffians, who had been terrified and collapsed on the ground, felt a surge of anger upon hearing these words. Although you, Chen Yan, are renowned as a genius, with so many brothers here, a mere spit from each of us could drown you. Indeed, this is a blatant disregard for us. What genius? Merely an arrogant youth. These ruffians, accustomed to the intrigues of the city, had encountered all manner of characters. Hearing Chen Yan's remarks, they dismissed him as a brash young man who had achieved success too soon. Unfazed by the crowd's derision, Chen Yan's expression remained unchanged, but a cold smile blossomed within him. These individuals dared to oppress my Chen family and spoke so brazenly. Very well, I shall use you to set an example. With this determination, a fierce aura emanated from Chen Yan, causing the kneeling middle-aged man to change color in shock. With his head bowed and a menacing glare, the middle-aged man's eyes glinted as he flung a handful of sand towards his opponent. Brothers, this scoundrel leaves us no path for survival. Let us slay him and then seek refuge with the Li family, he commanded fiercely. To arms. With a fierce shout, the man drew a dagger with his right hand, taking advantage of the swirling sand to close in. The dagger glimmered ominously in the sunlight, revealing its dark, lethal sheen, indicating it had been imbued with a deadly poison. Under the leadership of this formidable figure, the majority of the ruffians charged at Chen Yan, while the remaining few encircled the injured members of the Chen family, seeking death. Are we? Chen Luren observed this with rising ire, a crimson aura enveloping him as he elegantly waved his folding fan. Arrows of scarlet light surged forth towards the unruly thugs, wielding the low-grade mystical weapon, the flying rainbow fan. Having cultivated the Crimson Sun technique, his prowess had significantly advanced. Now a master at the 5th level of body refinement. Coupled with the mystical weapon in hand, the ruffians found themselves utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsing one by one under the barrage of arrows. Ouch! I've been struck. One cried out in dismay. Damn it, this kid is troublesome. Someone assist us. The cries of agony echoed as the remaining Chun disciples bore fierce expressions, closing in on their adversaries. In mere moments, more screams erupted, and the ground was littered with lifeless bodies. In contrast, Chen Yan seemed to have sensed the hidden malice of the middle-aged man long before. With his eyes tightly shut to shield himself from the swirling dust, he leapt into action, moving with the swiftness of a hare, executing a spinning kick midair. Clang! It was as if eyes had sprouted on the top of his head, with a precise kick of his right foot. He sent the poison blade wielded by the burly middle-aged man flying. Following this, as the man's complexion shifted dramatically, a pale fist struck forcefully against his chest. The overwhelming, unstoppable force surged forth, and with a piercing scream, the robust body of the man was sent hurtling through the air like a ragged sack. Blood splattered, transforming into a crimson rainbow beneath the sunlight. His ribs shattered, and amidst his agonized cries, a chilling aura permeated the air. Then, a dark and venomous blade descended from above, plunging directly into the center of his brow. The poison took effect, claiming his life, and he fell victim to his own weapon. His eyes, which remained unclosed even in death, revealed a profound sense of regret, sending a shiver down the spines of the onlookers. With their leader slain, the gangsters who had rushed forward felt a chill in their hearts. Yet the momentum of their attack could not be halted. They gritted their teeth and pressed on. Though their cultivation was lacking, their numbers lent them some measure of strength, offering a semblance of hope. Observing these heedless ruffians, Chen Yan angled his right arm toward the ground, summoning a sword of jade-like brilliance into his grasp. Today, I shall consecrate the edge of my sword with your blood. His expression remained indifferent as the sword moved with grace. Chen Yan's hand, steady and precise, unleashed a flurry of cold light that beckoned the essence of life. In an instant, 6 streams of blood erupted forth, and severed heads tumbled to the ground. The frost serpent sword having claimed 6 lives. Witnessing this scene, the remaining gangsters felt an even deeper chill, hesitating in their movements, their expressions filled with uncertainty. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Brothers, this ruthless individual will undoubtedly leave no survivors among us. If we do not confront him, how shall we have any chance of survival? Follow me and slay. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd no longer dared to hesitate, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they unleashed their full strength, charging towards Chen Yan. Upon raising his gaze, Chen Yan quickly discerned the man among them who had shouted. Noticing the glint of cunning in the man's eyes, he understood there must be some hidden agenda at play. With his left hand forming a sword finger, he pointed into the air, unleashing a beam of piercing light. An intangible cold radiance shot forth from his hand, transforming into a blade of energy aimed at the man a dozen meters away. With a gasp, the energy penetrated the man's body, a chill coursing through his limbs, rendering him immobile. Observing this, Chen Luren realized Chen Yan must have a plan and ordered his men to bind the man and discard him aside. The shimmering cold light continued to dance, as Chen Yan resembled a reaper from the depths of hell. Each stroke of his sword claimed a life. In mere moments, a significant portion of the thugs lay lifeless in pools of blood. The crimson liquid flowed relentlessly across the ground, making its way towards the river. Before long, the surface of the river near the dock was stained a deep red. "Spare us. Please, great sir, spare us. Let us go." These thugs, unaccustomed to such ruthlessness, were now terrified, kneeling and fervently bowing their heads in supplication. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yan remained indifferent, his weapon unwavering. Those who err must face the consequences. A chilling voice resonated through the air, accompanied by flashes of cold light. Within a radius of several dozen yards, only a single soul remained alive. The frost-white blade bore not a single trace of blood, yet the one wielding it was already stained crimson. Should anyone dare to offend the Chen family again, this shall be their fate. Chapter 44. A devious scheme. Dozens of corpses lay piled like a small mountain, rendering all present speechless. Once Chen Yan and his entourage departed, the merchants could only sigh. Who would have thought that despite the Chen family's decline, they still possessed such remarkable talent? Indeed, although young Master Chen Yan's innate foundation was compromised, he was undeniably a genius capable of challenging those beyond his realm. Truly, to disregard the consequences of his actions shows that he is no ordinary individual. Yet, some murmured that his methods were excessively ruthless. As soon as these words were uttered, the speaker was met with disdainful glares from the crowd. Were they not all adults? Did they not understand the principle that power commands respect? To provoke the untouchable and act recklessly is to invite retribution. Must this be explained? Realizing the weight of their gazes, the man flushed and fell silent. "Speak," Chen Yan commanded, casting a cold glance at the middle-aged man kneeling before him. Though the man was bound, he could still perceive the horrors outside. The memory of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood stirred a wave of nausea within him. Yet under the oppressive presence of Chen Yan, the middle-aged man dared not stir, swallowing hard before lamenting with a sorrowful countenance. "Young Master Chen, I truly know nothing. It is all the orders of our leader. I beseech you to spare my life. I have." Before he could finish his plea, a sharp sound echoed. His body trembled as he glanced at the donkey-faced youth beside him. At that moment, Chen Luren was surrounded by an ominous aura. A smile that was both mocking and sinister gracing his lips as he spoke. "In my family's apothecary, there exists a miraculous elixir known as the heart-eating pill. Once ingested, the heart of the individual is devoured bite by the spirit insect within. Furthermore, this insect will breed within the host's body, incessantly consuming their flesh and blood to grow stronger. I wonder, dear friend, would you care to savor the flavor of this remarkable concoction?" As his words fell, the middle-aged man's complexion turned ashen, and a dampness spread beneath him, revealing a map upon the ground, accompanied by a foul odor wafting through the air. How could he be unaware of the notorious reputation of the heart-eating pill, a powerful elixir capable of ensnaring even those at the chi condensation realm? The thought of his heart being consumed piece by piece filled him with dread, leading him to repeatedly bow his head in submission. "I will speak. I will speak. Just grant me a swift end, and I shall divulge everything." Moments later, as Chen Luren regarded the lifeless body before him, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Even before he could take action, the man had succumbed to fear, biting his own tongue in despair. Yindi, what shall we do about this matter? According to the man, today's events were entirely orchestrated by Chen Ming, who promised that upon their compliance, they would be granted the status of servants to the Li family. Thus, the middle-aged brute acted in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's eyes glimmered with amusement as he nodded and said, "Let this matter be widely proclaimed, ensuring that all are made aware. Subsequently, we shall deliver this man's corpse to the Li family." Chen Luren, upon hearing this arrangement, displayed a look of confusion. "Brother Yan, this was instigated by Chen Ming. Why send it to the Li family?" To his surprise, Chen Yan burst into hearty laughter. "The last time I confronted Li Lingxian, I artfully sowed discord between him and Chen Ming. Although Chen Ming is gravely injured, he remembers this incident vividly. Given his vengeful nature, he would, out of jealousy, intentionally agree to bestow these individuals with the status of servants to the Li family. My actions aim not only to humiliate the Li family, but also to sow seeds of discord between them and Chen Mingho. It is fortunate that this man shouted, 'I seek refuge with the Li family,' recalling the middle-aged man's loud proclamation in front of the crowd. Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Coupled with the leverage provided by Chen Ming's foolishness, it felt as though fortune favored me. At this moment, Chen Luren grasped the situation and promptly ordered for the corpse to be removed, while also arranging for others to spread the news of today's events at the docks far and wide. In a short span of time, the entire Mingyu city was abuzz with the news of the Li family's collusion with lowly thugs against the Chen family. In the Li family council chamber, the patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Taiqing, along with Li Hongda and Chen Mingho, sat in silence. Fong Taiqing set down his teacup and spoke, "Indeed, it is beneath contempt. Although those ruffians possess some measure of strength, they are merely base individuals who bully the weak. For the esteemed Li family, one of the three great families, to engage in such disgraceful conduct is to tarnish our own dignity." Upon hearing this, Li Hongda's expression darkened, and he remained silent, while Chen Mingho offered a wry smile and shook his head. "This matter does not concern Brother Li. It is entirely the doing of my wayward son. I, Chen, wish to extend my apologies to both of you." With that, Chen Mingho bowed deeply. The other two, seeing this, hurriedly rose to assist him, insisting, "Brother Chen, there is no need for such formality. I bear no ill will. Indeed, we cannot place the blame solely on Minger," Chen Mingho replied as he stood up as well. "Ultimately, it is my failure in discipline. I have 2 pharmacies under my charge, which I would like to offer to both of you as a gesture of goodwill." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Fong Taiqing and Li Hongda softened somewhat, and after some polite refusals, they accepted the offer. The three then resumed their discussion regarding strategies against the Chen family. Outside the grand estate of the Li family, a group of young men dressed in blue approached, pulling a cart. The guards at the entrance changed their expressions upon seeing their attire, as they were well aware of the Chen family's disciples. "This is the Li family estate. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed disciples of the Chen family?" One guard asked. Another added, "Indeed. Could it be that the patriarch of the Chen family has sent you here to plead for mercy?" As the words fell, the disciples of the Li family erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. The few disciples clad in green were instantly incensed. Yet remembering the instructions of young Master Yan, they clasped their fists and said, "This esteemed Brother Li, please. I am here on the orders of young Master Yin to deliver the corpse of a servant from the Li family." With that, they unveiled the straw mat on the cart, revealing the lifeless body of a middle-aged man before the crowd. Upon seeing this, the Li family disciple was about to explode with rage, but upon gazing at the corpse, he quickly shook his head and replied, "You have mistaken. This body does not belong to a servant of the Li family." Hearing this, a disciple from the Chen family revealed a sly smile, laughing as he said, "I never imagined that the illustrious Li family would dare not even acknowledge the identity of their own servants." This man just boasted loudly at the dock of being a member of the Li family. How could this brother not recognize him? The resounding voice reached the ears of the onlookers, prompting them to gather closer for a better view. A young man, upon witnessing the scene, immediately exclaimed, I saw this person at the dock just moments ago. His words were echoed by several others who stood forth in agreement. Indeed, it is him. We saw it with our own eyes. Who would have thought the Li family would stoop so low as to deny this? Truly, what a disgrace for the so-called three great families. The chorus of jeers caused the faces of Li Hongda and his companions to pale in shock. What a nefarious scheme. Should they accept this body, it would be tantamount to admitting that this incident was indeed perpetrated by the Li family. If the body is not claimed, the Li family will inevitably bear the stigma of cowardice. Chapter 45: The Blood Tiger's Rapid Rise in Power. The events occurring outside the Li family estate swiftly reverberated throughout the entire Mingyu city. Not only the Li family, but also the faction of Qin Mingho and the Fong family found themselves ridiculed, although Li Hongda vehemently denied involvement. Witnesses had already identified the thugs as agents of the Li family, and thus the label of cowardice and identity tarnishment was firmly affixed to them, with their reputation sullied. An array of subsequent troubles soon emerged. At this moment, Li Hongda's entire focus was consumed with managing the family elder council and business partners, leaving no room for retaliation against Chen Yan. Even the faction of Qin Mingho and the Fong family faded into silence. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yan directed his attention towards the blood tiger. In the eastern courtyard, Chen Yan retrieved the prepared essence of the beast's blood and began inscribing it in the backyard. Strange runes, reminiscent of earthworms and cloud patterns, flickered with a sinister crimson glow, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. Moments later, an array pulsating with red light manifested in the backyard. Lu Ren, bring the blood tiger. With this command, Chen Yan extracted a wisdom pill and several other elixirs from his storage pouch. The array he had invoked was known as the blood-seizing array, imparted by the Sword Elder, designed to assist the blood tiger in breaking free from the shackles of its bloodline. The essence of the beast's blood he had just utilized was that of the true Qi realm beast, the Qian tiger, for which he had expended nearly half of his fortune to procure. Master Jian, is this blood array of heaven stealing truly as wondrous as it sounds? Chen Yan pondered, a flicker of apprehension stirring within him as he encountered such a mystical formation for the first time. Rest assured, young lad, came the languid voice of Jian Lao within his mind. This blood array of heaven stealing is a remarkable creation employed by the royal demon clan to awaken the bloodlines of their progeny. Even most demons have never laid eyes upon it. With this array, coupled with the wisdom pill, the blood tiger can undergo a profound transformation. Despite Jian Lao's reassurances, Chen Yan remained troubled. According to Jian Lao, the bloodline within the blood tiger was incredibly potent. Should this array successfully awaken its inner bloodline, it could shatter its constraints and elevate its cultivation directly to the Qi condensation realm. The mere thought of such a leap was daunting. Life and death hung in the balance. Thus Chen Yan felt compelled to exercise caution. Sensing Chen Yan's lingering unease, Jian Lao offered comfort. Fear not. I shall guide you through the process. There is little that could go awry. Concentrate on replenishing your energy. With these words, Chen Yan finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Approximately an incense stick's worth of time later, Chen Luren and the blood tiger arrived simultaneously in the courtyard. The massive form of the blood tiger caused the ground to tremble slightly, rousing Chen Yan from his thoughts. Yan, the blood tiger has come, Chen Luren announced. Master. The blood tiger acknowledged, bowing respectfully to Chen Yan. Having learned from Mo Wuxing that Chen Yan was to be his future master, he harbored no resentment towards this new authority. On the contrary, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the care he had received over the past fortnight. There is no need to address me as master. From now on, you may simply call me brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan furrowed his brow and shook his head. The blood tiger, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, replied, Yes, brother. Subsequently, Chen Yan produced the Mingji pill and instructed, You shall sit at the center of the formation and refine this pill while I activate the array to assist you in breaking through your cultivation. The blood tiger, with the intellect of a child, naturally did not object, eagerly accepting the pill and striding towards the center of the formation. Lu Ren, when I perform the incantation, you shall guard me, Chen Yan added. Lu Ren, already aware of this, nodded in agreement, though a trace of confusion lingered in his heart. He wondered where Yan had learned such a remarkable formation. Nevertheless, he thought, following Yan would surely bring me some benefits. Shaking his head, he took out the flying rainbow fan and sat in the bamboo grove, holding his breath in anticipation. Once everything was arranged, Chen Yan nodded to the blood tiger and then activated the formation. His hands formed a mysterious seal, and a dark red glow emanated from his palms, coalescing into a blood-red beam that surged towards the enigmatic array before him. With a thunderous boom, the blood light entered the array, instantly igniting it. The strange patterns, resembling wriggling worms, radiated brilliance, merging into a vivid scarlet beast. The beast took on a tiger form, surrounded by crimson flames, its head raised in vigilance, exuding a fierce and scorching aura that permeated the air. With a mighty roar, the tiger echoed through the forest, unleashing a thunderous sound that rippled through the tranquil space, sending waves radiating outward in all directions. In this regard, Chen Yan remained indifferent, his hand seals growing increasingly swift. If not now, when would he hasten the energy into his body? With a commanding shout, the internal energy surged violently, and a formidable intention emerged from within him, suppressing the phantom of the demon tiger. It was none other than the intervention of the Sword Elder. This overwhelming thought materialized into a mysterious azure seal, exuding a tyrannical aura capable of subduing all heavens and obliterating myriad evils. Even during its prime, the Red Sun Tiger would find it arduous to withstand such a domineering intent, let alone this mere illusion. With a mournful cry, the phantom of the Red Sun Tiger was drawn into the core of the Blood Tiger formation. What transpires next is entirely dependent on you. As the tiger's shadow entered its body, layers of blood mist suddenly appeared in the air above the formation, continuously converging towards the blood tiger before being entirely absorbed. A crimson glow abruptly manifested upon the blood tiger's dark skin, akin to flames scorching its flesh, eliciting a cry of agony. Ah, so hot, so painful. Save me, save me. Chen Yan had long been prepared for this moment. He swiftly grasped a vial from the ground and released a droplet emanating a chilling aura. It seemed that this jade-cold liquid was indeed needed. With a weary shake of his head, he applied the droplet to the blood tiger's forehead, which finally brought it to a state of tranquility. As time progressed, the blood mist surrounding the blood tiger gradually thickened and then thinned again, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The power of the formation was entirely expended, yet the blood tiger, seated at its center, underwent a profound transformation. A series of crimson points of light appeared around, resembling fireflies, and then coalesced above into a 3-zhang tall phantom of a tiger. It bore a single horn, its eyes shimmered with a violet hue, and its entire form radiated a deep scarlet. A golden character of king adorned its brow, flickering with a faint glow that revealed its extraordinary nature. The purple-eyed flame king tiger, a legendary beast. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yan gasped in astonishment, and even Sword Elder was left dumbfounded. Although they were aware of the extraordinary demon blood within the blood tiger, they had not anticipated such a lineage. Subsequently, to the astonishment of those present, the aura emanating from the blood tiger surged from the 3rd layer of body refinement, to the 6th layer, then the 9th layer, and onward to the 1st layer of chi condensation, culminating in the 3rd layer. Once deemed hopeless in breaking through the 4th layer of body refinement, the blood tiger transformed into a warrior of the 3rd layer of chi condensation, mere steps away from advancing to the 4th layer. Chapter 46. The Decayed Elders Council. Big Brother. Big Brother, are you the blood tiger? His mouth agape, he questioned in disbelief. Yes, Big Brother, I am the blood tiger. The youth scratched his head, somewhat abashed. Beside him, Chun Lurin's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The once towering 3-zhang figure of the blood tiger diminished, assuming a stature slightly taller than that of an ordinary person. The chaotic colors in its eyes cleared, resembling that of a freshly matured youth. Nonetheless, no one could overlook the powerful true energy emanating from him. Very well, since you call me Big Brother, I shall bestow upon you a new name. From this day forth, your name shall be Chen Yang, a disciple of the Chen family's collateral line. With a hearty laugh, Chen Yan made his decision. As for the blood tiger, no, Chen Yang, he naturally had no objections, nodding in joyful agreement. In the serene courtyard, Chen Guangyuan gazed at Chen Yang, who followed closely behind Chen Yan, and a glimmer of delight shone in his eyes. The prospect of recruiting such a young and promising Qi consolidation realm martial artist filled his heart with immense joy. As for the mere title of a collateral disciple of the Chen family, he regarded it with indifference. Today, I have summoned you to prepare for the grand competition of the Chen family, set to take place in 1 month's time. Representatives from various factions will be in attendance, and I hope you will strive earnestly to secure a place among the top 5. This achievement would grant you the opportunity to participate in the grand competition in the capital 4 months hence. Should you attain a notable ranking in this contest, you may even be selected as a disciple of the sect. The utterance of the words sect disciple elicited a flicker of excitement on the faces of Chen Yan and Chen Luren, save for Chen Yang, who remained somewhat bewildered. Chen Yan had awaited this day for a long time. Gaining entry into the sect would resolve his foundational issues and provide him with the resources necessary to embark on the path of strength. Chen Luren, on the other hand, had simpler aspirations once he became a sect disciple who would dare to bully him. Casting a glance at the bewildered Chen Yang, Chen Guangyuan spoke gently. The sect is an indispensable journey for a martial artist to become a formidable force and the only shortcut on the path of the strong. Within this realm, there exists not only formidable celestial-level cultivation techniques and martial arts, but also an abundance of mystical weapons and elixirs capable of enhancing one's cultivation and combat prowess. Here, one can encounter unparalleled beings capable of moving mountains and seas, alongside prodigies who can transcend their ranks, rivaling the ancient divine progeny. Thus, to enter a sect is tantamount to acquiring the privilege of embarking on the path to becoming a powerful being. The mere utterance of these words ignited fervor within the 3 young individuals present, instilling in them an insatiable desire to vanquish their foes, to join the sect, and to ascend to greatness. However, Chen Guangyuan's subsequent remark fell upon them like a cold deluge. Yet, upon joining a sect, your adversaries will be those prodigies who can challenge beyond their rank and possess divine physiques. What? Those prodigies are our enemies? A wave of shock coursed through them, followed by Chen Guangyuan's clarion statement. To attain those cultivation resources, you must vanquish such exceptional talents. Otherwise, by what right do you claim these treasures? The supremacy of the strong is not only evident here, but is also vividly manifested within those powerful sections. A single misstep could lead to your demise, leaving no chance for rebirth. Thus, do you still wish to tread this path? Shall we choose to join a sect? Can we defeat these prodigies? Will we meet our end? Fear burgeoned within their hearts, plunging them into deep contemplation. At that moment, Chen Yan stepped forward and declared boldly, "Why not embark upon this path? These prodigies have traversed their paths step by step in the pursuit of cultivation. Among these formidable individuals, who among them was born with the power to create worlds? What we must do is merely retrace the steps they have taken. As long as we persist on this journey, who dares to claim that we cannot surpass them?" The clear voice, imbued with indomitable will, caused both Chen Yang and Chen Luren to shudder. Ha 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 ha, Brother Yin speaks true. Though I, Chen Luren, harbor no grand ambitions, I yearn to witness the scenery of that place. Even if I cannot reach the pinnacle, I wish to behold those who stand atop it. In doing so, my journey in this world would not be in vain. Chen Luren shook his head, his eyes gleaming, and laughed heartily. Even the naive Chen Yang exuded a fierce intent. Those who dare to stand before my elder brother are my enemies. Their fate can only end in one-way death. Hearing their words, Chen Guangyuan's eyes brightened with joy. These youngsters, being relatively young, would remain muddled without a bit of pressure and intimidation. At this moment, they have finally found a target. Well, remember what you have said today. With a serious demeanor, Chen Guangyuan nodded and continued discussing the matters of the Chen family competition. For you to participate in the Chen family competition, 3 conditions must be met. First, your age must not exceed 24. Secondly, one's cultivation must exceed the 3rd level of body refinement. As for the 3rd condition, one must first pass the selection of several elders from the Elder Council. The mere mention of the Elder Council ignited a flicker of malice in Chen Yan's eyes. The Elder Council of the Chen family is composed of elderly individuals who have attained the true gang realm, including both direct and collateral descendants. Moreover, compared to the lackluster family head, these elders predominantly favor the Grand Elder as the leader of the Chen clan, aspiring to elevate the family to become the foremost clan in Mingyu City. At this moment, the faction of the Grand Elder had openly severed ties with the family head's faction, and these elders displayed a palpable disdain towards the latter. Not to mention Chen Yan's identity as the family head's nephew, his lineage as the son of Chen Mingyu further incited their unrestrained contempt. This animosity stemmed from the fact that Chen Mingyu had been rendered incapable during the family's prosperous days, leading to the Chen clan's decline from its position as the preeminent among the three great families. These elders had long since branded Chen Mingyu as the family's pariah. This antiquated and obstinate group of old-timers was solely fixated on safeguarding their vested interests within the clan, should they retain control over the selection process. The number of disciples from the Chen family who would be overlooked remains uncertain. A strategy must be devised to expel these old geezers from the Elder Council, Chen Yan declared with a fierce countenance. Chen Guangyuan and Chen Luren were also cognizant of this matter. These old codgers, having only a few years left to live, had devoted their energies to amassing wealth, promoting their own descendants to positions of authority within the clan, regardless of their qualifications. Behind the scenes, countless individuals within the Chen family had already fallen victim to the schemes of these elders. Thus, at this moment, Chen Yan had firmly resolved to expel those decayed relics from the Elder Council. Chapter 47. We shall see. In the chamber, Chen Yan occupied the seat of honor, perusing a ledger with a discerning eye. Indeed, the pests within the clan were numerous. Aside from the Grand Elder, it appeared that 4 out of the 6 elders were engaged in rampant profiteering. Let me see, they have committed heinous acts of murder, arson, and abduction. Those unaware might mistakenly believe our Chen family to be a den of thieves. Placing the ledger upon the table, Chen Yan spoke with a flippant tone. Yet his eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Now, let us discuss how to deal with these individuals. Standing nearby, Chen Yang remained silent, while Chen Luren's face contorted with fury as he vehemently declared, "Why not eliminate them all?" Eliminate them? Such audacity. Chen Yang, standing to the side, secretly rolled his eyes before respectfully responding, "Young Master Yan, though these individuals have committed grave offenses, they have also rendered significant contributions to the clan. If we were to eliminate them entirely, would it not incite discontent among the clansmen?" As a member of the collateral branch of the Chen family, overseeing the recruitment of warriors, he was acutely aware of the potential backlash from such actions. Chen Yan nodded in acknowledgement of his words. After all, he was a trusted confidant of the clan leader, possessing some discernment. Uncle Long was indeed correct. Although the transgressions of these individuals varied in severity, one could not simply dismiss them all. However, they certainly warranted some form of reprimand. Let us proceed thus. After a brief exchange of whispers, the crowd dispersed. Chen Qi strolled down the street, flanked by 2 subordinates, occasionally teasing and making light of the young women who passed by. He was the sole legitimate grandson of the 4th elder of the Chen family, holding considerable standing within the clan. Even the notoriously arrogant Chen Ming had to yield to him to some extent. A smile flickered across Chen Qi's lips as he contemplated Chen Ming, murmuring to himself, "That fellow, typically so haughty in the clan, must be suffering now." It was a pity that his grandfather was wholeheartedly supporting the eldest elder's bid for the position of clan leader. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to forge a connection with Chen Yan. Chen Yan's recent rise had piqued his curiosity. Let us proceed to the Miaoying Pavilion first, he decided, as he had been invited by Chen Ming to discuss matters there. However, just as Chen Qi took a step forward, a rather imposing figure blocked his path. "Young Master Chen Qi," the figure announced, "I have been sent by my elder brother to invite you to Minghua Tower for a meeting." Upon raising his gaze, Chen Qi realized that the speaker was a young man clad in red, of a similar age to himself. Just as he was about to decline, an overwhelming pressure of true energy emanated from the red-clad youth. It felt as though a predatory tiger had set its sights upon him, causing him to break into a cold sweat unable to utter a word. Thus, in the astonished eyes of his two subordinates, the young master was escorted away by the red-clad youth. Didn't he, the young master, say he was going to the Miaoying pavilion? Why is he leaving with someone else? One subordinate exclaimed, I shall follow the young master. You should inform young Master Ming. After a deliberation between the two individuals, one made his way towards the Miaoying pavilion, while the other proceeded to the Minghua Tower. Within the Miaoying pavilion, Chen Ming, having recuperated from his injuries, was on the verge of expressing his thoughts when a figure abruptly burst through the entrance, inciting a flash of anger upon his countenance. Young Master Ming, my master has just been summoned elsewhere and may not arrive here, stated the intruder, a personal attendant of Qin Shi, whom Chen Ming recognized. However, had Qin Shi not assured him of their meeting? What could possibly be of greater urgency than his own affairs? Anger surged within him at this thought, yet he restrained his fury. Just as he was about to articulate his grievances, a piercing voice interrupted. Young Master Ming, you are the son of the Great Elder, a widely acknowledged candidate for the future clan leader. While such behavior might be acceptable from Qin Shi on ordinary days, it is utterly audacious of him to decline amidst our discussions of significant matters. Should we not impose appropriate penalties this time? It would surely lead to further insubordination in the future. The speaker was well known to Chen Ming, the direct descendant of the clan's seventh elder and a staunch ally of his father. Although the remark seemed to target Qin Shi, it undeniably held substantial merit. Yet, Qin Shi was the grandson of the fourth elder, who fervently supported Chen Ming's father in his quest for leadership. Thus, levying accusations could potentially undermine the fourth elder's standing and adversely affect his father's position. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ming replied coldly, Very well. Let us see who in the Mingyu city dares to hold greater sway than I. With that, Chen Ming and his companions instructed the attendant to lead them to the Minghua Tower. In the Minghua building, a subordinate trailing behind Chen Qi crouched outside a room, eavesdropping on the conversations of several individuals. Upon hearing the name Young Master Yan, his expression shifted. However, when he finally caught the mention of the ambush on the Grand Elder by the Earth Spirit Pill, his countenance changed dramatically. This was dire. The fourth elder was actually affiliated with the clan leader's faction. If he were to side with the Grand Elder, it would signify ulterior motives. The realization sent a chill down the subordinate's spine. I must report this matter to young Master Ming. With this thought in mind, he spotted Chen Ming and his companions ascending the stairs, and his expression brightened as he hurriedly approached them. Young Master Ming, I have urgent news to convey. The group paused as they noticed the approaching subordinate. What is it? Speak up, Chen Ming urged, recognizing the individual before him as the spy he had placed beside Qin Shi. Without this arrangement, there was no way Qin Shi could act so brazenly. The subordinate then relayed the information he had overheard. Finally, he added, Qin Shi often claims he has long held disdain for you, young Master Ming, and expresses great admiration for Chen Yan. What? Not only Chen Ming, but even those accompanying him were taken aback. After all this time, it turned out that Qin Shi was a spy for the clan leader's faction. Did this imply that the fourth elder had already allied with the clan leader? The implications were utterly terrifying. Though the subordinate before him was indeed his secret agent, Chen Ming remained skeptical of his words. Shifting his gaze, he directed it towards the attendant who had led them there. This individual certainly was not one of his trusted informants. The subordinate dared not lie in Chen Ming's presence and promptly divulged a plethora of disparaging remarks about Chen Ming, claiming he was utterly useless and had been beaten to a pulp like a mangy dog. His brows knitted tightly. A surge of fury welled up within him, further exacerbated by the murmurs echoing around him, rendering his expression increasingly grim. Enough, he bellowed, causing an immediate hush to descend. He then strode toward the room. With a resounding thud, the wooden doors swung open, revealing a scene within. There sat Chen Yan and Qin Shi, facing each other with smiles, engaged in an unknown conversation. On the table lay a soil-hued elixir, emanating a rich aura of earthy energy. With Chen Ming's knowledge, he recognized it as the renowned Earth Spirit Pill. A wave of rage surged through him. His eyes turned crimson as a cold smirk crept across his face. Ah, how delightful, he sneered. I did not realize Brother Qi had already ingratiated himself with the clan leader. It seems the fourth elder has long harbored grievances against my father. With that, noticing Chen Yan's raised fist opposite him, he felt a twinge of pain on his cheek. He hastily left behind a biting remark before turning away. We shall see. Chapter 48. Go ask the King of Hell in the Minghua Tower. Chun Ming arrived with an imposing presence, only to leave with his tail between his legs. As he departed, a harsh remark he left behind jolted Chen Qi awake, a chill creeping up his spine. He had been schemed against. Gazing at Chen Yan, who wore a knowing smile, he suddenly grasped the situation, his expression shifting drastically. Chen Yan, I once thought you to be a person of substance. Yet I never anticipated you would resort to such underhanded tactics. Moreover, this earth spirit pill must also be a counterfeit. A fire of indignation ignited in Chen Qi's eyes. He unleashed a surge of energy that instantly reduced the pill on the table to mere wisps of smoke. However, to his surprise, upon hearing these words, Chen Yan merely shook his head and chuckled. Cousin Chen Qi, do you believe I am trying to harm you? I am, in fact, here to save you. Save me? Do you take me for a fool? Though fury bubbled within him, he lacked the courage to retort in the face of the pressure emanating from the young man in red. This youth, of similar age, was a formidable warrior at the Qi condensation stage. Recognizing Chen Qi's simmering resentment, Chen Yan retrieved a stack of letters from his storage ring. Take a look. This is the doing of the elder you have chosen to support. Let us see what tricks you can play. With a sneer in his heart, Chen Qi opened the first letter, only to be met with a drastic change in his countenance. As he proceeded to the second, the third, and the fourth, his expression grew increasingly grim, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Mingho has gone too far. Does he truly believe that we are his mere slaves? The letter contained nothing but a meticulous account of Chen Qi's daily activities, including the women he has bedded and the interests he has pursued within the clan. Every detail was inscribed with clarity. In response, Chen Yan merely smiled, offering no counsel against it. Although Chen Mingho is cunning, he is more reliant on strength and would never stoop to such a disgraceful act. All of this is merely Chun Ming's folly, mistakenly believing that by holding leverage over these individuals, they would submit to him. Unfortunately, he has miscalculated. Now, dear cousin Chen Qi, it is up to you to make your choice. Moreover, this soil elixir, though lacking the miraculous effects of the earth spirit pill, should suffice to aid the fourth elder in achieving a breakthrough. As he spoke, a jade vial was placed upon the table, and Chen Yan and his companions rose to depart. 3 days later, the news brought by Chen Qi caused Chen Yan and his companions to erupt in laughter. It appears the fourth elder possesses a sense of propriety. Now, it is time to establish our authority. With that, the group stood and made their way toward the outskirts of the city. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night descended, in a secluded valley several dozen miles from Mingyu City, a group of men clad in black encircled a flickering campfire. At the center of this gathering lay a youth dressed in fine garments, appearing somewhat disheveled, with his hands and feet bound. Time passed, and suddenly, a pale yellow light streaked toward them, revealing the figure of an elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance. Gentlemen, might I inquire what grievance my grandson has caused? I am willing to exchange my lifelong fortune for the life of my grandson. Observing the youth on the ground, the elder calmed himself and clasped his fist in respect. Although the individuals before him possessed varying levels of cultivation, the presence of a fellow warrior at the true gang realm compelled him to exercise caution. The lifelong fortune of the seventh elder of the Chen family is indeed tempting, a rather youthful voice chimed in, laced with a hint of mockery. However, is your grandson's life worth but a trifle of material possessions? You seek no wealth? What then do you desire? The elder, feeling a sense of trepidation, could not refrain from asking. In that case, might I inquire what your noble intentions are? As long as I, Chen Guanghan, am able, I shall comply without hesitation. Yet, to his surprise, upon hearing this, the young man merely shook his head with a bemused smile. I have heard that the seventh elder of the Chen family is still in his prime, a master among men. However, I wonder if the elder might bestow upon us a few beauties, allowing us to indulge in a novel experience. So it was a matter of desire. Chen Guanghan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the other party had demands, it was manageable. Throughout his life, in pursuit of enhancing his skills, he had sought out countless beauties. To trade a few women for his grandson's life was, after all, a fortunate opportunity for them. Upon hearing these words, the leading young man exchanged glances with his companions before bursting into hearty laughter. I have also heard that the seventh elder's daughter-in-law possesses extraordinary beauty and remarkable talents. A rare jewel indeed. Even you, esteemed seventh elder, must have been unable to resist such a lure, hence the birth of your grandson. How about we have her bestowed upon us? In just a few brief sentences, a startling secret was unveiled. A sudden flash of lightning lit up the night sky. Casting uncertain glances among the few individuals in the valley, the young man, bound hand and foot, underwent a drastic change in expression, a flicker of resentment and malice gleaming in his eyes. The affair between the seventh elder of the Chen family and his daughter-in-law, if revealed, would not only bring disgrace upon the elder but also render this youth uncertain whether he was a grandson or son, a target of ridicule and scorn. Who exactly are you? If you have any demands, please speak plainly. Qin Guanghan's countenance shifted dramatically as he unleashed a fierce reprimand, his formidable energy surging forth. Pressing toward the young man before him, the young man stood motionless, unwavering. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind him, letting out a cold snort. Likewise, a surge of energy erupted, countering the advance. A resounding thud echoed as Chen Guanghan was forced to retreat 7 steps, while the figure remained utterly unperturbed. A master. Shock coursed through Chen Guanghan's mind, and he no longer dared to act recklessly. Taking your son's life is also an option. A life for a life. Wouldn't that be a fair trade? The young man chuckled lightly, a lethal intent rising within his words. It was alarming. If he could not discern the motives of this group, he had truly wasted his time alive. Suddenly, he retreated vigorously, channeling his internal energy as Qin Guanghan's presence surged, transforming into an ancient, divine mountain. The earthy-hued energy erupted within him, coalescing upon his right arm, and with a powerful strike, he unleashed a fist. A domineering imprint of the fist materialized, morphing into a small mountain of yellow, carrying unfathomable might, as it surged toward the individuals opposite, seeking to suppress them. The unparalleled martial art of the Qin family, the Jinyue fist, reverberated through the air. Confronted with this formidable fist imprint, the figure before the young man also harnessed the internal energy, manifesting a mighty and domineering fist mark that loomed in the atmosphere. In contrast to Qin Guanghan's technique, this fist imprint was not yellow but a deep obsidian hue, resembling an ancient mountain that, despite enduring the ravages of time, remained steadfast and unyielding. You employ the Jinyue fist, and at a consummate level. Who exactly are you? Qin Guanghan, overwhelmed by a single strike, coughed up blood, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. The individual across from him wielded the very same technique, exhibiting a mastery that surpassed his own by several magnitudes. Go inquire with the King of Hell. The figure's sharp rebuke, accompanied by a familiar voice, sent Qin Guanghan's spirit into disarray. With another resounding fist imprint unleashed, a rain of blood cascaded down, leaving behind naught but the pulverized remnants of what once was. Let us depart. A surge of energy extinguished the life of the young man on the ground, and suddenly, torrential rain fell, washing away all traces of malevolence. Chapter 49. A battle of wits among the elders several days later. The bodies of Qin Guanghan and his grandson were discovered, causing an uproar throughout the entirety of Mingyu City. This was a formidable warrior of the 7th layer of true qi. Not to mention, he was the 7th elder of the esteemed Chen family. Was this a provocation directed at the Chen clan? In an instant, all eyes turned to the Li family. Having just extricated himself from trouble, Li Hongda found himself ensnared once more. Meanwhile, Chen Yan, the orchestrator of these events, redirected his focus towards the upcoming selection of the Chen family's grand competition. Stepping out of the courtyard, he, along with Chen Lurin and Chen Yang, made their way to the plaza located at the back mountain of the Chen family. At this moment, the Chen family was devoid of its former tranquility, with a constant stream of young disciples passing through. However, upon encountering Chen Yan and his entourage, these individuals promptly made way, fearful of any hint of disrespect. although rumors circulated that the seventh elder had been slain by members of the Li family. They could discern some semblance of the truth. They proceeded unobstructed to the square at the back mountain, and upon seeing Chen Ming encircled in the center, Chen Yan's face broke into a smile. Stepping forward, he sternly admonished, "You collude with outsiders and secretly plot against my family's seventh elder. Do you truly wish to flaunt your authority here?" Chen Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at Chen Yan's accusation. "How could I possibly betray my father's steadfast ally? You are the one responsible for this, yet you seek to tarnish my reputation." However, recalling the items that Chen Yan had sent him the previous day, he suppressed his rising fury and turned to leave. After all, he had already secured his qualification for the grand competition. His swift exit elicited a glimmer of surprise in Chen Yan's eyes. "I did not expect Chen Ming to exhibit such composure. Could it be that my actions have impacted him more than I realized?" Shaking his head, Chen Yan dismissed further thoughts and proceeded toward the elders' gathering. Meanwhile, the onlookers, witnessing Chen Ming's abrupt departure, couldn't help but speculate silently. Could it be that the seventh elder was indeed murdered in collusion between the first elder and the Li family? Is that why Chen Ming dared not confront Chen Yan directly? Even the elders seated on the stone platform wore expressions of confusion at this moment. In the Chen clan council, there are 7 elders. Apart from the clan leader's faction, which includes the second elder and the sixth elder, the remaining elders are supporters of the grand elder. However, at this moment, the fourth elder has aligned himself with the clan leader, and the seventh elder has fallen victim to a covert assassination. This predicament leaves the third and fifth elders, loyal to the grand elder, in a state of unease. Sensing the suspicions among the gathered, the grand elder bursts into laughter, proclaiming, "Why would I need to resort to stealth to kill? You all underestimate me, Chen Mingho." His words, undeniably arrogant, are nevertheless entirely consistent with his character. Meanwhile, the clan leader, Chen Mingwei, with a glint in his eyes, interjects with a smile, "Enough. Today's gathering concerns the grand competition. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters. I trust that the grand elder would not act against the clan's interests. Moreover, even if the grand elder were involved, with the seventh elder deceased, what purpose does further inquiry serve?" "What do you mean, even if?" I haven't laid a finger on him. Just as the grand elder is about to retort, a familiar figure approaches the stone platform. "Esteemed clan leader, respected elders. I am Chen Yan, here to pay my respects. I come to discuss matters regarding the grand competition and humbly request your guidance." In full view of the assembly, Chen Yan performs the utmost courtesy, displaying a commendable respect even towards the grand elder, entirely devoid of the frenzy he exhibited when he prepared to strike down Chen Ming. This scene prompts the elders aligned with the clan leader to nod in silent approval, regardless of how this young man may conduct himself in everyday life. His unwavering composure in the face of adversaries signifies a caliber far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The grand elder chuckled softly, yet to spare his counterpart any embarrassment. He merely nodded and remarked, "You truly are the son of Chen Mingyu. There is indeed something remarkable about you." Upon the mention of Chen Mingyu, the 2 elders affiliated with the grand elder stood up from their seats, as if signaled by some unseen force. "As a member of the Chen clan, how can you repeatedly strike against your own kin? Such a person should not be permitted to participate in the clan's grand competition. Indeed, your father, Chen Mingyu, is a notorious criminal of the family. How can the offspring of a criminal partake in such an event?" Despite having anticipated this confrontation, Chen Yan could not suppress the fury that simmered within him. "The third elder accuses me of harming my own kin. May I inquire who this kin is?" He retorted. "Who has witnessed me committing such acts?" The third elder was aware that although this individual appeared youthful, his prowess in verbal sparring was formidable. Thus, he had prepared thoroughly before this encounter. "In the arena, although you and Chen Ming signed a death pact, he is nonetheless your elder brother. How could you justify taking his life? Furthermore, regarding Chen Rang, though he hailed from a servile background, he ascended to our clan's collateral line due to his remarkable contributions, only to be struck down by your fist. Does this not constitute a repeated assault on your kin?" The third elder continued his relentless interrogation, embodying the wisdom of ancient sages as he chastised Chen Yan with principles of righteousness. Chen Yan, however, bore a smile and nodded in response, saying, "Indeed, the third elder, as the custodian of clan regulations, possesses undeniable skill. Since you have articulated your concerns so eloquently, I, too, have a few matters I wish to inquire about. Subsequently, Chen Yan cleared his throat and continued, there is no need to elaborate on my matters with Chen Ming. Let us first address Chen Rang. This mere servant, emboldened by the power of his master, has dared to trample upon the Chen family, exploiting our disciples, engaging in lewdness, pillaging, and committing heinous acts. This is deemed a great achievement? Elder San, you occupy a position of authority, overseeing the clan's regulations, yet you turn a blind eye to these transgressions, even rewarding those of his collateral lineage. TSK. How can a decrepit, short-sighted old fool, who only knows how to amass wealth, continue to hold the position of elder? With a fierce reprimand, Chen Yan cast the collected accusations to the ground, leaving Elder San utterly speechless. He then turned his gaze toward Elder Wu. You claim my father is a sinner within our clan. May I inquire what crime he has committed? If memory serves, when my father led the Chun family to the pinnacle among the three great families, you, Elder Wu, were the one who benefited the most. Emerging from the collateral line, you were recommended by my uncle and father to become a family elder. Truly a position of great power. Those apothecaries have been quite profitable, have they not? That mid-tier profound weapon serves you well, does it not? That earth spirit pill is quite delightful, is it not? Each question made Elder Wu's face flush crimson, wishing he could perish on the spot. His rise to the status of elder and the privileges he enjoys today are entirely due to the assistance of Chen Mingyu. Yet, at this moment, he dares to regard his benefactor as a criminal and the benefactor's son as an adversary. You truly embody the saying, tea from one's table while bringing calamity upon that very household. Such treachery is unforgivable. The fifth elder was consumed by extreme indignation, struggling to catch his breath before collapsing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 50, Is this surrender? After a fierce exchange of words, the third elder was rendered speechless, while the fifth elder fainted in a fit of rage, leaving Chen Yan standing alone, exuding an air of superiority amidst the crowd. Even the grand elder's expression shifted, unable to contain his discontent. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Mingwei, the clan leader, slammed his palm on the table and admonished, impudence. Despite the many faults of the two elders, they are nonetheless your elders. How dare you question them so brazenly? Withdraw at once. Under the weight of this righteous rebuke, Chen Yan obediently retreated, though traces of defiance lingered on his face. The grand elder seethed inwardly, feeling powerless as he watched the two elders play their roles. Had it not been for Chen Guangyuan, who sat nearby with closed eyes, he would have longed to strike the insolent youth down. However, this scene incited the ire of the third and fifth elders' direct descendants. Their grandfather had been questioned by a junior, and if they failed to intervene, how could they maintain their dignity? Chen Yan, you worthless fool, how dare you question my grandfather? Do you dare to fight me? Upon raising his head, Chen Yan saw two young men emerging from the crowd, weapons in hand, their faces ablaze with fury. What is there to fear? He scoffed inwardly, stepping forward, prompting those around him to instinctively retreat. These two young men were the eldest grandsons of the third and fifth elders, several years his senior, and both had reached the 7th level of body refinement. Thus, they dared to provoke. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Mingwei felt a surge of concern for Chen Yan's safety and scolded. Today is the selection of disciples for the family competition, not a venue for your brawls. Withdraw at once. In days gone by, these two juniors might not have feared the clan leader. However, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that the leader's faction was formidable, leaving no room for their former audacity. As they hesitated, the grand elder's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. Leader, your words are misguided. These two juniors seek to duel in defense of their grandfather's honor. It is a profound act of filial piety and should not be dismissed. Moreover, our Chen family is founded upon martial prowess, and it is only fitting that a contest arises during the selection of disciples. Naturally, Chen Mingwei was skeptical of the grand elder's rhetoric, and as he prepared to voice his dissent, the eldest grandson of the third elder, Chen Jin, boldly declared, Chen Yan, do you dare to fight me? If not, Kneel and apologize to my grandfather." Suddenly, voices from the crowd echoed in agreement. "Do you dare to accept the challenge? Huh. Just kneel and admit defeat. If you cannot bear to lose, then spare yourself the humiliation." What genius! You remain the same useless individual. Chen Mingwei, incensed by such remarks, then observed Chen Guangyuan, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and calmly state, "Let them compete. The Grand Elder has a point." With the patriarch himself having spoken, Chen Mingwei could not oppose and reluctantly acquiesced. This development left the Grand Elder feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Chen Yan possessed some hidden ace? The mysterious weapon, the one left behind by Li Lingxian. With a gleam in his eye, the Grand Elder bellowed, "This is merely a contest of skill. There is no need to bring forth the mystical treasures. We must avoid straining the bonds of kinship." In response, Chen Guangyuan remained impassive, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, your words ring true, Grand Elder. Yinner, refrain from employing your mystical weapon. I had no intention of using it against these two. Rest assured, Grandfather, I do not regard them as worthy opponents." Arrogance and insolence filled the air as the two young masters of the seventh layer of body refinement seethed with rage, their tempers flaring ominously. Gritting their teeth, they glared ahead, only to be met with a palpable disdain in Chen Yan's gaze. "Chen Yan, do not overstep your bounds." One of them sneered. "If I do not bring you to your knees begging for mercy, I shall have no face left to participate in this grand competition." Chen Yan, without casting a glance at the pair, raised his head to the heavens, shaking it with a light chuckle. "Have you finished? If so, feel free to come at me together." What audacity! The flames of fury ignited within Chen Jin, pushing him past the brink of tolerance. Golden energy emanated from around him as he twirled his longsword, letting out a fierce shout as he charged towards Chen Yan. Observing Chen Jin's advance, the eldest grandson of the fifth elder stood resolutely behind, prepared to support. Despite Chen Yan's considerable reputation, he was merely a callow youth. Fortune favored him over that inept Chen Ming, leading him to proclaim himself a genius. Yet, his elder brother Chen Jin possessed an exceptionally fierce gold elemental martial art. With swordsmanship and techniques of formidable power, capable of overwhelming even masters at the 8th level of body refinement. Confronting Chen Yan was merely a trivial task. Indeed, the reality unfolded just as Elder Zhang's son had anticipated. Chen Jin's swordplay was sharp and lethal, each strike aimed at taking life. The blade's brilliance flickered incessantly, forcing Chen Yan to retreat repeatedly. Despite his ongoing withdrawal, Chen Yan exhibited no signs of despair. His calm gaze scrutinized his opponent as Flaws, poised to deliver a fatal counterattack. However, this display incensed the being residing within him. How audacious to dare employ sword techniques before me. Today, I shall teach you the essence of humanity. With a thunderous roar, the sword elder proclaimed, Chen Yan, that fellow swordplay harbors significant vulnerabilities. Strike his right elbow, and you shall dismantle his technique. Chen Yan held unwavering trust in the elder's words. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he unleashed the turtle snake dispersion. Verdant energy enveloped his right palm, transforming it into a cerulean tortoise shell, adorned with distinct patterns that emanated an ancient, timeless aura. Clang! Chen Jin's sword clashed against this mystical armor, producing a spark. Then, with a deft flick of his left hand, an invisible force struck Chen Jin's right elbow. It was akin to a mere mosquito bite. Chen Jin felt a fleeting sting, and thereafter, he was left with no further response. Suppressing the confusion within his heart, Chen Jin redirected the energy within him, causing the sword's blade to shimmer with a golden radiance. Its sharpness exuding a chilling aura that forced Chen Yan to momentarily retreat from its brilliance. Following this, Chen Jin launched another fierce assault, brandishing his sword towards Chen Yan's chest. However, at that moment, his right arm suddenly convulsed with uncontrolled energy. With a loosening grip, the sword clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Both Chen Jin, the central figure, and the observing disciples were left in a state of utter bewilderment. What had transpired? As Chen Jin charged towards Chen Yan, he inexplicably discarded his weapon. Was this an act of surrender? Observing this, Chen Yan chuckled softly and remarked, "Are you conceding?" Chapter 51. Chen Yan's continuous breakthrough. The onlookers were equally perplexed. Chen Jin stared incredulously at his own hands, his face flushed with indignation, and then shouted vehemently, "Despicable rogue! Have you resorted to treachery?" With a resounding boom, the crowd erupted into chaos, voices rising in heated discussion. Some even stepped forward to accuse Chen Yan, exclaiming, "You have brought shame upon the Chen family. How dare you claim to be the foremost talent of Mingyu City? In recent months, as Chen Yan's reputation soared in Mingyu City, he garnered not only admiration from his peers but also incited considerable jealousy, even among the disciples of the Chen family. Such sentiments were not uncommon. In the face of this condemnation, Chen Yan merely shook his head gently, tilting his gaze skyward, his eyes reflecting a mixture of aloofness and disappointment. One cannot discuss ice with summer insects. Among the peers, a few discerned the crux of the matter. However, they were uncertain whether their suspicions were accurate, and, lacking any rapport with Chen Yan, they saw no reason to incite the ire of the crowd on his behalf. The murmurs of discontent grew louder, yet Chen Yan remained impassive, directing his gaze towards the Grand Elder on the stage. Did the Grand Elder, the foremost master of the clan, share this sentiment? The chilling words seemed to flow like a cold spring through the hearts of the accusing disciples, awakening them to the reality of the situation as they turned their attention to the Grand Elder. They yearned for this esteemed master to deliver a decisive blow to their opponent, ideally shattering the illusion of this so-called genius and trampling him beneath their feet. Sensing the weight of their gazes, the Grand Elder spoke. Just as their hearts brimmed with expectation, his words struck like a sharp blade to their chests, igniting a sensation of betrayal within them. "Grand Elder, are you aware of what you are saying?" they thought, bewildered that he would lend support to the faction aligned with the clan leader. In a moment of heated fervor, this group, blinded by jealousy, began to question the rightful heir to the clan leader's position. As a formidable figure, the Grand Elder commanded respect, particularly as the most powerful member of the Chen family. Such audacity! An overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloping the entire square. Beside him, Chen Guanyuan's eyes flickered with apprehension. A loss is simply a loss. There is no need for justification. If one cannot perceive the outcome of a single contest, then their path as a martial artist shall conclude here. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder swept his sleeves and departed. He could no longer bear to confront this group of inept individuals. Moreover, his heart was filled with trepidation towards Chen Yan, far more than his disdain for these incompetent allies. To secure the position of clan leader, it was imperative to eliminate this young man. If he failed to eradicate him, his aspirations would undoubtedly remain unfulfilled. The elder's abrupt exit jolted the disciples back to reality, a chill creeping into their hearts. Witnessing this scene, the third elder, who had previously been rendered speechless by Chen Yan, finally spoke up. However, he discerned a flaw in Chen Jin's swordsmanship, allowing him to easily defeat him. What? He detected a flaw in the sword technique? How was that possible? They pondered. Knowing that Chen Jin wielded the esoteric and intricate mid-level profound martial art, the Golden Lightning sword technique, it seemed inconceivable that anyone could discern its weaknesses. Even a practitioner at the Qi condensation stage would not possess such prowess. Yet, with the third elder now voicing his thoughts, they had no choice but to believe him. Retreating sheepishly into the crowd, "Grandfather, Chen Jin's face turned crimson with shame, filled with regret. The third elder, witnessing this, shook his head with a sigh, then turned to leave. This young man's momentum was now unstoppable. Who could possibly obstruct him? Remaining here to create difficulties for him would serve no purpose. The fifth elder's grandson was about to voice a challenge when he suddenly noticed his awakened grandfather gesturing for silence. Though he did not comprehend the reason, he too retreated quietly. With Chen Yan's brilliance preceding him, this selection process had lost its significance. Soon, all disciples who passed the selection received their qualifications to participate in the grand competition, awaiting the true commencement of the Chen family tournament in half a month's time. A subtle stream of internal energy coursed through his body, alternating between a masculine vigor and a feminine softness, vividly showcasing the dual characteristics of strength and subtlety. Chen Yan maintained a placid expression as he formed seals with his hands, placing them upon his dantian, channeling his true essence to draw the primordial energy of heaven and earth into himself. As the pure energy surged within, a sudden pop echoed in his heart, reminiscent of something shattering. The original energy swiftly amplified, transforming from a mere thread into a 3-foot serpent. He achieved the 8th level of body refinement in an instant. However, just as this breakthrough occurred, Chen Yan's expression abruptly shifted. This was not good. In his astonishment, his true essence instinctively activated, continuously attracting the primordial energy. Then, a faint sound resonated once more. To his astonishment, Chen Yan realized he had ascended to the 9th level of body refinement, just one step away from reaching the realm of qi condensation and extending his lifespan. To achieve such a remarkable leap of 2 levels in one breakthrough was utterly unfathomable. In his decade-long existence, he had never encountered such an occurrence. Elder Jian, however, seemed unfazed, merely stating, "It is merely a 2-level breakthrough. What is there to celebrate? Your cultivation method is already commendable, and coupled with the tortoise snake technique, which inherently refines energy, even a pig could achieve a breakthrough with ease." In truth, Elder Jian refrained from mentioning an additional reason, Chen Yan's diligent practice in recent times. Yet, to prevent the lad from developing an inflated ego, he could only express his thoughts in this manner. Thus, everything became clear. No wonder Elder Jian had imparted the tortoise snake technique to him. With his doubts resolved, Chen Yan approached a black stone pillar in the courtyard. This was the strength-testing stone, capable of gauging a martial artist's power. Lowering his stance, Chen Yan focused his energy, and with a swift motion, his right fist transformed into a shadowy apparition and struck out. With a resounding boom, a radiant light illuminated the stone. The golden brilliance shimmered, captivating the soul. This golden glow manifested only when one's strength reached 1,000 pounds. Yet, it did not cease there. Following the golden light, more enchanting radiance emerged. 3 beams, 5 beams, and 9 beams. A full 9 golden rays ascended like a golden rainbow within the courtyard. However, beyond those 9 beams, there lingered a faint half-ray, barely visible and on the verge of vanishing. At this moment, Chen Yan's physical strength had astonishingly surpassed 9,000 pounds. If he were to channel his true energy, the outcome would be even more formidable. What a pity it was. If only he had some extraordinary treasures to aid in his refinement, he could undoubtedly shatter limits and achieve a divine strength of 10,000 pounds. At such a realm, relying solely on physical prowess would allow him to dominate the realm of body refinement. The voice of the sword master echoed, tinged with a hint of regret. 10,000 pounds of divine strength. A glimmer of light flickered in Chen Yan's eyes. Chapter 52. The deeper the strategy, the more genuine the intent on the bustling street. Chen Yan walked ahead, followed closely by Chen Yang and Shen Luren. His purpose for venturing out was to seek a treasure, the Cold Soul Stone. According to the sword master, this artifact could assist him in mastering the frost sword chi. Naturally, he could not afford to delay in this endeavor. With a brisk pace, he headed towards the southern part of the city. Within Mingyu City, the northern area boasted an enticing duel arena, while the southern district was equally remarkable, home to the trading market. In this place, one can find all manner of martial arts techniques, mystical weapons, and elixirs essential for any warrior. However, the true test here lies in a person's discernment. With keen insight, one could uncover treasures of immense value even amidst the most humble of stalls. Conversely, a lack of discernment could lead one to mistake mere trinkets for priceless artifacts. Though it bears an element of chance, it predominantly relies on genuine skill. He seeks to locate the rare Hampa stone, a third-tier spiritual item. And this venue presents an exceptional opportunity. Accompanying his junior, Yin, it appears he shall return laden with riches. Shen Luren gazed at the prominent characters spelling trading pavilion and couldn't suppress his excitement. On a previous visit with Chun Yan to the ancient Xian building, he had acquired a low-grade mystical weapon, and this time, he was filled with eager anticipation. Chen Yang, too, exhibited a flicker of hope in his eyes. Although he had recently advanced to the condensation chi stage, he found himself lacking in both techniques and skills, not to mention a suitable mystical weapon. Observing the expressions of the two, Chen Yan cleared his throat softly. Ahem, let us keep a low profile. Remember, silence brings great wealth. The two understood this wisdom well, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the trio made their way towards the materials section. Given the vastness of the trading pavilion, items were not all displayed together, but rather divided into several areas. The Hampa stone, being a rare material, was located within the materials section. As Chen Yan passed by various stalls, he cast a few cursory glances but did not linger until he arrived at the stall of a middle-aged man clad in black, where he finally halted. He crouched down and cast a few glances before his gaze fixated on a piece of azure stone. Young man, swiftly acquire that stone. It is a treasure of extraordinary worth. If you are fortunate enough to possess it, you could undoubtedly transcend the limits and attain immense divine strength. What? A treasure? A tempest surged within his heart, yet Chen Yan maintained an outward calm, pointing at the azure stone as he inquired, "What kind of stone is this?" The middle-aged man clad in black was equally ignorant of the object's nature. However, this did not hinder his intent to secure a favorable price for it. His gaze swept over the storage rings of the young individuals, and his expression grew indifferent as he proclaimed, "This is a piece of jade spirit gem. A second-tier spiritual item, valued at 10 purple gold coins, non-negotiable." Upon finishing, the middle-aged man closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the young man to take the bait. In previous encounters, his feigned aloofness had always compelled young visitors to purchase without hesitation. Naturally, these inexperienced youths would be no exception. Indeed, he soon heard the astonished exclamation from the youth before him. "Ah, it is indeed a jade spirit gem. It is said that wearing this for an extended period can enhance one's constitution. Remarkably, it is priced at only 10 purple gold coins." Silently chuckling at his fortuitous encounter with a gullible target, the middle-aged man coldly remarked, "Young friend, your discernment is commendable." Chen Yan wore a facade of astonishment, while inwardly he found amusement. Had he never seen what a jade spirit gem looked like? What kind of second-tier spiritual item could possibly be worth merely 10 purple gold coins without risking a financial disaster? Then, as the middle-aged man brimmed with anticipation, Chen Yan shook his head and sighed. "Ah, what a pity. Originally, I had intended to purchase the piece of frost stone. However, having acquired this piece of jade spirit, my funds have been depleted." "What? You wish to buy the frost stone? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" The frost stone is his prized possession. A third-tier spiritual object, vastly more valuable than that inconspicuous broken rock. One must not forsake the watermelon to gather sesame seeds. Contemplating this, the middle-aged man in black suddenly changed his expression, his eyes shimmering as if rippling with water. "Young friend, do not allow yourself to suffer a significant loss for the sake of trifles. The frost stone is the true treasure, far superior to the jade spirit. Should you forfeit the frost stone, you will undoubtedly regret it profoundly in the future." Under the weight of the man's gaze, a chill ran down Chen Yan's spine. Struggling against his discomfort, he shook his head and replied, "Although the frost stone is valuable to me, the jade spirit can transform one's constitution, making it the true gem. No, I must have it." Sensing the young man's resolute determination, the middle-aged man in black gritted his teeth and sighed. "Very well, very well. It seems I have a bond with you, dear friend. If you are willing to purchase the frost stone, I shall gift you this jade spirit." Then, the young man exclaimed with uncontainable delight, "Really? Thank you, sir. You are truly a good person." The middle-aged man, having been conferred the title of good man, suppressed his amusement and nodded repeatedly. "The frost stone is worth 80 purple coins in the market. Considering your youth and talent, let us be friends. 50 purple coins. This cold spirit stone and the emerald spirit jade now belong to you, young friend." With that, the middle-aged man pushed the fist-sized cold spirit stone and the azure stone forward. Chen Yan, seizing the moment with remarkable swiftness, produced 50 purple coins and subsequently stored the 2 stones in his spatial ring. "Uncle, you truly are a good person." "Thank you," Chen Yan expressed, before turning away with Chun Lurin and Chen Yang. Left behind, the man in black gazed at the purple coins, drooling with desire. "Ha ha ha. I never expected my craftsmanship to improve so much. The cold spirit stone I casually created can now pass for the real thing. That boy is quite the fool. Meanwhile, as Chen Yan walked away, a grin crept onto his face. He had not anticipated discovering such treasures beyond the Azure Stone. TSK, a fourth-grade ice jade essence being passed off as a cold spirit stone for sale. That uncle is truly a good person. Recalling the earlier reminder from Sword Elder, Chen Yan felt an urge to laugh heartily. If it weren't for that man's misplaced confidence, how could he have stumbled upon such a treasure? Turning to the two companions following him, Chen Yan smiled and declared, "Let us seize this opportunity and see if we can uncover more valuable items." With the ice jade essence in hand, there was no longer any need for the cold spirit stone. Thus, the purpose of Chen Yan's journey had been fulfilled. Although unaware of the details, Chen Luren and Chen Yang sensed that Chen Yan had indeed acquired something remarkable. The trio, engaged in light-hearted conversation, proceeded to explore other locations. However, it seemed that the fortunes of the three had been entirely expended on those two stones. Aside from assisting Chen Yang in locating a military martial arts manual, 7-kill fist, they had garnered nothing else of significance. Alas, perhaps another day would yield better results. Chapter 53. Crisis approaches in the room. Chen Yan sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon the two stones before him, one white and one azure. The white stone was a fourth-grade earthly treasure, the ice jade essence, while the azure stone was deemed a supreme treasure by the Sword Elder. Young man, this ice jade essence is indeed a delightful surprise. The frost sword chi cultivated with this artifact will possess a potency several times greater, remarked the Sword Elder, igniting a surge of euphoria within him. The frost sword chi was already a martial technique of superior grade, and if this ice jade essence could amplify its power, could it not imply that the frost sword chi I cultivate might attain the might of an earthly grade martial technique? Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a technique was unheard of in the entirety of Mingyu City. Ah, impudent youth, do not become overly complacent. Given your current realm, you cannot even fully harness the power of a superior grade technique, yet you aspire to master an earthly grade one? Have you yet to learn to walk? And already you wish to fly? Perhaps it would be prudent to assess your cultivation before boasting, the Sword Elder cautioned, dousing Chen Yan's burgeoning pride with a splash of cold reality. Nevertheless, Chen Yan's fervor remained undiminished as he eagerly implored, Sword Elder, please instruct me on how to master this frost sword chi. With a slight huff of amusement, the Sword Elder began to impart his knowledge to Chen Yan. This martial technique possesses the attribute of ice and is inherently incompatible with your nature. However, I possess a methodical incantation that can assist you in extracting the cold essence from the ice jade marrow, refining it into a seed of sword energy. With diligent cultivation through your vital energy, you shall be able to wield this martial art. Such a limitation would pose insurmountable challenges to an ordinary individual. Yet, with the profound insight of the venerable Sword Elder, the key was discerned at a glance, and a solution was readily conceived. Chen Yan was suddenly enlightened, a wave of gratitude swelling within him. Fortuitously, with the guidance of such an ancient sage, he was spared from traversing countless detours. This is the merit of having a legacy. Following the Sword Elder's imparted incantation, he placed his hand upon the ice jade marrow. The true martial command issued forth. Binding the profound ice, the ice transformed into a sword, condensing the true seed, humming with energy. A formidable force of attraction abruptly manifested from his right hand, liberating the immense coldness trapped within the ice jade marrow. A swirling cloud of frost-white energy floated in the air, enveloping every object in the room with a shroud of chill. Frost began to accumulate upon Chen Yan's brows and hair. At this critical juncture, his internal true power activated instinctively, manifesting a verdant radiance that dispelled the cold. Hasten to transform into the true seed. What further delay is there? With both hands forming intricate seals, azure light cascaded forth, and a colossal will surge from within. The previously tumultuous frost-white energy, under the weight of this will, gradually diminished in size until it transformed into a quail egg's dimension. Its surface was translucent, radiating a gentle frost-white glow, resembling the legendary ice spirit winking in the ethereal light. As the intricate seals transformed once more, a surge of azure energy erupted from his fingertips. A chilling sensation enveloped him. The moment the energy entwined with the essence of the true seed, Chen Yan involuntarily shuddered. He dared not hesitate, swiftly drawing upon his own energy to tug at the true seed. 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot, as the true seed drew nearer. The frost-laden aura that threatened to encase both body and soul in ice intensified. At that moment, the sword master intervened, unleashing a mysterious azure rune that resembled neither a sword nor a seal, yet exuded a domineering will that pressed upon the icy true seed. With a resonant hum, ripples danced through the void, dispersing the frost and sealing the chill. Chen Yan effortlessly absorbed the true seed into his dantian. As he activated the true martial mystical art, the energy coursed through him, delivering a penetrating cold that jolted his spirit. Finally, he had refined this true seed, feeling the seed immersed in the energy of his dantian. A smile of elation spread across Chen Yan's face. He had finally forged this frost-congealing sword energy comparable to Earth-grade martial techniques. Once he ascended to the realm of chi condensation, he would be able to wield it. Now to inspect this azure stone. With that thought, Chen Yan picked up the cerulean stone before him. His curiosity piqued regarding its origins. Not even the appearance of the 4th-grade treasure, the ice jade essence, had stirred the sword master's emotions. Yet, when this unknown azure stone materialized, the sword master had exclaimed with fervor, as if he had stumbled upon a fortune of several million purple gold coins. "Heh, young one, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. Are you aware of the fatalities that could ensue should this object be discovered by the formidable figures of the sects?" The words of the sword elder sent a jolt of alarm through Chen Yan's heart. Those who attain strength within the sects are undoubtedly more formidable than the true gang realm. The frenzied competition for such a treasure, to the extent of risking one's life, indicates that it is far from an ordinary item. "Sword elder, please do not frighten me. I am quite timid." Swallowing hard, Chen Yan stammered, still unclouded by the allure of the treasure before him. "Humph, acquiring such a precious item is indeed fortunate for you. However, with your current cultivation level, you are not yet capable of utilizing it. Furthermore, this object requires specific martial techniques for refinement. Have someone procure some spiritual herbs. I shall first assist you in cultivating immense strength." Naturally, he had no reason to oppose the sword elder's arrangement. Rising from his seat, Chen Yan departed the room in search of Chen Luren. Just as he stepped outside, Chen Luren came to him. "Brother Yin, someone has delivered a letter for you." With that, Chen Luren handed the letter to Chen Yan. "Who could possibly be sending me a letter?" Puzzled, he opened it and recognized the name within. It was none other than him, Mo Wuxing, the guide to the dueling arena. As he continued reading the contents, a cold smirk emerged on his face. Has he exhausted all his tricks? Resorting to hiring someone to assassinate me. The letter clearly stated that after Li Hongda and others failed to reach an agreement with General Qin, they sought the services of an assassin from the chi condensation realm to eliminate him. It appears that the matter concerning the alliance with General Qin has ultimately been disclosed. This issue was never intended to be concealed for long. Chen Yan's conjectures were indeed accurate. After being rebuffed by General Qin, Li Hongda uncovered that this affair was linked to Chen Yan. Consequently, a sense of murderous intent towards Chen Yan began to brew within him. "Oh, a killer at the chi condensation stage? Allow me to have a word with you." With a surge of formidable resolve, Chen Yan instructed Lu Ren, "Go and procure for me the rootless vine and the green serpent herb. I require these spiritual herbs urgently. Remember, be swift." Chen Lu Ren, not daring to delay, hastily noted down the names of the herbs before departing in a hurry. Chapter 54, Master of Chi Condensation. Death as night fell and the stars twinkled brilliantly, Chen Yan stood in the courtyard, executing his fists and kicks as if embodying an ancient turtle clad in armor, or a mystical serpent flicking its tongue. Each movement was fluid and spontaneous, exuding a vigorous energy that conjured ethereal shadows of the turtle and serpent. With a shout, he unleashed a punch, and both spectral figures surged forward, shattering a large stone into fragments, transforming it into a cloud of dust that scattered into the night. "Come forth. Must I still invite you?" Chen Yan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the dust-laden air, his expression a blend of mirth and intrigue. With a swift motion of his toe, a pebble transformed into a flash of azure light, hurtling towards the front. Clang! A dagger, the length of a forearm, materialized abruptly, deflecting the azure light with a crisp sound. A cloaked figure, shrouded in black fabric, emerged, their eyes filled with a look of bewilderment. "How did you discover my presence?" A warrior of the condensation chi realm, renowned for his ability to conceal his presence, was unexpectedly detected by a practitioner of the body refinement realm. Surely, this is an anomaly. What if I suggest it is merely a conjecture? His expression remained composed, yet his mind was a whirlpool of doubt. Was he this supposed to be an assassin of the first layer of condensation chi? How could he possibly be a third-layer practitioner? Moreover, the aura emanating from him surpassed that of an ordinary third-layer warrior. He chuckled softly, "Do not provoke me. Should I intervene? Your fate is sealed today." The figure cloaked in black smiled faintly, showing no concern. Although Chen Yan had achieved a level of prowess that the people of Mingyu City regarded as genius, he was still beneath the black-clad figure's notice. With a single step, the figure appeared before Chen Yan, his right arm sweeping in a fluid motion, the blade of the dagger glinting coldly as it aimed for Chen Yan's throat. "Ah!" Chen Yan exclaimed, caught off guard by the opponent's astonishing speed. Reacting instinctively, his right arm transformed into a white serpent, lunging forward to strike at the dagger. Clang! Both combatants retreated several paces, their initial clash resulting in a stalemate. "Impressive," the figure in black remarked, devoid of any astonishment. He then became a blur once more, yet this time, the dagger shimmered with a cerulean light, empowered by true energy. The ghostly figure caused Chen Yan considerable distress. However, with the operation of the true martial heavenly heart, he could vaguely sense the position of his adversary. Thus, after several exchanges, he remained unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. "Heh, did you think evasion would suffice?" A flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the cloaked figure as he swung his right arm, unleashing a swift azure blade of light from his dagger, the essence of true energy departing from his body. Alarmed by this sudden turn of events, Chen Yan realized he had no time to evade. With a violent surge from his dantian, his palms transformed into an ancient, azure turtle shell, forming a protective shield before him. In an instant, cracks began to mar the surface of the shell, threatening to shatter under the relentless assault, as the azure blade loomed perilously close to severing his neck. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. Suddenly, his right hand morphed into a sinuous serpent, lunging towards the azure blade. With a resounding crash, the blade dissipated. Yet Chen Yan was forced to retreat several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, as a practitioner of condensed energy, a mere blade of true energy had inflicted harm upon him. It seemed that to secure victory, he must engage in close combat. With resolve ignited, Chen Yan let out a furious roar and charged towards his opponent. The cloaked figure merely chuckled coldly, standing his ground as he brandished his dagger once more. A fierce gust surged forth as he unleashed a strike of unrelenting energy. A glimmer of cold light erupted from the dagger, hurtling towards Chen Yan like a blazing meteor. As he closed the distance, now merely 2 yards away from his adversary, Chen Yan felt a surge of focus and summoned a frost-white longsword into his grasp. Cleaving towards the oncoming threat, the inferior-grade mystical weapon, Frost Serpent Sword, met its target. With a thunderous impact, the fiery meteor was cleaved in twain, sending debris crashing into the wall behind him. Concentrating all his strength into his right arm, a long azure phantom emerged behind him. With a vigorous flick of his arm, the Frost Serpent Sword transformed into a white streak, piercing through the air with the speed of lightning, aimed directly at the cloaked figure. The sharp blade pierced through the air, emitting a piercing, shrill sound. The figure cloaked in black momentarily faltered, realizing that the white ribbon was now alarmingly close. A chill surged through him, compelling him to muster his true energy and raise the dagger in his hand. With a resounding thud, an unstoppable force transmitted through the blade. The dagger, forged from the finest steel, shattered instantly, scattering its remnants like shards aimed at his face. Yet, the cloaked figure had no time to evade. Instead, he summoned his true energy once more, forming a palm of azure hue, approximately a foot in size, to strike at the advancing white ribbon. A cry of pain echoed as half of his arms soared into the air, painting the surroundings with a crimson spray. The frosted jiao sword was deflected slightly, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. Foolish youth, you court death. Chen Yan's strength was formidable, augmented by the mystical weapon, swiftly severing the cloaked man's arm and leaving him gravely wounded. With a fierce roar, he employed an extraordinary technique, akin to a gentle breeze, concealing within it a talon of azure, lunging towards Chen Yan's heart. Close combat? Just to my liking. A disdainful smile flickered within Chen Yan's heart as his right hand transformed into the shell of a mystical tortoise, meeting the talon, while his left hand morphed into a white, biting force. With a resounding crash, the dark shell shattered, dissipating into a gust of energy. Yet the azure talon pressed on undeterred. Realizing the dire situation, Chen Yan immediately activated the true seed within him, unleashing a chilling force capable of freezing one's very soul, which surged through his right hand. A brilliant frost-white light materialized, striking the azure talon with precision. In the blink of an eye, the eagle's claw was encased in a layer of frost, crystalline and translucent, revealing even the intricate patterns of the palm within. What sorcery is this? Not only was his hand frozen in midair, but the chilling force had also penetrated his entire arm. Even more astonishing was the fact that his true energy could not circulate at this moment. Confronted with the opponent's incredulity, Chen Yan endured the biting cold and unleashed a punch. The void of his dantian held not a shred of energy, only the sheer strength of his flesh. A colossal shadow of the azure dragon emerged behind him, its overwhelming pressure causing the figure in black to pale in terror. How is this possible? How can you possess such godly strength? Yet, regrettably, he would not hear the answer. The frigid air erupted suddenly, transforming much of his body into an ice sculpture. Then, the force of the punch struck, and the figure in black exploded into a shower of blood. In the deluge, shards of ice mingled, resembling a peculiar rain of snow. The figure in black is dead. A warrior of the third layer of chi condensation perished at the hands of a martial artist of the body refinement realm. This shocking scene unfolded in the small courtyard, bringing an expression of wild joy to Chen Guangyuan, who had come to investigate. The day of the Chen family's resurgence is not far off. Chapter 55. The Fall of the Enemy. The protagonist is well fed. As a formidable warrior of the ninth layer of true essence, how could Chen Guangyuan fail to sense the fluctuations of vitality within the small courtyard? Thus, upon detecting something amiss, he hastened to this location. To his astonishment, what he beheld was this harrowing sight. Entering the courtyard and seeing the pale-faced Chen Yan, Chen Guangyuan quickly retrieved healing elixirs. Yuan, are you all right? After all, you are a master of the fourth level of chi condensation. Although Chen Yan had timely unleashed the true essence within him, he too had sustained injuries from that blow. Grandfather, I am fine. I merely need a moment to recuperate. Accepting the medicinal pill, he shook his head and continued, I hope you will refrain from disclosing this matter, merely stating that the assassin was slain by you. Chen Guangyuan, wise with age, was keenly aware of the implications. Nodding in agreement, he acknowledged, indeed, if this incident were to spread, it would surely incite chaos throughout the Mingyu city. I trust no one wishes to witness Chen Yan wielding such power, not even that General Qin who is allied with them. Very well, Yan, focus on your recovery. I shall handle matters outside. Noting the severity of Chen Yan's injuries, Chen Guangyuan chose not to intrude further. After imparting a final piece of advice, he turned to leave. The assassin's ability to infiltrate the Chen family estate undetected was evidently not the work of an outsider. Thus, Chen Guangyuan intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate these unruly elements entirely. In the room, Chen Yan retrieved a blue storage spirit ring, channeling his energy to break its seal. Subsequently, a drop of blood fell within, revealing its contents. Goodness, so many purple coins. And look at all these spirit pills. Did this person raid a treasure vault? Not only he, but even Old Sword couldn't help but silently gasp in astonishment. Within this storage spirit ring, The quantity of purple gold alone exceeds the nearly 10,000 pieces he had previously acquired. Moreover, in a corner, there are several dozen radiating a faint white light. According to the established rules, one is equivalent to 100 pieces of purple gold. Thus, these several dozen amount to several thousand pieces of purple gold. Furthermore, based on market calculations, a single can be exchanged for nearly 200 pieces of purple gold. All of this is due to the containing pure, which aids in cultivation. These would suffice to elevate me to the true gang realm with some left over. However, Sword Elder promptly interjected, dousing his enthusiasm. Youngster, even cultivators at the condensation she realm do not dare to refine the within the. Who do you think you are? Be cautious of your own ambitions. You might end up overreaching. Automatically dismissing Sword Elder's words, Chen Yan turned his gaze toward the array of elixirs. Among the collection of white jade vials, there was also a small bottle carved from purple jade. With a flicker of thought, the purple jade bottle opened and a sword out, as if caressed by a gentle breeze. This is the Qingfeng Dan. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of ecstasy erupted within Chen Yan's heart. What is the Qingfeng Dan? It is a pill capable of enhancing the cultivation of a true gang realm expert, a coveted spiritual elixir for those practicing wind attribute techniques. This Qingfeng Dan was undoubtedly prepared for him by that individual. Alas, what a pity. Such treasures are precious, yet his life is fleeting. This spiritual elixir is perfectly suited for his uncle from the Yuliang clan. At this moment, Chen Yuliang was a practitioner at the 8th level of the true gang realm. Should he manage to refine this pill, he would ascend once more. As for the likes of Chen Mingho and Li Hongda, they would undoubtedly retreat in defeat under the combined might of his grandfather and Uncle Yuyang, suppressing the excitement swelling within him. Chen Yan's gaze shifted once again to the remaining 2 tomes. The first was a high-grade Qian-level technique, Tian Feng Ju, and the second was a low-grade Earth-level martial skill, Hixing Chuan Yin Ju. What? Low-grade Earth-level? A martial skill? Chen Yan's mind was instantly consumed by the phrase low-grade Earth-level martial skill, and he couldn't help but drool at the corners of his mouth. This was indeed an Earth-level martial skill, something he had never encountered in his lifetime. Moreover, it was a rare martial skill of movement. The entire Chen family lacked even a single instance of such an extraordinary technique. This was a treasure that could not be exchanged even for a mid-grade Earth-level attacking martial skill. He was truly fortunate. He could initially hand over the technique to his grandfather and then transcribe a copy to present to Uncle Yuliang along with 5 yuan stone coins, which would surely enable him to advance to the 9th level of true gang. As for the money, he would keep that for himself. This martial skill, well, it could be cultivated by anyone in the family, including Uncle Luo Wuxing. Speaking of this martial skill, it was indeed his greatest gain from this venture. Yet, just as Chen Yan was about to finalize his plans, the old sword spoke once more. Youngster, I advise you not to disseminate this martial skill. Setting aside whether they can protect it, simply considering its grade reveals its significant origins. One must exercise caution. Chen Yan felt a sudden jolt of alarm and hastily retrieved the martial arts manual to scrutinize it closely. The first page of this technique bore ominous words. Authentic martial arts of the Xianjin sect. Those who divulge it privately shall have their cultivation eradicated. The blood-red characters struck him with the coldness of a gleaming dagger, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. Could it be that this individual was a disciple of the sect? Meanwhile, as Chen Yan was busy inventorying his treasures within the confines of his chamber, the Li family's council hall erupted into chaos. That wretched scoundrel! He should have waited for Chen Yan to step out before taking action. Why did he choose to infiltrate the Chen residence? Chen Guangyuan's wrath seemed to have reached a boiling point. Chen Mingho slammed his palms against the table, creating a thunderous sound, his face a portrait of unrestrained fury. After a moment's contemplation, his anger surged, and with one fierce strike, he shattered the table into splinters. What a worthless fool! He exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Witnessing the destruction of the table, Li Hongda felt a twitch of unease. Yet, he recognized that his counterpart was engulfed in rage and chose not to pursue the matter further. Moreover, he too harbored indignation. Alas, "This is my fault for trusting that scoundrel," he lamented. At this moment, he had even lost 10,000 purple gold coins. Reflecting on the assassin's customary practice of receiving payment before executing a contract, Li Hongda, despite being accustomed to wealth, could not suppress his heartache. After all, it was his money that had been squandered. Meanwhile, Fong Taiqing, the patriarch of the Fong family, subtly shook his head in dismay and offered consolation. "This predicament cannot be laid at the feet of either of you. Though the man hails from the sect, and is indeed a renegade disciple, his aspirations are as lofty as the heavens. Without mentioning Chen Guangyuan, he has always looked down upon us. It is perhaps fortunate that he has met his demise. Otherwise, we would have faced the scrutiny of Xuanzhen's sect for harboring such a character." The other two, upon hearing these words, nodded in agreement. Alas, we can only await the day we confront the Chen family and eliminate that Chen Yan. That day is not far off. Chapter 56. Bloodshed. As the prominent families within Mingyu City harbored their own thoughts, an unexpected upheaval suddenly captured everyone's attention. At that moment, anyone present within the city, regardless of their location, could witness a dazzling beam of radiant light erupting from the heart of the city. The crimson gold light illuminated the sky, while intense flames surged from all directions. Amidst this spectacle, the melodious sound of jade chimes echoed, reminiscent of divine birdsong, with the faint silhouette of a divine creature dancing gracefully. Even the sun above could not rival the brilliance of this ethereal figure. That place was the city lord's mansion. Upon witnessing the source of the radiant light, the leaders of various factions within Mingyu City were taken aback, as every movement exuded unparalleled majesty. Within the city lord's mansion, an elderly man with a kindly visage and a woman clad in black stood outside, both smiling upon sensing the familiar energy emanating from within the room. Indeed, the radiant phoenix of Qiming is truly extraordinary. The foundation that the master had lost has now been completely restored. The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. At that moment, a clear female voice resonated through the room. "Surely, General Qin must be arriving shortly. I shall proceed ahead to make preparations and meet the leaders of various factions." With such a significant event unfolding in the city lord's manor, it is only natural that representatives from the major powers will come to pay their respects. Meanwhile, in the serene courtyard of the Qin family's estate, Chen Guangyuan sat comfortably in a wicker chair, gazing at the individuals across from him. He remarked, "With the city lord's recent ascension to the realm of earthly extremity, the dynamics within the city will surely undergo further transformations. Shortly, I shall escort these younger generations to pay a visit. Mingwei, you shall remain here to oversee the family and protect our ally, Yuliang." Upon hearing this, the others promptly expressed their agreement with respectful voices. Although Qin Mingwei felt a twinge of regret, as the head of the clan, he understood the necessity of remaining grounded. Furthermore, with Chen Yuliang currently in seclusion, it was prudent for him to stay within the clan's confines. Meanwhile, Chen Yan, Chen Luren, and Chen Yang could not suppress their smiles. After all, a master of earthly extremity was a rare sight indeed. It had been centuries since such a formidable expert graced the city of Mingyu. To witness the majesty of such an unparalleled powerhouse was truly a moment of joy for them. With that, Chen Guangyuan gathered the prepared gifts and, accompanied by the younger members, set off towards the city lord's manor. Not only the Chen family, but in the Li family's conference hall, several individuals had also assembled. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Taiqing, wore a troubled expression as he inquired, "It must be noted that General Qin stands in allegiance with the Chen family. Should this provoke the lord of the city to take action, it would indeed be most detrimental." 9 years ago, when the current lord of Mingyu City first arrived, General Qin Boyle, who was then stationed in the city, expressed his intent to submit. Subsequently, they learned through various whispers that General Qin was, in fact, a retainer of the lord of the city. To have a formidable warrior of the true Qi ninth layer as a retainer raises questions about the origins of this lord. The gravity of this realization sent chills through the crowd, and they refrained from causing any disturbances. Even the families involved hesitated to instigate changes against the Chun clan, all due to the lord's imposing presence. Yet, unexpectedly, just when they believed the lord was sequestered in meditation and preparing to take action against the Qin family patriarch, he emerged from his seclusion. Upon his emergence, he exhibited a remarkable increase in strength, achieving the realm of Earth Extreme Master. Although Li Hongda harbored similar concerns, he maintained an outward calm. "Brother Fong, you overthink matters. The lord of the city has always refrained from interfering in the affairs of other families. And even General Qin acted only out of obligation. Therefore, we need only adhere to our original plan and need not worry further." Chen Mingho nodded in agreement, stating, "Li's words hold truth. As long as we eliminate Chen Guangyuan and his son, we shall obtain that object. Should I successfully refine it, I would have a 30% chance of entering the Earth Extreme realm. At that point, even if the lord of the city were to express dissatisfaction, I shall bear the brunt of it. After years of lurking within the Chen family, I have finally uncovered the location of that object. At this moment, standing on the precipice of success, how could one allow the lord's demeanor to thwart the endeavor and abandon it midway? Thus, in this matter, he was unequivocally in support of Li Hongda's aspirations, although Fong Taiqing felt a lingering unease in his heart. He had always been indecisive and would not voice any opposition. After all, this undertaking was spearheaded by Li Hongda and Chen Mingwei. He was merely a flag waver, cheering from the sidelines. Even if complications arose, as long as a few sacrifices were made, the Lord would surely not pursue the matter. It would also provide an opportunity for his son to witness the formidable prowess of the Grand Master of the Earth Extremes. With that, Fong Taiqing rose to take his leave. Moments later, Chen Mingho hesitantly inquired, "Li brother, do you think Fong Taiqing might harbor ulterior motives?" The Fong family has always been fickle. If he were to waver in his loyalty and side with the Chen family, it could spell disaster. To this, Li Hongda responded with hearty laughter, "Brother Chen, you are unaware of certain developments. My son, Ling Xian, has already been betrothed to Fong's daughter. Our families are now intertwined like threads in a single weave. Even if he wished to retract his commitment, it is far too late." Chen Mingho was taken aback by this revelation, pausing before asking, "Wasn't it said that Ling Xian was to marry the daughter of Luo Wuxing? How is it that he has already formed an engagement with the Fong family?" Li Hongda waved his hand dismissively. "Luo Wuxing is merely a wandering cultivator. How could he possibly become a family kin to the Li clan? Moreover, the circumstances at that time were unclear. I only intended to use it as a means to garner his favor. At this moment, since the master of the dueling arena remained silent, how could Chen Guangyuan and Qin Boyu stand as formidable opponents against my family? Why should I sacrifice the interests of the Li family for the sake of a broken foundation of a useless individual?" Chen Mingho finally comprehended this truth. While he admired the insight, he also felt a sense of alertness. Li Hongda was meticulously plotting even against a mere wandering cultivator like Luo Sheng. Although he was the brother-in-law of Li Hongda, he would not be so naive as to believe that the latter genuinely wished to assist him in seizing the position of the Chen family patriarch and obtaining that coveted item. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. Contemplating this, Chen Mingho voiced his farewells. Intending to prepare for a visit to the city lord's mansion alongside his two sons to present their congratulatory gifts, Li Hongda watched him depart with a smile. But a fleeting, terrifying crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes, akin to blood coalesced from countless lives. It was ominous, mysterious, and fearsome. Ha ha ha. The realm of the earthly extremity, is it? Not far off. Chapter 57. The Threat to the Protagonist in the Heart of Mingyu City. A long-sealed grand residence finally opened its doors. The golden plaque inscribed with City Lord's Mansion gleamed brilliantly, while the crimson gates swung inward, revealing freshly cleaned steps adorned with carpets crafted from demon beast pelts. The entire mansion was instantly revitalized. On either side stood armored soldiers wielding long spears, patrolling with an aura of formidable true energy that drew the curious gazes of passers-by. My word, I have never witnessed such a gathering of chi condensation warriors before. Indeed, one wonders from whence all these martial artists have come. Indeed, what brings them to the mansion of the city lord? Could it be that something has transpired with the lord? As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of speculation. The city lord is a formidable figure, a true master of the 9th level of the true vigor realm, and the genuine authority of Mingyu City. If anything were to befall him, it would indeed feel as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Before the murmurs could escalate, a young man in splendid attire, fanning himself with a folding fan, furrowed his brow and spoke with a hint of intimidation. "What do you commoners know? How dare you discuss the affairs of the city lord's mansion so casually? Do you not fear being caught and receiving a taste of the imperial punishment?" At his words, the chatter subsided, and fear flickered in the eyes of those who had been conversing. The imperial punishment is a specially crafted instrument of the dynasty, made from the bones of a monstrous beast. A single strike could extinguish the life of an ordinary person. Who would dare to tempt fate in such a manner? Just then, a voice with a distinctively high pitch rang out from the crowd. "Humph, Li Ling, do not frighten these commoners unnecessarily. Is it truly amusing for you to flaunt your power here?" A youth clad in green stepped forward, disdain evident in his tone. After delivering his retort, the young man continued, "The reason for such a grand gathering is that the city lord has emerged from seclusion, having made significant strides in his cultivation. Shortly, representatives from various noble families will arrive to pay their respects, which is why the atmosphere seems so solemn. It is not as you have recklessly speculated." Upon hearing the explanation from the youth in green, the others began to comprehend the situation, promptly expressing their gratitude. "Ah, so that is the case. Thank you, young sir, for your clarification. Indeed, the young man surpasses those who are so self-assured. Such a demeanor surely indicates an extraordinary lineage." The surrounding voices of admiration incited the young man in fine garments to a state of vexation, particularly upon hearing the phrase self-assured individuals. He could no longer contain his ire. "Chen Luoyu, you are merely a distant relative of the Chen family, and yet you presume to lecture me? Who has granted you such audacity?" As he spoke, an aura of formidable energy emanated from the young man in fine attire, revealing his exceptional cultivation. However, the young man in simple attire merely scoffed, displaying an equally potent force of energy. "What does it matter if you are a distant relative? In my Chen family, capability transcends lineage. And as for who has emboldened me, why, it is certainly the members of my Chen family." As he spoke, the youth gestured ahead, prompting the young man in fine garments and others to turn and gaze. Before them, a venerable elder clad in coarse garments strode forward, each step covering several yards. Following the elder were three individuals, two young men and a boy. Although the elder possessed immense strength, the two young men were also remarkable. Yet, it was the boy who captured the most attention. Clad in similar rough cloth, he exuded a unique aura. His visage may not have been striking, but it radiated resilience and confidence. Merely standing there, he seemed to tower above the crowd, captivating all eyes. This is Chen Yan, the wild lion, an unparalleled genius. The various titles bestowed upon him reflect the profound impressions held deep within the hearts of those present, without exception. They gazed upon the youth with reverence and admiration. Sensing the scrutiny, the young man raised his head and cast his gaze toward the crowd. In his eyes swirled the essence of an ancient, divine mountain, emanating an overwhelming pressure that compelled the onlookers to take several steps back to steady themselves. Merely his gaze was sufficient to render the crowd breathless, and they had already confirmed his identity. Indeed, it was he, the scion of the Chen family, Chen Yan, a true prodigy of Mingyu City. Waves of cheers and exclamations resonated, causing Li Ling's expression to shift dramatically. Nodding to the crowd, Chen Yan followed closely behind his grandfather toward the gates of the city lord's mansion. Chen Guangyuan and his descendants have come to pay their respects. Wishing the city lord prosperity in martial arts, Chen Guangyuan introduced himself, and the steward of the city lord's mansion had already received the congratulatory gifts, leading them respectfully inside. As they traversed the corridor, they arrived at a small square where many familiar figures were already gathered. With a brief glance, Chen Yan recognized the origins of these individuals: Li Hongda from the Li family, Fang Taiqing from the Fang family, and Chen Mingho, alongside several representatives from various martial arts schools. The remainder were proprietors of local shops. Although the gathering was not numerous, each individual was a prominent figure in Mingyu City. Those who had arrived earlier rose to greet Chen Guangyuan upon his entrance, offering their salutations. Esteemed Chen, it has been quite a while since we last met, and you still appear as spirited as ever. Brother Chen, when shall we indulge in another round of drinks? Ha ha. The progress you have made in your cultivation is truly remarkable, serving as the steadfast anchor of the Chen family. Even Li Hongda and Fang Taiqing have extended their formal greetings. Yet, Chun Mingho remains seated in silence, his gaze unwavering and expression unchanged, as if oblivious to the surrounding happenings. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers are aware of the underlying animosity between the two, and thus refrain from further discussion. However, those with ulterior motives watch closely, their eyes glinting with anticipation, hoping for a commotion that might provoke the city lord to intervene and incapacitate both men. Unfortunately for them, the two merely exchanged a brief glance before returning to a state of tranquility. Even Chen Yan, trailing behind, could sense the palpable malice in the air, along with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of gunpowder. Esteemed Elder Chen, as you are our senior and possess greater cultivation than us, please take your seat, said a jovial, middle-aged man with a round visage, gesturing courteously. The others echoed his sentiments. In response, Chen Guangyuan accepted graciously and took his seat, with Chen Yan and the others standing behind him. As soon as they settled, Chen Yan felt several gazes directed towards him. One belonged to the strikingly handsome Li Lingxian, whose eyes were filled with envy and resentment. Another belonged to a dashing young man who regarded him with a hint of admiration. The last gaze came from a calm and composed youth, exuding a serene aura. Chen Yu, the eldest son of the Grand Elder, once the foremost genius of Mingyu City. He unexpectedly advanced to the Qi condensation realm. A flicker of caution crossed Chen Yan's eyes as he pondered. For reasons unknown, the other party instilled in him an unsettling sense of dread, as if some unfathomably terrifying entity lay concealed within.